Rob Dawson here. I got Jeff Goodman with me.
Hell no.
John Fink.
Are we still live?
Field of 68 till I die.
Give it to you.
I'm sorry, man. I blacked out.
Randolph Children.
DJ Khaled, you know the big DJ Khaled guy?
Hands thrown up and in.
Goodman needs to be fired all the time.
Josh Pastner.
You're going to beat people straight up.
You know the deal.
They have no swag. They have no nothing.
Terrell McNeil.
From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors.
This is Field of 68 after dark.
All right, welcome in Field of 68 Selection Sunday special. And this is the last edition, boys, of Fielding the 68. Appreciate all you guys have done all season long. Rocco Miller, Brad Wachtel here joining us. And we're going to get to it all here. We're going to get to it all as we've got about 29 minutes left until they start to unveil the bracket, what we've been waiting for all year, certainly what we've been waiting for the last week. We are on tonight until midnight. Non-stop coverage, the best coverage you're going to find anywhere. We're presented by BetMGM. And again, we start with the Fielding 68 crew. Then we go 7 to 8, Doster, Randolph Childress, Doug Gottlieb. 8 to 9, you got to see me again with John Henson and Matt McCall. 9 to 10, John Fanta, Tyler Hansborough, Terrence Oglesby. 10 to 11, you get Doster again, which I know is awful. Kevin Sweeney and Jarrell McNeil. And then we finish off with the three-man weave guys and all their gambling advice. All right, guys. Yesterday was insane. Absolutely insane. Something I've never seen. I've been doing this for 20-plus years. Never seen this in college basketball before. Mayhem. NC State wins 5 games in 5 days. They steal a bid by beating North Carolina to win the ACC tournament. Oregon wins the Pac-12 tournament. Maybe not as much of a surprise because the Pac-12 absolutely sucked this year. FAU ends up losing, which opens things up for another bid to be stolen. So that's 3 spots that went by the wayside kind of here in the last week. Let's start with the number 1 seeds, though. Rocco, number 1 seeds. Let's start with the number 1 overall seed. We had it. It's kind of moved around throughout the year between Purdue, Houston, UConn. Who is your number 1 overall seed and why right now?
Well, Jeff, I think that speaks to even more crazy this season has been, this championship week has been. I've never seen a final number 1 overall seed come down to the last day. It all comes down to, in my opinion, to how much stock the committee put into the results yesterday. Out of the 3 that were fighting for number 1 overall, only UConn won their championship. They all have several wins against the field, beautiful metrics, beautiful numbers. But if they took everything into account, which I expect they had to just based on what happened on the bubble, UConn has, in my opinion, earned that number 1 overall seed, which is kind of stunning because we've had Purdue there for the last 2 straight months. And then I keep the same order from there with Purdue 2nd overall and Houston 3rd in that order. And then sticking with North Carolina as the 4th number 1.
Brad, any disagreement there, or are you guys starting off on the same page here?
No, I actually agree with the order to a T. Iowa State definitely crept up by winning the Big 12 championship and blowing out Houston. So it kind of moved them up the ladder to a higher 2 seed for me, but not quite enough to break the 1 seed line. In large part due to their non-conference strength schedule of 324. So I do feel very good. I feel good with UConn, who won the regular season and the Big East tournament. And I love that order, as Rocco mentioned. And I think that's what it's going to be.
So North Carolina getting that final number 1 seed. This was one that, again, I think, like you said, Iowa State just blew out Houston, right? They did. I mean, they made a case for this thing. In the best league in America, which we all kind of probably agree there, certainly by the metrics, they were number 2 in the regular season, and then they won the tournament. Why wouldn't you have Iowa State as your final number 1 over North Carolina, Rocco?
In my opinion, North Carolina was there, pretty much throughout the process. We had the bracket preview show 3 weeks back, maybe 3.5 now. I can't remember how far away that was, but it was right after Super Bowl. And North Carolina was decisively ahead of teams like Tennessee and Arizona to start with, which surprised, I think, the 4 of us on the show regularly. And North Carolina really didn't do much wrong from then until now. Got to the championship game. Of course, you don't want to lose to an NC State team, but By then, most of their work and hay was in the barn. For an Iowa State team, that was a team that was picked 11th overall by the actual committee. And again, a guy like me, I'm doing my best to guess where the committee prioritizes and values these teams and guess where they are in the room. In the old days, I think if Iowa State did the exact same thing, go on that surge, blow out Houston for the championship, there would be a much better likelihood, I think, of them getting that last number one, because there is a comparable difference where they have 10 quad one wins, 6 wins in top quad one. You could start to finally stomach that 324th ranked Cyclone strength of schedule out of conference. But I think Carolina, with their wins at Duke, at Clemson, at Virginia, neutral Oklahoma, a trip to the ACC finals, the second best road record in college basketball, there's really no reason to move them off the one line.
Yeah, listen, I'm with you. I think by virtue of Iowa State's garbage non-conference schedule, I don't think you can give them a number one seed here. I think Carolina deserves it. They tried to schedule. What Iowa State did was, I don't know if they did it on purpose or not. TJ says he didn't, but manipulate the net a little bit, not playing walk-ons. He said he only has one walk-on. All right, so I'll take him for his word there. But would you rather, Brad, if you were Hubert Davis in North Carolina, and we'll ask Armando Bacot this later in the show if it holds up, and Carolina is the number one out west, the number one out west with Arizona. Would you rather be the number one out west with Arizona, or would you rather be the number two in the East, which they probably won't be with UConn? Just, being closer to home. How would you, if you had to look at that, and what do you think the odds are that Carolina maybe doesn't go out west?
No, I think Carolina, assuming they're a 1 seed, they're going out west. I mean, the way it works is priority. UConn's going east, Purdue's going to the Midwest, Houston's going to the South. So Carolina doesn't even have a say in it. For their sake, like we always say, it's based on matchups. I'm fine with them being the 1 seed in the West. And if they're with Arizona, I don't think they'll have an issue with that. Depending on, who ends up being the 4 or 5 seeds in that region, I don't have an issue. I think it's, as long as you're not with UConn, I think you're fine with wherever you are.
Yeah, I agree with Brett.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I just want to jump on that real quick because I thought about this a little bit as well. Carolina, the way it shakes out, we'll see how the real bracket shakes out. But in the West, you already know Arizona is going to be the 2. You could probably live with that. You got, in my bracket, Baylor's the 3, Alabama's the 4. I mean, you're looking at 2 games in Charlotte the first weekend. You're going to Charlotte no matter what. So you only got to go to LA for the next 2. In LA, in theory, you play an Alabama team that's leaking oil if they can even get there, or an upset team. And then you wouldn't see Arizona till the last game. Maybe you see Baylor. I would take that in a heartbeat versus going to a place like Detroit and having others like perhaps a Kentucky in your way, or a Purdue if they're the 2 seed, right? So there's a lot of worse options for Carolina in this bracket.
All right, let's get to our favorite part, the bubble teams, because that's what everybody kind of wants to know about right now is who's going to get in, who's going to get out, who's going to be left out, especially with all the mayhem that happened over here over the last couple of days. And a lot of teams right now are sweating it out. I had head coaches on the bubble texting me saying, like, this was the worst 48 hours of my life. It was that bad because they were feeling pretty good a couple days ago, some of these guys, and now they're feeling like they don't stand much of a chance. All right, let's look at our first 4 out. Let's look at our first 4 out first because that's what everybody wants to see. There it is. 1, Rick Pitino. If he is the first one out, trust me, we're going to see some fireworks today. Virginia, Tony Bennett out. Seton Hall, another Big East team on our out list. And then Indiana State. Man, that makes me sad, but I think Josh Schertz probably understands that he's in trouble right now with everything that's happened in the last few days. All right, let's go through each one of you individually. You disagreed on a couple of these teams. Let's start with those. The ones you disagreed with, Rocco, you both had Oklahoma and Texas A&M in. Okay, you both had them in. Let's start with those 2. Okay, Texas A&M played a good schedule for once. Buzz, non-conference schedule. They end with a bang here. Wade Taylor starts to kind of get going, and Oklahoma, not a great non-conference schedule, and not a great ending. Not a great ending. So give me both of your takes on those two teams. Rocco, start with you. Texas A&M, why?
Texas A&M's a polarizing resume, Jeff. You know, they went 7-7 in quad one, which getting 7 quad one wins in general, just right off the bat, gets your attention. It's something that usually you have to be a top 8 seed or higher on the seed lines to be able to achieve. They did that in those 14 games. The polarizing part is the 5 or 6 losses that are subpar. They had 6 losses to teams that won't be in the field. I think 4 of those at least fell into the third quadrant. And so it makes it really tough to decide, does the bad outweigh the good, which is a common balancing act we're trying to project and that the committee's trying to project. The ultimate purpose for me putting Texas A&M in plays a little bit to what you spoke about in terms of that 21st ranked non-conference strength of schedule. It's the best on the bubble by a good margin. Michigan State being next at 44th, Florida Atlantic at 51st. So that's a big outlier helping the Aggies. I would also say every chairman since I've been doing this for 2 decades says, who did you play? Where did you play? How did you do? They went 10-9 in a big chunk of games away from College Station. The fact that they played that many games away from College Station tells you that they challenged themselves. And they went 5-5 in the true road games that were the toughest, which is just going 500 beats almost the entire bubble. And so that was enough for me to say, hey, the good outweighs the bad. I'm going to find a home for Texas A&M if there's a spot. And so they landed in. For Oklahoma, I'm having a little tougher time because on the good side, they have a top 30 resume, really tough to imagine a team, the 31st, I believe, right now, but tough to imagine a team that strong in a resume metric that the committee depends upon for checks and balances because they didn't have any losses outside of quad one. Every loss was in quad one, but they went 4-12 in those games. And if you break it down by just teams in the field, because they had like a Kansas State win and a Cincinnati win in those 4 wins, they only went 2-11 against the field. Both of those wins were on their home court. So they didn't solve that committee chairman statement of where did you go, how did you do. Their best road wins were at Cincinnati and Kansas State, which are really good road wins. But out of all those opportunities to beat teams in the field, they went 2-11. I mean, it's just really tough. But I had them hanging on.
All right, I don't need Brad. I don't need you to go through the same spiel of Texas A&M and Oklahoma. We probably gave them more time than they probably deserved there because, again, I think they were both fortunate to get in. And Porter Moser kind of pleaded his case to me when I was at the Big 12 tournament. He said, listen, we've been dealing with some injuries. We're going to be healthy. He said it to me over and over. We're going to be healthy. We're going to be healthy. We're going to be at 100% when it matters. And they were pretty good when they were at 100%. I want to get to the ones that you disagreed on. And Michigan State, that's right now, Tom Izzo and the Spartans are a lightning rod right now for bracketologists. Okay, they really are. I mean, Rocco, you had him out, and Brad, you had him in. So I'm going to have Brad, you state your case. Why should Tom Izzo have his streak extended where he makes a tournament again this year?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't love their resume at all. And I have them in based on the fact that the committee, I believe, had them locked up for a bid as of a couple days ago. But when you look at their resume, I mean, I agree with Rocco in a sense that, look, 3-9 against Q1 opponents, 9-14 against Q1 and 2, a 19-14 overall record, a 50 strength of record, 5-10 road neutral. All of those points point to them being left out of the field. But obviously what we're trying to do is figure out what the committee's going to do. If it was up to me, Michigan State would absolutely be out of the field. I just believe that at the time of all the chaos that went on over the last couple of days, I don't think they ever considered Michigan State to be a potential team that could fall out of the field. They do have strong metrics, 24 net, and I know net has nothing to do with whether or not you're in the field. They have the win over Baylor on a neutral court, even though that game was in Detroit. I don't have a whole lot of a strong case for them, other than the fact that I think the committee had them at a much safer place a couple days ago.
All right, Rocco, come on. Bring it, baby. Bring it. Why should Izzo's streak be over? Or why do you think it will be?
Well, everything Brad said, I agree with. However, I think, and this is a gut thing because we don't know for sure, but just serving on the mock committees every year, every time something shakes up like it did yesterday, the process says you're supposed to go back and kind of re-vote on these teams. The bubble completely changed last night with NC State taking the ACC title, Oregon taking the Pac-12 title. You had to start looking at these Oklahoma, Texas A&M, Michigan State, Colorado, Florida Atlantic even, the list goes on, even Northwestern. You had to kind of look at them over again. A bunch of those teams, in my opinion, like Brad's opinion, they were safe. But once you had to re-examine, re-vote on the teams, I just get the sense that Michigan State in all the key areas, whether it's resume metric, that bad record away from home, the 15-14 record in overall meaningful games, once you take the 4 wins away from quad 4, and really just not a lot of meat on the bone, 4-11 against teams in the field with a ton of opportunity. Their one neutral court win was in Detroit against Baylor. It's basically a home win. So I just thought there was another team that did a little bit more away from home and was more deserving, and that's what this comes down to.
Yeah, I think they're going to reward Tom Izzo again for playing people in the non-conference. And I also think it's human beings in the room, guys. And if it's close, it's a whole lot easier to say, hey, you know what? Tom Izzo does a lot for the sport. He's good for ratings. Throw him in the first 4. People are going to watch. And again, he does try to schedule in the non-conference every single year, every year. So I think Michigan State gets in as well. All right, the other one you disagree on. So it's great. Izzo and Rick Pitino. The two guys, like, I love this. This couldn't work out better. All right, Rocco has Rick Pitino. Actually, I think both of you have him out. Is that right? Both of you have him out?
Yeah,
both of you have him out. I'm sorry. So both of you have Rick Pitino out. Their numbers are okay. I mean, their net's 32, guys. Their net's 32, 26 in Ken Palm. Have one bad loss to Michigan at home. Don't have a lot of big wins. That's the thing when you look at the Johnnies. They don't have a lot of substance to the resume. Beat up on a lot of mediocre and bad Big East teams throughout the season. Is that why, Brad, that you've got St. John's looking on the outside?
When you look at their resume and see who have they beaten, and the committee always says, who did you beat? St. John's has one win against an at-large team, and that's against Creighton. A good win. It came at home, though, which is a little different. If that win came away from home on the road, maybe we'd have a different conversation. But one win against the field, 4-10 Q1, 1-7 against Q1A opponents. Not a good record. Yes, they do have a strong net. Yes, they do have strong Ken Palm and DPI. But as the committee always says, those metrics are not used to figure out who gets in. Those metrics can be used to determine seeding, but that should have no role in whether or not they get in. And now, obviously Rick Pitino is the head coach. If they get into the field, I would have to imagine that was a little bit of a factor, because I don't see how they could have been ahead of teams like Seton Hall and Virginia and even Providence. I mean, all of those teams have a stronger overall resume than St. John's. And one other thing of note, yes, St. John's finished the season strong. There's no question about that. Committee doesn't look at last 10, last 12 anymore. But if you look to see who they played, 3 of those 6 or 7 wins were against Georgetown and DePaul. I mean, that's like playing a guarantee game. It's not. So you really got to look into it a little bit more. And that's why I have St. John's out of my field. Would it shock me if they were in? No, but I don't think they're deserving of a bid.
Rocco?
Similar to Brad. I mean, I echo so many of the same sentiments he had, just in terms of this is what the committee cares about. They went 13-13 in meaningful games, 7 quad 4 games you can almost dismiss. And then, of course, if you count Seton Hall as a team that's likely not getting in, they only beat one tournament team all year, which was Creighton at home. It's an unfortunate set of events, because it does matter that they swept Villanova and they had a bunch of other good wins along the way, like Utah. But those teams just didn't pan out as tournament teams themselves. And this bracketology game that we try to manage and configure is so many moving parts, and the extension of your schedule, you have to keep rooting for those teams because it makes your resume stronger. And once those teams fall, you fall with them. I feel like St. John's a little bit of a victim to this. And I think before the bid steals, there was going to be a home for them. and they are a direct victim of what happened yesterday.
All right, the last one you guys disagree with, and then I want to start to kind of go region by region, unveil our mock bracket before we're about 10 minutes away now. Virginia, Tony Bennett, and Brad had him in. Rocco, you had him out. Again, we'll play this game. Brad, you can start why you have the Cavaliers in the field.
So it's actually the reverse. I have them out. Rocco has them in.
My bad.
So I'll tell you.
My bad.
So
I'm
I'll
trying
tell
to
you why.
listen. I haven't been, hosting Fielding the 68 all year. I've been thrown into this, and I'm a little rusty.
I was hoping Brad was just going to roll with it. That was going to be awesome.
So in terms of Virginia, just 2-7 against quad one opponents. And, they're 10-10 against Q1 and 2, which is pretty solid and no bad losses. Their resume metrics, their result metrics average to about 34, which is pretty good. Net at 54. What it boils down to for me, and there's a human factor in this. If you've watched Virginia play, every one of their losses has been by double figures except for their last game in the ACC tournament. They've just been wildly inconsistent. And I've seen the committee once in a while, they'll mention something like that with this team being inconsistent. And I think Virginia kind of falls in that category. Just 2 wins against, Q1 opponents. And they were 2 good wins. They beat Florida on a neutral court and then 1 at Clemson. ACC is, as we know, is not a very strong conference by any means. And then in the conference tournament, they didn't lose to a team that's, that would have been an at-large bid. So I'm kind of down on Virginia. I could see them getting in, but for me, they're one of the casualties from what happened over the course of the weekend.
All right, Rocco, what do you got with Virginia?
I was with Brad last night. I would have had Virginia out last night after doing just a quick analysis, but today I had the opportunity to sit down, digest the data, look at it closer. Again, who knows how much the committee did that? I might have done 3 times as much studying as them. But, and again, if Michigan State gets in, I won't be shocked. You guys can razz me for that. I know I'm probably in the minority, but I think Virginia's the more deserving team. It was down to those 2 for me, based on the fact that they did more away from home. They were 4-6 in top 2 quad. Again, not a sexy record by any means, but 4-6 with a win at Clemson, to me, is better than a 3-7 with your best road win being at Maryland, which is Michigan State's profile. They're also 8-8 away from home, whereas Michigan State's 5-10. And overall, their resume metric, if you want to go off metrics at all, which has been mentioned before by these last few committees, they're 30th, which is a top 30 resume, better than Oklahoma, better than most of the bubble, and Michigan State's 50th. They're 20 spots higher than Michigan State. I got to a certain point where I just couldn't ignore it anymore. I wanted to ignore it. I wanted to just agree with you guys. But all these breakdowns, almost all of them, favor Virginia, besides maybe the quad 1 area. But even there, Michigan State had more opportunities.
So you know what I say at the end of all this? Let's go back to 64. Let's go back to 64, boys.
There we go.
It's cleaner. It's much cleaner. The games in the first 4 don't do a whole lot for me anyway. But we are what we are, right? There's nothing we can do about it. They went to 68 in 2011, and there's been some intrigue at times, but for the most part, it kind of bores me. So I'd rather go back to 64 and hear fewer people. Well, maybe more people will complain. No matter what you do, they're going to complain, and we're going to have it tonight. The question is, who is going to be complaining tonight? Let's get to our quick region breakdown here. And we're not going to get a chance to go through much of it, but let's unveil a few of the regions that we have. And we'll start with the East. And we have, again, UConn obviously is the number 1 seed there. Number 2 being Iowa State. Illinois 3, Auburn 4. That's a pretty strong top 4, guys, I think, in the region. And then Wisconsin at 5, playing much better, just lost to Illinois in the Big Ten championship game. But I like that East region. Can anybody beat UConn, boys? Can anybody beat UConn? That's the big question, especially if they get here to Boston. It's going to be insane, the UConn fan base. You guys have them, both kind of going forward here and marching through this bracket?
On the surface,
yeah,
I would, Jeff.
Yeah. Go ahead, Rocco.
Brad. Yeah, I mean,
Rocco.
we got to go matchup by matchup, Jeff. You know that, but we'll wait for the 3-man weave to come later. I think they've got all the sexy analytics for us to break down. But I think in general, UConn has dominated nearly everybody they've played. They've lost 3 times all year. They're going to play basically, like you said, close to home games between Brooklyn and Boston. I mean, they couldn't ask for a better path to Glendale. And they've known they've had that pretty much locked up for weeks now. And they're still beating teams anyway. Like, they could have gone out and lost this week. It wouldn't have mattered. And, I mean, they got the top overall seed, but that really only matters if everybody gets to the Final Four. So, on the surface, there's nobody going to slow these guys down.
All right, we're going to roll through a couple of these other regions quickly, and then we'll have some final thoughts before they start rolling through the brackets. The South, where are we going next? South? Let's go South. Let's go West. We're going to go West. Sorry. Again, the amateurism of me hosting this show. We're going to go West, where, again, we talked about it. North Carolina gets the number 1. Arizona, the 2. If I'm Arizona, I'm thrilled. I don't really care if I get the 1 and the 2. I just want to be out West where I can go to LA if I win 2 games. And then you get to Baylor as the 3. Alabama, as you said, listen, they've been kind of struggling. If I'm Carolina, I love that. I actually love going out West. Carolina fans will travel a little bit, and getting Alabama is my number 4. I'd be ecstatic with that. And then you go to the 5 at BYU, man. Yeah, if I'm Carolina, I'm out in the warm weather, and I get a pretty good draw. All right, next we will go. What are we doing? Midwest? Midwest. We're unveiling the Midwest next. And Purdue the 1, Tennessee the 2. And then you've got 3, Creighton. This is a loaded region. Kansas 4. And again, I talked to both Hunter Dickinson and Kevin McCullough the other day, and I got yelled at for talking to Hunter out of the training room. But they both said that they'll be ready. They'll be ready to go. So I wouldn't want to be Purdue still. I understand Kansas is thin, but, man, that starting 5 would still scare the hell out of me. And you got Texas Tech as the 5. Those top 4, that would be not one I would want to deal with. Let's finish out with the South region, and then we can finish some thoughts before we get to this the real bracket. The real bracket, just minutes away, boys. Let's go to the South.
Amazing.
Here we go. We got Houston, the 1. They earned it. Marquette is the 2. Again, another injury status update. Been told that Tyler Kolek should be good to go. He'll play. Probably could have given it a go in the Big East tournament, but obviously the smart move holding him out there. Duke is the 3. Kentucky as the 4. Damn. Pretty strong right there. And then 5, San Diego State, who went to the national title game last year. Florida at the 6. A lot of people love the Gators right now. I know they lost today, and they lost their big guy Micah suffered a gruesome leg injury. But that South region, man, could be absolutely loaded. All right, any final thoughts as we kind of get up against it here, and we're just minutes away? Rocco, what do you got? What are you looking forward to the most here when we're 2 minutes away?
I'm looking forward to the bubble situation. You know, I love the mid-majors, and I love watching Indiana State like everybody else. I don't want to write them off entirely. I give them maybe a 25% chance, Jeff, because they're a different type of resume than any of these other resumes in the Power 5 ranks. So if somebody in the room has some pull, did they find a spot for the Sycamores? On the flip side, I think Brad and I eventually agreed that Northwestern was safe. They're a team that appears to be safely in according to these brackets you're looking at right now, but do not be shocked if they either fall all the way out or go to Dayton due to the fact that 2 major injuries with Nicholson and Barry, and then also the fact that they haven't beat a tournament team since Barry's been injured. And the 330th ranked non-conference strength of schedule is by far the worst of all these teams that legitimately have a shot. So Northwestern is not entirely safe.
All right, Brad. Give me something different.
So for me, obviously the bubble is intriguing, but for me, it's going to be how the committee ends up seeding teams. For example, like a St. Mary's, who has a net of 16, but a strength of record of 49. There's quite a number of teams that have a strong net and a weak strength of record. And for another example is a team like South Carolina, who has a weak net but a top 10 strength of record. I'll be very curious to see how those teams end up being seeded.
Well, the other thing is, again, you could see playing some of these playing situations a 10 seed, right, Rocco, which has never happened before.
Absolutely, yeah. So that's going to be something that we'll remember 2024 for forever. I can guarantee you at least one matchup, likely both playing matchups, you'll see the number 10 next to every single team trying to get into the main field of 64, which is unprecedented. The only way you won't see both games is if teams like Oregon and NC State, according to the committee, fell higher on the seed list than the bottom two at large. But I don't see that. I actually see two different 10-line games in Dayton, which is unprecedented for either one of them.
All right, we got the show starting right now. So basically, this is going to be a kind of a watch along, follow along, and we will react live as we see this thing unfold. So again, I got no sound on my TV. I know you guys don't either. We're going to do the best we can here. Not the easiest thing to do, but we're going to do it anyway. And, I don't anticipate any surprises with the number one seeds. I really don't. I think those four are, kind of locked in for the most part. I think Carolina earned it, even though the ACC wasn't overly strong. To me, again, Iowa State with their non-conference schedule didn't deserve a number one, even as well as they did. And the fact that, they beat the heck out of Houston, but Houston really wasn't Houston. Juwan Roberts was hurt. That'll be an interesting injury to monitor, guys, because he was limping around. He was not healthy.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I think one thing we didn't mention earlier was that Houston dominated the country in quad one wins. That's worth something. They had 16 of them. UConn had 13 and Purdue had 12. But after the injury, we know the committee cares about injuries and what you're bringing to the dance. If he's out and they've had other injuries come up too across the last month, that made it easy for me to put Houston 3 overall and helped kind of split those teams up. Yeah,
they're really thin. They're really thin right now. And again, without Juwan Roberts being healthy, you do kind of worry about them. All right, here we go. We're starting out the East. No surprise. The UConn Huskies playing in Brooklyn, New York against who is going to have a chance to make history, boys. Who's the next FDU?
Grambling.
I don't think anybody.
Maybe.
Yeah. I don't know if anybody's the next FDU, but Stetson.
My
God, Donnie Jones gets UConn. And Hatters making their first NCAA tournament appearance. Donnie Jones. Listen, the Blackman kid, Jalen Blackman, can get going. He went for 43 in their title game, in the A-Sun title game. So I don't think they have enough. They lost their starting center a couple weeks ago. But that should be at least a fun one. FAU is an 8, boys.
Wow.
As an 8 in Brooklyn.
So that tells us there wasn't a big reevaluation happening last night because I think they fell to a 10 for us based on the fact that we thought they would reexamine. And I don't think that Temple loss didn't hurt them. And there's Northwestern.
Yep.
There they are. So FAU, the darling a year ago, Dusty May, gets a pretty good matchup. We could see UConn against Dusty May in the second round in FAU. That's dangerous. Guys, that is a dangerous game for the Huskies, is it not?
It is. And I think them going back to the greater New York area where they were darlings at the Garden last year is only going to help them with the swag factor, the confidence and all that. It's going to be good for the Owls, I think.
All right, and we got the 5-12 in Spokane, San Diego State against UAB. UAB just punches their ticket, and Auburn as the 4 in Spokane, getting sent way out west there against Yale. Ooh, interesting matchup. Dangerous. Yale barely beating Brown today, but that's a team that's been very good. They got a lot of skill and pretty good guard play, so that could pose some problems for Auburn and Bruce Pearl. All right, the bottom half, BYU gets the 6th seed in Omaha in a Thursday-Saturday matchup.
A little bit surprising. I thought BYU would be a 5 seed due to their strong overall metrics, but that's not a problem. Duquesne,
they get a good matchup.
11 seed.
Yeah,
Mhm.
they get a good matchup there though as a 6, but they get Illinois in the second round. Which
That almost
is
feels like a
probably
5-12 that moved, but
Yep, no
obviously we
question.
won't find out.
Yeah, I mean BYU is another one that with the metrics beating the hell out of teams early certainly helped their case. And all right, the 7
Remember
10 more head
the
state
10
for
the
Go
10
ahead.
seed coming up soon. Could be the play-in. It's going to be a play-in game.
Yeah, it is. It is. You're right.
Good potential, at least. Yep.
All right, what do we got? 7-10 here. Should be an interesting one. Washington State slips a little bit, right?
I'm fine with Washington State there. We had them as a 7.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Drake as a 10. Yep. That's interesting.
Wow.
Okay.
So that means you're going to see at least one playing game on the 11, Jeff. I'm pretty confident. If Drake's above,
that's good that Drake didn't. I'm glad Drake didn't. Well, they could, right?
They get to play. Drake gets to play in nearby Omaha, which they're going to love that.
Huge.
Of course,
huge.
Coach DeVries coming from Creighton. They're going to have the whole city buzzing. Yep.
And they get, how about that? DeVries against TJ Otzelberger, potentially 2 former McDermott assistants.
Are they playing South Dakota State?
Yep.
You're ahead of me, so there you go.
That obviously confirms that Carolina is going to be the other number 1 seed.
So how about that?
Yes.
Look at the TJ against his former assistant. By the way, TJ against his former assistant Eric Henderson, who took over for him in Omaha. So that's an interesting one, guys. That is a very interesting bottom half of the East. All right, so what stands out the most to you guys in the East? For me, it's FAU UConn. That second round matchup. Because listen, all I'll say is Nelly Davis ain't no joke. Like, he can get it going, and if Elijah Martin returns to what he did in the postseason last year, and they got Vlad Golden, like, man, if I'm Danny Hurley, I'm not happy. I'm not, because you just don't know what to expect. What stands out? Give me your initial thoughts on the East. The biggest thing that stands out, Rocco, is what?
I think a lot of clues here. So first of all, the reevaluation from last night, the fact that FAU's still an 8, Northwestern's still a 9. I feel like some of that work was done before yesterday started. Also, another clue with both Drake getting a 10, Duquesne getting an 11, perhaps they had reserved maybe one line or both lines of the playing games to be 11s. That's going to be a mystery. I think we'll have at least one on the 11 line. And then also a little surprise, UAB gets a 12. Their metrics suggested they should be a 13. It's a mini surprise there. But yeah, you nailed a lot of the matchup stuff. And I think BYU is a big surprise at number 6.
How about this?
And I think –
Hey, Brad, three of the 4 Final Four teams from a year ago in this region.
Love it. I mean, I look at it. UConn has to go through. I mean, potential, like you said, a potential matchup with FAU, Auburn in a Sweet 16 matchup. That would be a heck of a game, I think. And then they would have to get through Iowa State or possibly Illinois. Not an easy road. Definitely doable. The fact that it's going to be close to home, but it's obviously easy. It's not easy to repeat, and there's going to be some challenging games along the way.
Like I said, that second round game, man, wow. That's I wish I was going to be there to watch that one, but I think it could be phenomenal just because, again, you don't know what FAU team is going to show up, but you wonder if they can flip the switch a little bit now that it's postseason and they kind of looked ahead to that all year and we're just waiting for this time to get going. But, Illinois, again, I think has got a pretty good draw here for the most part. And I'd love to see an Illinois-Iowa State matchup in the bottom half of the East. And eventually, you get to a UConn-Iowa State if the numbers hold up. Listen, I'm a believer now in Iowa State. After having seen them a couple times here, in the last few days, I'm a believer. Like, they guard. They've got enough weapons offensively. They're starting to shoot the ball a little bit better. And I think that win against Houston did a ton for their confidence too. Not that they needed it, but when you beat Houston that way, now you go out in the court feeling a little bit different. And that's a really, really good team Give me your upset pick. You got a good upset pick?
I got to see the bracket.
Yale over Yale. I mean, Auburn might be too athletic, but Yale's got Danny Wolf and some dudes. They're a very strong team. The Ivy League's the best I've ever seen it in the last 20 years at least. So I wish Yale got a little better matchup. I don't know if I can pick it, but I think they can make that game extremely interesting.
It's funny because Auburn's guards can't really get by dudes in the SEC, but they can get by Ivy League guards. You know, they're going to look very athletic.
Yeah, it could be
compared to Yale's
very
guards.
athletic.
Yes, exactly.
I want to pick an upset. Drake over Washington State to me is not much of an upset, but probably one that I would pick. Yeah,
I think a lot of people are going to pick that one. Right.
Yeah. I agree. The interesting thing about Drake, though, if they got a 10 seed, and I know what you mentioned earlier, Rocco, does that mean that they were potentially going to be an at-large bid? I actually thought that they had a resume that was quite good enough to be an at-large bid. So I think is that going to say anything about potentially Indiana State? I don't know, but we'll see how it plays out.
Man, I'd be happy. Listen, I'll be the happiest guy out there if Indiana State gets in. Whether they deserve to or not, I don't care. I just think it's good for the tournament. I think it's good for the tournament.
Yeah.
Right.
You get to it. Yeah, Jeff. Exactly. You get to a certain point where these teams have to just accept the fact, we didn't handle all the business we absolutely could have. We left some things on the table. If we don't get in, we don't get in. I mean, at a certain point, you have to trust the process is going to play out the right way. Who knows from there? But yeah, and I think the interesting thing too about that Drake Wazoo game is a couple of years ago, Drake's one of their best players was Joseph Youssef, who now plays for Washington State.
That's right. All right, we got the South. They're unveiling the South now. Houston is the number 1 overall seed. No surprise there. I think Kelvin Sampson chose Memphis of the places that he wanted to go, even though it wasn't the closest. Yeah, Longwood. Houston gets Longwood. Griff Aldridge done a really good job there, and then Nebraska as a number 8 seed. Remember, this is
Texas
one
A&M
again. Ooh,
wow.
Ooh,
wow!
All right, that's a fun guard matchup, boys. Casey and Wade Taylor, that is a fun guard matchup with two dudes that haven't really met a shot that they didn't like.
Yeah, this also means they ran into bracket problems too, because Houston and Texas A&M played in the regular season already, and they're doing their best to avoid rematches in the second round. But that just shows you there's problems with the bracketing in this part of the bracket.
All right, so Wisconsin as a 5 seed, no
Makes
surprises,
sense.
no major surprises so far with the seeding or anything in the South,
except
right?
A&M. A&M was more of a bubble team, I thought, but yeah,
they were.
That.
I mean, a lot of people had them at 10, right? Most people had them at a 10.
Yep.
And then JMU comes in at a 12, which is probably a little bit. I think most people had them at 11.
Yep.
We had them at 11. Yeah.
That's going to be a
I probably
pick, I think.
Yeah.
But
I probably
I'm
would
not
have
sure.
flip-flopped James Madison and Duquesne.
Yeah. That's I assume they just already had it done, right? They already had it done, and
especially the Duquesne part. Yeah, they definitely did.
Right. Duke is a 4. No surprise there. Everybody had them slotted in, right? 4, pretty much.
Yep.
I think I said
3, or we had them as a 3. I'm sorry.
I had him as a 4.
Me and Brad got that one right. We'll take the credit there.
Yeah, which leads me to believe that Kansas could end up being a 3.
Ooh, interesting. If that happens, huh?
It'd be Kansas or Kentucky, and I think
I've got Kentucky getting a 3, so we'll see who's right here.
Kansas or Kentucky. Well, Kentucky lost to Kansas early in the year, if that matters. But Texas Tech, NC State in Pittsburgh on Thursday.
You're correct.
Texas Tech. Okay. Well, I needed to make up for some of these other ones, Brad. So thanks for the bonus.
Yeah, no, it's a good call. I mean, Kentucky had the best record against high Q1A opponents. God. They were 6-2.
Yeah, when you look at the teams Kentucky beat and where they beat them, it just makes you drool. I mean, I just couldn't get over that.
Yep. No, you're right. You're right. So Kentucky gets that
The
3
only
seed
team
in
they were the only team
John
to win in the
Calipari's
Jungle Bowl.
hometown. Remember,
Yeah, it's
Cal
huge.
grew up in Pittsburgh, so he's going to love
They're
that
loving
one.
that.
And honestly, he always complains about his draw. He cannot complain about his draw right now. That top half looks pretty tantalizing for him.
We have our first
Florida
playing
is
game.
7.
And it's a 10 line. Okay, there you go. We at least made history here.
Yeah, a 10 playing game.
Yep. 2024 will be remembered for. That only happens with a bid steal type of championship week. So that's what 2024 will be remembered by.
I think with the way Florida has been seeded, like again, these seedings are done prior to the last couple of days.
There yesterday.
Yep.
So it's going to be what?
Yep.
In Indy.
Next time, I keep telling myself to not watch anything after Saturday because it doesn't change.
It's impossible. It's impossible.
It's
Marquette.
Yeah, we're human.
I mean, I'm telling you, Kentucky could not gotten a better draw. Could not have gotten a better draw. So if John Calipari complains on this one, nobody should ever listen to him again. Ever. They shouldn't let him talk after the selection show because you got Marquette with Kolek coming back. We don't know how healthy he is. And you got the 6'11", Texas Tech and NC State, a team that just had to win 5 in 5 days. They were out of the field. Texas Tech, they're solid. They're not great. And then Florida without their big guy now on the bottom half. I mean, come on. Right? I mean, this is
Colorado.
Here's another.
I would watch out for Colorado. They were playing very good basketball the last 3 weeks, and they just ran out of gas yesterday. But I think they're very dangerous.
So Boise State,
but not. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say,
no, I'm with you.
Boise State.
Colorado's good.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brett.
Boise State from the Mountain West. I think this is the first Mountain West team we've seen in the bracket so far. Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, San Diego State we also saw. So Boise State, 61 strength of record, remember. So a lot of us had us maybe as an 8-9 game. They end up in the playing game. Strength of record looks like it's a factor.
It's a bad news for Colorado State. It's bad news for Colorado State, who, if somebody's getting shafted, it's going to be them.
Yeah, we have Boise as an 8. And they get a 10 and a play-in. So if Cal is celebrating, Leon Rice right now is pissed off, throwing things at his TV right now at Seth Davis and the rest of the group because, most people had him a lot higher than that. But again, they end up getting, a pretty tough Colorado team, a talented Colorado team that played pretty well down the stretch and looks like it is a healthy Cody Williams, KJ Simpson, one of the best guards in the country that nobody really talks about, and De Silva. So that's not an easy one. All right, give me your look at the South now. Break it down for me. The biggest takeaways for me, is it Boise? Is Boise the thing that stands out more than anything else from the South?
Yes, in my opinion. I mean, there's a couple others, but I think that's the big one because it's telling us multiple things. It's maybe Colorado State's in danger here. That could be our big surprise. One of the things was throughout the year, can the Mountain West actually get 6? I thought they were solid after New Mexico's run. Maybe they're not. What about you, Brad?
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's definitely alarming. And you take a look at what other teams potentially have a strength of record that could put them in trouble. I mean, look no further than Michigan State, who we talked about earlier, strength of record of 50. Will they end up as a part of the other playing game, or do we see a current theme here where the bracket was done a couple days ago and Michigan State was a little bit safer? So I'm going to be very curious how that turns out.
Yeah, if anything, I would feel a little better if I was a Spartans fan, in all honesty.
And you're worried. So if you're who you're worried right now after watching these first two, Colorado State. Who are you worried right now? If you're watching?
Out of the teams that thought they were safe, it's Colorado State's probably the most nervous. Northwestern already got in. Texas A&M already got in. Outside of that, it's just regular bubble teams. Florida Atlantic already got in. Colorado's in. So now we're down to Mississippi State, Virginia, St. John's, Michigan State, Sycamores. I mean, not all of those were getting in. But, I mean, we're getting down to it here.
I would agree with that with Colorado State. A lot of us I had Colorado State as a 9, Boise as an 8, 56 strength of record, but they also had 7 wins over the field, plus a win against Creighton on a neutral court. So I don't think they should be left out. I'd be surprised if they were left out.
No,
I would still be surprised as well. I'm just saying they should be nervous. And Boise State had 7 wins against the field and a 6-5 quad 1 record. And most of us had them as an 8 seed. So I just thought in the Mountain West pecking order, Colorado State was clearly behind Boise. And if Boise's in a playing game, there's only room for maybe 1 or 2 spots for them if they agree with that pecking order.
It could be in the other playing game too.
If you're Florida,
absolutely.
Listen, if you're Florida, you're thinking, again, I know you get Boise, Colorado in that first game, not an easy one, but then you get Marquette, and again, you just don't know how healthy Kolek's going to come back from that one. But the more I look at that bottom half of that, and even the top half to some degree, I'm like, man, Kentucky got a 3, number 1, when a lot of people thought they were going to get a 4. Rocco was right on it. They get a 3, and they got a pretty darn good whole. I mean, that whole South,
amazing
to me,
amazing.
Yes, because Houston doesn't look like Houston right now because they're thin, they're banged up, and Duke's been wildly inconsistent. So, to me, again, if I'm a fan of Big Blue Nation, I'm kind of celebrating right now. I love my draw.
And watch out for the Dukes. I got to cover James Madison this year. That's a together, cohesive team. If they can get by Wisconsin, I mean, I don't think it could have the Dukes versus Duke. That would be sensational. And I wouldn't be surprised if JMU goes to the Sweet 16.
All right, we got the Midwest unveiling here. No surprise, Purdue gets the number 1 in the Midwest. They will be right in Indianapolis. They will take over Indy. And they play the winner of Montana State Grambling. So that's their chance here. Their chance for redemption is against Matt Logie.
I mean, Montana State is not the team you want to see out of the 16s, in my opinion. Big Sky, you may decent not. Talent.
You may not. You may see Grambling State.
You may not.
You may see Grambling State.
True.
But again, they're going to be tight going into that one. That's for damn sure. They're going to be tight. Utah State, the number 8 seed.
Wow.
So they're underseeded too as a Mountain West team. Yep.
They were supposed to be either a 6 or a 7. We had them as a 7. Some people had them as a 6. So right now we're seeing this Mountain West not getting the credibility that many people think it deserves, and they get TCU as a 9. In Indy on Friday, and in the 5-12.
I think that goes back to their predictive metrics, their BPI, which all these Mountain West teams playing at high altitude, their predictive metrics are much weaker than a lot of these other teams compared to their result-based metrics. So I think that's what we're seeing with the Mountain West.
Yeah, this
one other note.
Look at this matchup.
Okay.
Look at this next matchup, boys. Gonzaga, McNeese, Mark Few, Will Wade.
Oh, my God.
In Salt Lake.
So Gonzaga gets a 5, even though they lost the WCC title game. That one doesn't sit that great with me. But it tells me they're using a lot of predictive metrics to see as well.
They're going to get a better seed.
Because that's the only way. Yeah, and St. Mary's just – they played an amazing game and beat them in basically a road game in Spokane South, Las Vegas, where it's all Gonzaga fans. Anyway, the other note I wanted to mention on the Mountain West real quick is they did not have a member on the committee. That could also be a factor.
Yeah. So the other matchup down there, Gonzaga, McNeese, and then Kansas, Sanford. That's a hell of a 4 because you got 2 that could pull the upset. Both of those, it wouldn't shock me if Sanford, who I just saw, ends up beating Kansas, and then obviously McNeese can beat Gonzaga. All right, we'll go to the bottom half here.
McNeese
South
is
Carolina.
the most dangerous. Yep.
Go ahead, McNeese.
Oh, I just think those guys are dogs, and they're going to be ready to eat no matter who they play. I've been looking forward to seeing their draw. This is a crazy draw though for them.
Yeah, this is a tough, for Kansas and Gonzaga to get there and play each other. All right, South Carolina, Oregon. Man, that's not the draw you want if you're Lamont Paris. That is not the draw. You do not want to see Dana Altman in the first round.
No.
I'm sorry.
It took two teams that made the Final Four in the same year, 2017.
That's right. Yes. In Pittsburgh and Creighton, Akron. Interesting.
That's a good draw for Creighton. Good draw for Creighton, I think.
Yeah, I agree with you. 100%. Because the top half's not, and then Texas as a 10.
And Akron's been weird all year, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't think they can handle.
Yeah, this is in Charlotte. You've got Texas against Colorado State gets a playing game against Virginia. So Virginia gets in.
Oh, so Virginia got in. There you go.
They did. They got in. They play Colorado State in the playing game, and the winner gets Texas in Charlotte.
Yeah, I think the Spartans are definitely in trouble now. Or somebody else. Maybe Oklahoma is.
All right, and then we got at the bottom, no surprise, Tennessee as the 2 against in Charlotte. St. Peter's.
Longwood? Oh, St. Peter's. Okay.
St. Peter's. Last time St. Peter's was a 15, I believe they had some success, boys.
Yes, they did.
All right, what do we think of this? This Midwest bracket is intriguing as hell, especially the top half. Again, Gonzaga, McNeese. Gonzaga gets a 5, guys. How the hell does that happen? How are they getting a 5 with that resume?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about performance. Winning that game at Kentucky helped tremendously. They also went to St. Mary's, right, and got that win. But then they lost to them in the championship. They lost 2 out of 3 to St. Mary's. They had a losing record in their top 13 games at 6-7. They lost at Santa Clara. I mean, for the true elements of a resume, they weren't a 5 seed. But this is all based on their performance. Ken Palm says they're number 17. The net says they're number 17 or 18. And the committee was swayed that way. Santa Clara's athletic director is on the committee, Renee Baumgartner. But, I'm pretty shocked. I had them a 6 yesterday, and that would have been fine. But if there was a lot of teams above them at the 5 level that I didn't think they even compared with.
Yeah, it's no question the predictive metrics played a role. They're top 16 in their predictive metrics, and you saw what the committee thought of Kentucky as a 3 seed, so they won at Kentucky, which is going to benefit them on the seed line. And we haven't seen St. Mary's yet. Again, 49 strength of record. They're probably going to be a seed that is going to be worse than Gonzaga. So it looks like the committee's favoring strength of record, and then when they're seeding teams, they're favoring those predictive metrics.
You know who we haven't seen, guys? Any of the 3 Big East teams on the bubble. None of them. Haven't seen any of them. Haven't seen Indiana State.
Well, there's no play, and there's no playing game left either, Jeff.
Right.
So either Oklahoma. I think it comes down to either Oklahoma's cleanly in or Michigan State's cleanly in, and the other one's out.
I bet Michigan State's cleanly in. I'd be surprised if they're not.
I could see that. I think it's down to those 2.
I could see that.
Or Indiana State.
Yeah, I would think it's Michigan State, but if we go by what they've been doing so far with the strength of record, but like we said, I agree with you, Jeff. I think it's going to be Michigan State in. I think Oklahoma's going to end up being left out.
Yes, I do too. I don't see you taking Oklahoma with that strength of schedule, that non-conference strength of schedule compared to Tom Izzo's. I'd be shocked. I would be,
and only 2 wins over the field,
or you just go straight Sycamores, and they both get left out.
Oof.
I mean, it's not impossible. It's not impossible.
It's not. But I think it's unlikely.
It would be a showstopper for sure.
Oh my goodness! Would it ever? We could have Pitino and Izzo together yelling, screaming, complaining. We should just get them together, and we'll get them on a Zoom together.
And let's not forget, I don't think we've seen Mississippi State either. So that's the other team to watch out for. Right. We all felt pretty good that they did enough, especially with that win over Tennessee in Nashville. But as we've learned over the years, anything you do in championship week may be accounted for, it may not be. And they're not entirely safe. They have a worse resume score than Oklahoma, for example. So
and
watch
now
out for Mississippi State.
One other thing with those teams in Mississippi State and Oklahoma, they do have one thing in common. Both of them finished under 500 in conference play. And I know we always say conference record does not matter. Yeah. But does that end up playing a role in somebody being left out?
They were also far under 500 in the top quad and a half and the top 2 quads.
All right. So quickly, before they get going in the final region here, Rocco, your take on who gets left out, your guess here. Who's out?
I got to stick with what I predicted. So it's the Spartans, but I do agree with you guys. Like, if it came down to a vote right now and we're in the committee together, I'd probably vote out Oklahoma as a human that watches the game. I just think Michigan State's a little bit better team, but I think, merits wise, Oklahoma probably should get the nod. Fascinating to see what happens here.
All right, here we go. I think we're coming back for the final region, the West, where we'll have, obviously, I would assume we'll have Carolina at 1, Arizona at 2 in the West. I wouldn't think it would be flip-flopped. I think you're going to get, right, Carolina 1, Arizona 2, and then I think some of the intrigue will get going here. And I'd love to see Izzo sweating profusely. And ready to go if he doesn't get in. All right, Carolina is the number 1. And they will who will they play? They will, I assume, play Wagner. It was my guess.
I think that's right.
Wagner Howard.
Yeah, Wagner Howard. Yeah, probably. Is that what it is? Yep, that's right. In Charlotte.
Okay.
So at least they get the.
I know I'm ahead of you guys, but we will find out who that team is. Who that team is in? That's in.
You don't want to give it away. All right, Mississippi State is 8. Who is 9? Here it comes. It hasn't shown up on my screen yet. Michigan State. I told you. Come on, they're not keeping Izzo out. No chance.
They give him an 8.
No,
they give him an 8.
Keeping Tom Izzo out.
They give him a 9. They give him a 9. Michigan State.
Okay. Yep. You guys are way ahead.
St. Mary's gets a 5.
Ooh, I feel like Jeff Goodman's hosting the selection show.
Well, you don't have sound on it.
It's great.
It's hurting you a little bit.
It's great. It's great. No, I'm loving it. You're better. Let's get you in there.
Hey, the WCC gets rewarded here with Gonzaga getting a 5, St. Mary's getting a 5. Who knows? Shit, maybe USF's going to get in the field here or something. The way this is going, they're not. But St. Mary's plays Grand Canyon out there in Spokane.
Yo, that's a tough matchup for
dangerous.
Everybody involved.
Dangerous.
It's a tough matchup for everybody because who wants to play Randy Bennett on 10 days of prep?
I don't want to lose those 2 teams either. By the way, like I'd rather those 2 play somebody else. Like I don't want to lose one of them.
We haven't seen Dayton. We haven't seen Dayton yet.
We have not seen Dayton yet, which means
that's a good point.
Right? What will they get?
We had him at an 8, so maybe they get a 7.
They fell,
we'll see.
Yeah, they fell. Yeah, they could be a 7. And what was that? Alabama playing Charleston? Is that what I saw? Alabama playing Charleston. And Clemson in Memphis.
That 7-10 has got to be Nevada Dayton.
Yeah.
Oh, so you think Dayton slipped all the way to a 10? That's crazy. Well, that means Oklahoma's out if that happens.
Clemson, New Mexico is an 11.
Why is New Mexico
seeding for the Mountain West? Mountain West did not do well seeding wise.
It's not a bad draw though. Like I think New Mexico can beat Clemson.
Agreed. Then they get Baylor.
It's not
Baylor Colgate.
Wow. So the 7-10 is Dayton, Nevada, but the seeds are reversed. Nevada's the 10 seed.
That's insane.
Nevada's the 10.
I mean, the entire Mountain West respect thing showed up across the board, except for San Diego State.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So all three
we're
Big
off
East
like
teams,
a line or two with every team.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. So, there you have it.
Fanta time. Yep.
Yeah, we should get Fanta on right now because the takeaways here. All right. So let's go through it quickly. The major takeaways, I'll start, is the Big East. All three of their teams on the bubble get left out. St. John's gets left out, and one Rick Pitino. Seton Hall and Providence are all out. And what do you guys think of that? Rocco?
It's really –
Okay, sorry. Rocco, go ahead.
Go ahead, Rocco.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I get that these decisions are not made in a vacuum. I think that's the thing the public needs to hear is all these teams are evaluated as their own entities, their own body of work. Everybody plays different non-league schedules of varying difficulties of degree, and teams are selected, not conferences. So it really does become unfortunate when you see, we've been talking about the Big East puzzle on every episode of Fielding the 68. And we never probably saw this coming because Seton Hall looked really safe, but then they dropped under 500 when they got crushed by St. John's. Then St. John's looked safe. I wouldn't be surprised if St. John's is the first team out. But like we talked about before the CBS show came on, they only beat one team against this field that they just announced. Yeah. And that's just simply not enough. And so every one of them had their own problems. For Providence just had a way too far south under 500 record in meaningful games. I mean, they're 3 games under. So there's just really no way they can put them in. It's unfortunate for the league. I agree the league's awesome, but there was really only 3 dominant teams, and the way it turned out, they beat up on the other 8.
All right, Brad, what stood out to you the most?
Yeah, definitely how the Mountain West was kind of undervalued. They had 6 teams in the field, but a lot of them, I mean, Nevada as a 10 seed, Colorado State as an 11. So again, like as we talked about before, those predictive metrics played a large role in where teams were seeded. And that entire Mountain West, except for San Diego State, I would say, got a worse seed than they probably thought that they were going to get and that we thought they were going to get. So the first 4 teams,
off, Brad.
Go ahead.
Brad, let me read these off at what we had them and what they ended up being. Okay, so San Diego State, like you said, we had as a 5, they were a 5. Utah State, we had as a 7, they were an 8. Nevada, we had as a 7, they were a 10. Boise State, we had as an 8, they're in the play-in as a 10. Colorado State, we had as a 9, they're an 11. New Mexico, we had as a 9, they are an 11. So absolutely, the league earned no respect, and I'm not happy with it. I've seen these Mountain West teams. I'm not saying they're going to go to the Final Four necessarily, but I don't think they deserved getting screwed like they did here by the committee.
100%. I think Nevada is the most extreme case I've seen in a long time because they were the one team in the league that went on the road and got crazy good wins. They won at Utah State. They won at Colorado State. They won at Boise State. They were the only team all year to win at the league champion Utah State. Steve Alford made a little joke that, they should have won the league if Utah State didn't have an easier in-conference schedule. But across the board, they had winning records. They had great marks. They slipped a little bit in net and so forth into the 30s. But in terms of the merits and the bag of goods they brought to the table, they should have easily been at least a 7. I think most of us had them as a 6. So that's just shocking to see them as a 10.
What else? Brad, anything else stand out to you? For me, it was probably Gonzaga, St. Mary's, being overseeded a little bit here. I picked St. Mary's to go to the Final Four in the preseason. I love them. I just don't think there was a lot on their resume other than kind of beating each other. Gonzaga, yes, they beat Kentucky. Yeah. That was their big one that gave them credibility. And then in turn, I think gave St. Mary's more credibility.
Yeah, no question. I mean, Michigan State getting a 9 seed, we went through their resume a million times. To get a 9 seed and not even be close to the last 4 in, the committee's last 4 in were Boise State, Colorado, Virginia, and Colorado State was the last team in the field. It just goes to show you what they felt about the Mountain West, and they did put those teams in, so you give them credit for that. But disappointing with the seeds.
Hey, I just got Trevor, one of our producers, texted me the first 4 out. Ready? Oklahoma, Seton Hall, Indiana State, Pittsburgh. So St. John's not even in the first 4 out.
Interesting.
Yeah,
and they shouldn't be.
Really
and the reality is, like we said, they beat 1 team in the field. Oklahoma beat 2 teams in the field. So those teams, I think it's just going to show you how important it is to beat teams that are in the field. And you look at Virginia. So Virginia got their key wins away from home at Clemson and beat Florida. So that kind of stood out to them, even though they were just 2-7 against Q1. They had a 30 strength of record. So there was enough there for them to be put in. St. John's again played well down the stretch, but they were not even close.
What else? Anything else, Rocco? Anything else stand out from a seating purpose, from a committee that, again, whether they did a good, again, it might be something they did a great job on. What did they do well? Because we love to criticize them, which it is not an easy job. And can we also say the committee members, they do this for nothing. They do this for no money. They're not getting paid. They're following this night and day, like they're in it. So you got to give them credit for it, for what they try to do. And again, we love to criticize. What can we kind of reward them for?
I agree with you. They don't have an easy job, and everybody's just trying to go by the process. After doing these mock committees for years, like, it teaches you how it's not just about what you think. You have to incorporate what the group thinks. The voting is the end all be all. And sometimes it shakes out way differently than you could have ever predicted, which I think is kind of what happened with the Mountain West. But you have to acknowledge, with the Mountain West, that whole thing went a sideways direction, that it could have only helped to have some sort of representative from that league in the room, which they didn't have. But one thing I did think they got, somewhat right. I didn't have the guts to take Oklahoma out, but the fact that they had so many opportunities, and they play, just because they play in the best league, doesn't necessarily mean they belonged in. And, one thing about Oklahoma I liked is they only had 1 loss outside of tournament teams. But when you have a winning percentage that's, 2 out of 13 tries, you're kind of grounds for termination as well. So I thought that was good of them. And I also thought, again, I was the one sticking up for Virginia. Virginia is not the prettiest team to watch. They get a lot of negative, tweets out there and all sorts of bad press in terms of the pleasure of watching them or displeasure. But when it comes down to it, their resume above a lot of these other options was just simply better. So it is nice to see they rewarded Virginia for that.
Hey, Brad, I still feel for Indiana State. I feel for them only because I know how hard it is for them to schedule. And they got a game against Michigan State, but it's in East Lansing. If they had played that game in Terre Haute, it might have been different, right? It might have been different. Who knows? So, I don't know what can be done. I still love my idea, which is if they're going to expand, do a play-in, Final Four high majors against Final Four mids and lows, and let them duke it out for who actually deserves to move forward into the main bracket.
Yeah, and I love that idea. I really do. I think we need – the NCAA tournament is all about, upsets and the low to mid-major teams. We need to see more of those. We don't want too many of those, obviously. But if they're in the playing game, I think that'd be awesome. And then you match them up against a high major team. That's what people want to see. Regardless of the result, we want to see how these mid-major teams match up against high major teams, because we don't really get to see it with the really good mid-major teams during the season. So that's definitely a way to get it done in NCAA tournament play. And I would love to see that too.
Last thing, Brad, I'll give you the floor to end it here of kind of like I hit Rocco with. Was there anything that you felt like, hey, the committee did a great job with?
I thought they did a great job, and I think they've been consistent throughout. From our bracket, we got 1 team wrong. I don't think any of us would have an issue with Virginia being in over Oklahoma. I think they did a really good job. It is not easy. You're comparing every single team by team. You got to find flaws. And overall, I don't have an issue with how they did. And consistency is what they've been preaching over the years, and they've been consistent year in and year out over the last 5 or 6 years going for now.
Yeah, and everybody loves to complain, obviously, about the net here, but it's not the end-all, be-all. We've seen that here today, right? I mean, the net is a tool, and I would love to see it, maybe them give us a little bit more information about it or cap the efficiency numbers. But ultimately, it's not like they're saying, hey, listen, this is what we're going by. We got to remember that it's still people in the room, and each individual person might look at something different. They might look at a different tool. They might have seen that team in person not play well. Whatever it is, it's not steadfast. It's still the human element still plays in here. All right. Well, listen, appreciate you guys joining us on the Field of 68. You guys were great all year with fielding the 68. Hopefully you'll come back again next year. I promise Doster will never host with you guys, so you'll be good. It'll be me as a fill-in, but that's all I am, as a pinch hitter. And appreciate you guys, both Brad, Rocco, what you've done. Make sure you guys stick around. We're going to have coverage throughout the night until midnight. Till midnight, we're breaking it all down here on the Field of 68 after dark.
The best month of the year is here, which is why you need to know that we are now partnered with BetMGM. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers of the Field of 68 throughout the conference and NCAA tournament. If you haven't signed up for BetMGM yet, you can use the bonus code FIELD150, and you'll get $150 in free bets on your first wager with BetMGM, regardless of whether or not that bet hits. Here's how you make it work. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD150. Deposit at least $5 and place your first wager on any game, and you get $150 in free bets regardless of the outcome. Just make sure you use that bonus code FIELD150 when you sign up. And most importantly, we have some fun stuff coming up for the conference tournaments and for the NCAA tournament. Bet insurance tokens, college hoops odds boosts, and what I love the most, a nice little parlay boost, as well as a ridiculous array of prop bets for anything that you could possibly imagine betting on in March and in early April. BetMGM is the king of the prop bet. So go download the BetMGM app, use Field150 as the code, and sign up today. And while I've got you here, a quick request. The best way to support the Field of 68 content that you get here for absolutely free is to engage with it. Rate and review the podcast. Like and share YouTube videos. Tell your friends about us. It all helps in a world where the algorithm is king. And now, back to our show. By now, you guys have surely heard about Autograph, an app founded by Tom Brady with the intention of disrupting the way that fans consume content covering their favorite teams. This is how the app works. All of the podcasters, bloggers, and digital creators covering a team have their content sent to that team's page in the Autograph app. Instead of having to bounce from site to site or trying to navigate the safer workspaces on Twitter, you can just scroll through Autograph. This isn't a hard sell. This is the truth. I am a UConn fan, and I use the Autograph app to keep up with the writers I read and the pods that I listen to about UConn basketball. The best part is that every piece of content that you consume gives you reward points. The more you get, the more chances you have at things like discounted tickets to games and the grand prize, a trip to the LA Regional and a spot in the suite for the Sweet 16 and Elite 8 games. Here's the best part. We've partnered with Autograph to donate $1 to the V Foundation every time someone downloads the app using the code F68, with a minimum of $2,500 getting donated. The app is free. So download, use the code F68, help us raise a little bit of money for cancer research, and give Autograph a try. I promise you it will be worth it. And while we're here, a quick reminder, make sure that you subscribe to the Daily. We have new landing pages with deep dives into each coaching change, as well as a tracker that provides scouting reports on the transfers that have entered the portal that you are going to want to know about. Hit the link below to subscribe. There is nothing better in sports than tournament time, which is why I need to tell you guys about our partners over at Rhythm. If you're into sports betting, you need Rhythm, the place for data-backed props and picks. For those that are unfamiliar, Rhythm, spelled RITHMM, is the go-to mobile app for player props and game picks. Backed by AI predictive models, Rhythm helps you make smarter and faster betting decisions across all sports, but particularly college basketball. With Rhythm, you get data-backed picks for every single Division I game every single day. Users get free picks daily with the ability to upgrade to unlimited access. If you want to increase your edge and win more bets, go to the link in the description and download Rhythm today. That's RITHMM, the place for data-backed props and picks. And while we're here, let me tell you about our newest partner for the month of March, SplashSports, the home of certified community competition, where you get to play against your friends and not the house. Whatever game it is that you are playing, from survivors to tiers to pick X, the safest way to play for real money without the hassle of having to track down deposits or worry about payments is through Splash. They have partnered with PaySafe, the best deposit and payment system in the world, to ensure that money stays in safe hands and is delivered to the right places. To join the Field of 68 Survivor Madness, click the link in our profile below and join in. Entries are $5 a pop with a prize pool of up to $4,500. Winner take all. Join Splash and come prove that you're smarter than us. Welcome, everybody, to the Field of 68's official Selection Sunday bracket breakdown extravaganza. We are going to be here for the next 5 hours and 9 minutes talking about the 68 team field that we were just getting. Guys, this is heaven. It doesn't get any better than this. We've been talking for the last 5 months about what is this team going to be? What is this bracket going to be? Who's going to be this number one seed? Who's going to get on the bubble here? What does this one mean? What does that one mean? What does all this mean? And we finally got it. We finally got that beautiful piece of paper that can fit on. Here's the best thing about the way it's set up. Everything fits on one piece of paper. You can just print it out. You got it all right there. Goodman, we just heard you in the first segment. Randolph, I want to go to you first. Just real quick, overall thoughts on what we just saw, overall thoughts on the bracket that we have in our hands. Who got screwed? Who got a little bit of a committee bump, shall we say? What's your biggest takeaway from what we just saw in the 68 team bracket?
Surprised with the Big East only getting 3 in, and I don't want to steal all Jeff's thunder as well. And we mentioned it before. I was a little surprised with the Mountain West. With all the hype of talking 6 or 7 teams getting in, and still had a good year. But I was just, coming in, and in Colorado State getting Virginia in the first round. That's a tough draw to come out of the gate when getting in for a team that was ranked in the top 25 all year. So. ACC gets 5 teams in. Virginia finally gets in. State, we know, still's a bid. We expected a crazy day, though, man. We talked about this yesterday. It was 5 bids that were stolen. So, I'm sure there's some things I'll look through later. It's just so fresh to kind of pick through it all right now.
Jeff?
Yeah, again, the Mountain West got screwed. I said it before. I'll say it again. Listen, the Big East to me didn't earn it with those teams. It didn't earn it. St. John's beat 1 team in the field, I think, all year. They didn't earn it. Providence wasn't the same without Bryce Hopkins, and Seton Hall was Jekyll and Hyde. They had a couple really good wins at home. Other than that, I don't think they did enough. So I'm not upset about that. I'm more upset about the underseeding of the Mountain West. I didn't think that was. And then you look at the WCC, and you look at St. Mary's and Gonzaga, and both of them, Gonzaga is a 5, shocked the hell out of me, to be honest.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And St. Mary's is a 5. I did not expect the WCC to get 2 5 seeds in the NCAA tournament. I wasn't that surprised with the Mountain West being kind of underseeded. I expected people to underseed them. I'm a little bit shocked at how underseeded it was. Colorado and State and Boise State both being in a playing game is pretty surprising to me. And I think it's clear that if New Mexico didn't win the automatic bid, they would have gotten St. John's or Providence, and they would be on the wrong side of the bubble, on the outside, looking in this moment right now. All right. I do I want to get to the actual bracket. I want to get to the breakdowns. I want to talk about what we are actually going to see play out and just start diving into this thing, man. We're going to start in the East because Dagan Hughes, our producer, told me to start in the East. UConn is the 1 seed. We have 3 of last year's 4 Final Four teams in this bracket. We have the number 4 seed, Auburn Tigers, who are a top 5 team on KenPom and just won the SEC tournament. You have Illinois. You have Iowa State, who was the other team that we thought was going to have a shot to be able to win the 4th number 1 seed. They went out and they won the Big 12 tournament. Illinois won the Big 10 tournament. You have 4 conference tournament champions in the top 4 seeds in the East region, potentially heading to Boston. Jeff, let's start with this. Where do you see UConn potentially getting tripped up in this bracket?
In the second round. FAU. I'm not saying they're going to lose, but, man, I wouldn't want to see them. As I said, you want to see that team that went on a Cinderella run last year that is dangerous as hell when they're playing their A game because they've got guards that can make plays off the bounce. They do have a legitimate big when he's on his game in Vlad Golden that can score in the post. He can run the floor. He can rebound. He can cause some issues for Donovan Clingan. Now, they're not big on the wing. That's the one thing you worry about with them, with Caravan. They don't really have anybody who can match up with Caravan. But I love that game. I hope we get it because, again, FAU could come out. They could lose by 30 or they could win that game, and it wouldn't shock me.
Randolph?
I agree with you, Jeff.
Let me ask you this. Is the East the toughest region? The more that I look at it, I think that the East is probably, we always say the region of death, right? I think that's probably the East. For me, it's either the East or the Midwest.
And the South is the easiest. I'll say that. Kentucky, literally, if I'm Cal, I'm popping champagne right now when I saw this thing. Now, again, I'm not saying they're going to get there, and we'll get there. We'll get there eventually. But
stop jumping around, man. Stop slandering Cal, Jeff. Let us break down the East. Let me talk about my UConn Huskies here. All right,
I'm looking at it here.
I'm getting ready to say, Jeff. That's what he wanted. He wanted to run his, get on his UConn run right here.
I know he did. We don't want to take him away from that.
No, we can't take this moment.
It's tough, but I don't know if it's the toughest. Again, Iowa State, they're really good. Are they as scary as Arizona or Tennessee? Probably not. Most teams would say they'd rather play Iowa State than Tennessee or Arizona. Illinois, they're dangerous, but again, they haven't done anything in the NCAA tournament under Brad or under anybody in a long time. San Diego State's not the same team. Auburn doesn't scare me. So I don't think the East is that tough. I just think UConn's got a really, really scary second round game. Much scarier than probably any other number 1 seed.
Yep. Randolph?
I think the scariest thing about it, Jeff, is that, whether people want, when you get into these games, they can get boo-booed as well. I mean, you got a guard that can just flat out just go and that can change a game. Yeah. So it's never going to be easy. I wouldn't dare pick against UConn early, but it's scary when you got a guard, and even John L. Davis for that matter. I mean, you got guard play. They're going to play a guard in that second round that can just flat out go. And it's different because they're going to be able to be like, man, get a ball at the top of the key. We just going to say, hey, we're not going to run a whole bunch of stuff. We're going to put Donovan Clingan in ball screens for 40 minutes type of deal. And they got the guard play, particularly, obviously, FAU to do that. So I'm not picking against UConn, but it can get interesting. And like I said, we're talking about FAU, but Boo Boo is a dude that we know can single-handedly put you on his back and carry you for a game.
Well, he did that when they beat Purdue earlier this year, and we saw what he can do in drop coverage. We literally said he's the guy to solve the answer to the Zach Edey problem. And you know what UConn does? They play a lot of drop coverage. So that is definitely one. I saw – we talked about this earlier, like 2 guys who can put a team on their back and make a run to the Final Four out of nowhere. And 2 of the 4 guys that we mentioned were John L. Davis and Boo Booey, and they're going to get each other in the first round. That actually is going to be an electric first-round game, Northwestern against Florida Atlantic, which is a very weird thing to say in the year 2024, but that will be a really, really interesting game. Where's the most interesting game here for you, Randolph? Like, what are you going to circle and say, like, when I'm watching these first round games here in the East, this is the one that you cannot miss?
I think it's that one because of those guard play. I think that game right there is the game because you're going to find out. I mean, you're going to see a team in Northwestern that had some injuries, but there's still a team that, again, when you have a dude, nobody's expecting him to go on a big run and make it to Phoenix or anything like that. But if Boo Booey's on his game, they got a chance to beat anybody, and particularly when you play with a big and drop coverage, because we've seen them do it against Purdue, which is it's only two teams we considered all year long. It took a while before Houston got there, and Carolina, and some of these other teams. But from the very beginning of the year, the two most consistent teams throughout the country was Purdue and UConn, and they play in drop coverage. And for guard plays, man, that's you got a guard like that can flat out do it at all three levels. He can make it interesting. So that first round game against the Final Four team and Northwestern with Boo Buie to me is the game I like to see of the first round from in the Eastern bracket.
All right, Goodman. Let me ask you this: we have Iowa State, we have Illinois, we have Auburn. Iowa State gets South Dakota State in the first round. That is TJ Otzelberger's old job. He left South Dakota State to go to UNLV, and then UNLV to Iowa State. We have Illinois getting Morehead State in the first round, and we have Auburn getting Yale. I actually think that Yale matchup is interesting. Out of those three, I think we can all agree that UConn's not going to get Purdue or Virginia in the first round. Hopefully not. Maybe I'm jinxing it. But out of the next three, like, is there a higher seed here that you can see being in a little bit of trouble when it comes to the tournament?
I mean, you want to say Yale, right? Don't you, over Auburn? Just because while Auburn's guards are way more athletic than Yale's, they're not guys that are going to, like, they're not lightning quick, So, like, and again, Yale, they struggled today, but they've got really talented bigs. They've got 3 or 4 guys that can really hurt you. They've got shooters. I don't know. I mean, again, I'm not sure they win this, but I'm just not. And I sometimes I don't like the teams that win, like in the SEC tournament, like Auburn did. I just wonder if they're going to come down to earth a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Randolph?
I don't consider like a 7-10. When I started talking about upset, I'm looking at traditionally like the 5-12 game. And for a UAB team that coming in off winning the conference tournament, against San Diego State, a team that we were all up and down. I mean, they're a tournament team, no question, but we were kind of questioning with Lee being your best players. How good can they be? That's an interesting game, an interesting matchup for me. But I think we'll dive into it as we get throughout the show. But it's always look for that as like the upset bracket at the moment. The 5-12 game is always the more interesting one. 7-12, I think, is just a decision on who's in those spots.
Yeah, there are 2 5-12 games in this bracket, RC, that I circled as soon as we saw the bracket come out. It's not, neither of them are in the East region. I all due respect to Andy Kennedy. I think that they are walking into a you got a San Diego State team that is old. You got an All-American 5, man. You got guards that have been through it before, and you got Brian Dutcher, who knows how to be able to go out and win games in March. I think that's a really, really tough matchup for UAB in the first. A UAB team that needed to win the AAC's automatic bid to get that 12 seed and get in the tournament. The one that I circled here, I don't think Illinois will have trouble with Morehead State. I think if Illinois plays BYU in the second round, that's the one that I'm circling. Sorry, Trevor, but I think that is going to be it. With the amount of stuff that BYU runs offensively and the way that they can create shots, I can see that being a problematic thing for Illinois' defense to deal with. I really like that Yale-Auburn matchup, though. I think that I know that Yale's not necessarily the most athletic team, but I do think that they have the size inside to be able to deal with Auburn's bigs, and Auburn has one of the better front lines in the country. And I'm just not that concerned about Auburn's backcourt. So I like that Yale-Auburn matchup there in the second round. Let's talk about Wazoo Drake, RC, because that's a really interesting one to me. You got 2 really good coaches. You got a kid in Tucker DeVries who's as good as just about any player at the mid-major level. Can Wazoo get this one done? Can Kyle Smith get this one done?
I I think that's, if I was gambling, I'd say that's a pick'em game. I don't look at that. I mean, it's two well-coached teams, they got guys that, the region that can carry them when needed. I think it's a pick'em game. It's more so, I would almost say it's almost like an 8 or 9 game. It's just a coin flip for me. So I don't. Washington State has been a surprise team, I think, in the country. We talked about that. Kyle Smith has done a hell of a job with those guys, and so it's game time now. It's NCAA, and you one and you're done. You win and you advance. So it'll be interesting to see how this game turns out. Like them all, I mean, we don't know, but they're similar match. I think that they're teams that like to run their stuff. Well coached teams. It's a pick'em game. I don't have a preference one way or the other. Like, that's one of those ones that I'd have to skip and I'll come back to when I'm filling out my bracket, to be quite honest, later on tonight, just looking at it like, I got to really dive deep and expect this. So I think it can go either way. Drake was always one of those teams that I felt as though you don't want to get them early, right? Like, that's a team that could give you problems. And so I now that we know the matchup, as good as a year that Washington State has had, now you're coming against a team that just say this. I won't say they're similar to you in some aspects, but they are. It's just the technicians. They run great stuff. Drake isn't a surprise to me, though. I think we knew Drake was going to be good coming into the year, more of a surprise for Washington State. And I think one thing that happens when you get with teams like Washington State, sometimes you come in on these games when you're not much expected of you, and then you get into the tournament and you feel like you just won, like you've arrived, right? And there's not a team that just like the NC State team that came in, they ran the table, won the bracket. You can see the exhaustion, everything else. This team just not much was expected of them, and then they continue to come on. Obviously, they were right there all year long, finishing behind Arizona. Doing a regular
you know what?
season
Let me ask you this. So whoever wins those two games, I kind of feel like this Iowa State team, and we maybe didn't give enough credit all season long, right? They remind me a lot of the Houston teams of the last couple of years, where I find it very difficult to find a way that they're going to get picked off by someone that's worse than them, right? I just can't see them getting upset. I just don't know if they have the ceiling. I know what they did to Houston on Saturday, right? I know they 30-pieced them. That just banged up Houston team that looks like they kind of ran out of gas, right? I think that there's other factors at play. But how far do you think Iowa State can go, and where do you see them having the most trouble? Like, are you worried at all about that Washington State Drake winner against Iowa State?
Getting through the first round? No, because you're not running your stuff. They play too hard. I mean, if we had to pick a top 3 teams that we thought that just played harder than anybody in the country, is Houston, Iowa State, and you can put them in any order, and then you're going to add someone else. That's not something you can prepare for. They're legit. I mean, we saw what they did. They're not 30 points better than Houston or whatever. I mean, that was a random thing, an ass kicking we saw the other night, but it's not a fluke. That team's legit. They defend their asses off. They're tough as hell. Ostenberger's done a hell of a job with that group. I think the only team I see them getting some trouble with is when they get to maybe that 2 or 3 matchup in Illinois to BYU, because BYU can flat out shoot it. If you catch anybody, shoot it that way. But Illinois, we know, can score. Like, to beat them, you're going to have to be able to score a ton of points. You're not going to just beat them.
I think BYU. Let's talk about the top 4 seeds, right? Yeah. Specifically, yes. I think Auburn has a tough matchup, and we got Jeff Goodman back. But I think Auburn's got a tough matchup with Yale. I think Illinois got a really tough matchup if they face BYU in the second round. I wouldn't worry about Iowa State to the Sweet 16. I think UConn. I know what you're saying about Florida Atlantic. I know what you're saying about Northwestern. I think UConn is I'm trying not to do this as a homer. I think UConn is as easy of a pick to the Elite Eight as there's been in like recent years. I think that they're just.
I won't even stop there, Rob. I think they're to the Elite Eight. I think it's easy. It's I won't say nothing's easy. And all we were saying, even the first matchup, was that I think they're the most complete team and diverse team in how they can beat you in so many different ways. Mm-hmm. I think it's them, and then I think it's everybody else. Like, Purdue does what they do. Houston does what they do. I don't think there's anybody else that has so many different ways and so much versatility in how they can play in UConn. But having said that, we're saying when there's guards, if there's any kryptonite to that, is a guard that can flat out go, that's on his game. And all it takes is a John L. Davis or a Boo Buie to be on their day, and it gets interesting because then all of a sudden you get a guy like that going, and he's killing you in drop coverage, and then you see, man, we got to try something different. And once you start seeing teams get out of character and not do what they've been doing all year, then the red flags start coming out because then guys start looking around, questioning that. But I think they'll figure it out. I think it takes a Herculean effort to get UConn early on. But a team like BYU to shoot so many threes, I think Iowa State through to the Sweet 16. But again, if they play a team, like I said, we talked about guys can make shots. You're going to have to score to beat them. You're going to have to be a team that's able to put up 80 points to beat them.
Yep. All right. Real quick, guys, you got 30 seconds each on these before we move to the next region. I want your hot take upset pick in the East, and I want your Final Four pick out of the East. First reaction, you are going to be allowed to change what your Final Four pick is, but I just want your kind of first glance at it. Jeff, what do you got? Upset pick in the East and Final Four pick in the East.
Round pick, or can it be anything?
Anything, just any upset. Look, give me just a hot take. It's a prediction. It's the vaulted hot take, Jeff. Vaulted. Store your hot takes and predictions for now and forever.
I'm gonna go with
So much for 30 seconds.
I'll go with Yale. I'll go with Yale to beat Auburn. UAB beating San Diego State is an upset. It is. 12-5, obviously. But I like Yale to beat Auburn there. And I could see, honestly, the bottom half of that breaking completely open.
Mm-hmm. RC?
I would say the UAB, and only because I think San Diego State is the older team. There's always seems to be that upset bid in that 5-12 game. But I think Andy Kennedy and that group, just coming off winning the conference tournament, there's a high, there's a momentum you're riding, and there's a newfound confidence that comes with that. Can you carry that over one more game and pull off the upset? I'm just, I think San Diego State wins the game? Yes, but I can see UAB pulling off the upset. So if I had to pick one, that would be my upset in the first round.
Yeah, I mentioned mine. I think it's BYU over Illinois in the second round. I like Auburn Yale, but Goodman kind of poached me on Auburn Yale. So I'll go with BYU picking off Illinois in the second round. Sorry, Trevor. Please don't be mad at me. Please don't hate me. You guys got anything other than UConn to the Final Four? You just say yes or no.
No, I got him. But I hope we get a hell of a game there. I hope FAU plays them, and I hope it's one hell of a game because it could be. And at the very least, it's going to be a game we can hype up.
Hey, Jeff, just say yes or no. That's all I asked. Just say yes or no. We know you love FAU. We know we know that they're your guys. You love FAU. We're going to be in so much trouble.
Jeff goes down the hill with his guys. When he got his guys, he's dying on the hill.
Ride or die. All right. Let's head to the South. We got Houston as the number 1 seed. We have Marquette as the number 2 seed. Goodman, I don't know if this was an official report, if you were just kind of saying it offhand, but you did mention that you think that Tyler Kolek is going to be playing in this NCAA tournament. That's my gut as well. We don't have to go through that whole argument again. We had a long conversation about that last night. Go and check last night's show from Schaefer's. That was a lot of fun last night. The 3 seed is Kentucky. The 4 seed here is Duke. They are taking on Randolph Childress's Vermont Catamounts. That is a very, very interesting matchup to me. Jeff, I'll go to you first on this. Just where do you stand overall on this bracket, on this region? It feels like this one sets up pretty nicely for Kentucky, all things considered, to me.
That's what I said. I think Kentucky absolutely lucked out. In the past, John Calipari has made it like the NCAA is out to get him. Like he's the pariah they're trying to get. This year, they took care of him. And they gave him the easy, to me, the easy region and the easy half region. Because you look down there and you're like, they're clearly, again, I know if Kolek's healthy, Marquette's really, really good. Cam Jones is really, really good. But again, here's the thing I'll say is Kentucky's young. So we don't know how they're going to react to the NCAA tournament and the bright lights and the pressure and all that if they go down. But, man, talent-wise, it's not even close.
And you know what else? That is an Oakland team that can get it going. Like, would you be surprised to see a team coached by Grant Campy put up 95 points? But they got dudes on that team that have shot 8 twos and 187 threes this season, right? Like they can fill it up if they need to. Randolph, your biggest takeaway looking at these the South region the first time?
I think it's set up for Houston and Kentucky to meet up. I mean, from glancing, I do think there's some potential upset bids there. That, if I had to say, looking at that bracket, I know we're going to get into upsets. I like the James Madison, Wisconsin, who obviously just won the big, came in and made a big run to the Big Ten final. But there's a team that also, struggled, the latter half of the year, leading up to the tournament. And Madison's good, man. There's a funky style of play that's unique. Those guys are really, really talented. That Nebraska A&M game will be tough.
Keezy Tominaga against Wade Taylor. So on one 8-9 game, we get Janelle Davis against Boo Booey. In the other way, 8-9 game, we get Keezy Tominaga against Wade Taylor. Give me all of that. Give me all of that.
Buckets. Buckets on buckets. And I don't know if there's two better guys that are giving you buckets than that matchup right there. So that'll be fun, man. Seeing, hopefully both of those guys are on their game. Things will be significantly different in the next round against Houston. Let's hope that they're healthy. This is one of those games where health, if we're looking at all the brackets, when we look at Houston, we look at Marquette, we look at Florida, let's be honest. Health's a question mark going into all those games. The health is it, and we don't know how healthy any of those teams are. Not going in on the Tyler Coley thing. I have my concerns. I think they're good enough to win a couple of games without him, but they can't make a run without him. More importantly, a healthy Tyler Coley. So,
I mean, look, the way that it shakes out for them is, can you get to the Sweet 16 and then by then have Kolek be back to Tyler Kolek? That's kind of like, if I'm Marquette, that's what I'm hoping to do. Western Kentucky's good. Steve Lutz has done a great job at that program in his first season. They are talented. I think that they should be able to win that without Tyler Kolek. Like, you could just have him be a decoy out there, and I think they should be able to win it. And then Florida, losing Micah Handlogden is a big one. I'm not that impressed with Colorado. I think Boise State is good, but I think even if you have a hampered Tyler Kolek, you can get it. So get to the Sweet 16 to figure it out from there. All right. Of the first round games, Randolph, I'll go to you first on this one. Which is the first one that you circle? Like, you look at this and you say, okay, that's the one you have to watch when you head over to the BetMGM Sportsbook to watch your first round games and throw a couple bets on the action.
Oh, if I'm gambling, I'm taking Nebraska and A&M, and I'm taking the over. Throwing my money on the over. I like the backcourt matchup to get some buckets on that one. I'm taking the over. What a run there by Buzz and those guys, man. Those guys were left for dead coming in, and guy can flat out coach his tail off, man. And they rallied late. I didn't think they were even close to being in the tournament. And then when it matters, he's a tough guy. I like that matchup. If they were to meet Houston in the second round, you're not gonna. A&M struggles to score, but they're scary as hell when a guy like Wade Taylor, because he can flat out get going. And that matchup with Houston, and A&M is from tough. Even their coaches, are they two tougher coaches than Buzz and Sampson? So I go with that one.
Mm-hmm. Jeff, best game of the first round.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the Florida-Colorado, if Colorado beats Boise. Poor Boise. I mean, Leon got completely screwed here with a 10 and a play-in. Going up against a Colorado team that's terrific. They've got a great freshman. Obviously, they've got a great guard in Simpson. KJ Simpson's one of the best guards in the country. Cody Williams, top 10 freshman, maybe top 10 pick, 5 pick, who knows? And De Silva's really good. So they got a lot there. So to me, I think that Florida team, especially without their big guy, Micah Handlogden, who got hurt today, and it just a brutal leg injury, broken leg. I think it's going to be hard for them without him going up against a really talented Colorado team if Colorado gets past Boise.
All right. So
I don't
the
know
one
if
that
they
I
got
had.
enough time to practice, right? I don't think they got enough time to, to get over, not just the emotional part of losing them. You don't even have enough time to a game to kind of play against somebody to figure out what your team looks like without them. That's a lot.
The good thing is that Florida does have a little bit of depth in the front line. Like, if there was a place where they could, I I don't want to say survive an injury, but like that there's guys that can kind of step in and do a decent enough job there. It's just a matter of they're not going to be as good as Han Logan was. All right, the game that I circled first when I saw this bracket come out was going to be Duke and Vermont, the 4-13 game. I have the Catamounts beating the Blue Devils in the first round of this tournament.
Wow.
Stop.
Come on.
Come on. Get out of here.
Stop. What are you doing?
Here's why. Listen, here's why. And like when I wrote our blurb for the project that we did, the bracket guide with The Athletic, right, Jeff? And when you look at what this Marquette team does, and you tell me if I'm crazy, like RC, you've seen them in person like 4 times this year. So if this is a crazy thing to say, then you tell me. But what Vermont does is they're going to slow down the pace. They're going to slow down the tempo. They're going to make you guard them. They're going to make you execute against a defense that is, I mean, look, it's the best defense in the America East. They make you take tough shots. They don't really force turnovers. All they do is they're solid, they're sound, they're going to box you out. And they are one of these teams where I think the key is to beating them is to like just completely out athlete them because they just don't have that level of athlete. And I don't think that Duke does. So the other thing that they do very well is they're 349th in tempo, playing in a conference that has 3 top 10 tempo teams, 4 top 25 tempo teams, and 5 top 50 tempo teams. They are going to slow the game down and make you play the way that they want to play. And I think that's the way that you can give Duke a little bit of trouble. I think that this is one of those games where let's just say UVM goes into the break up 5. Let's just say they make a little bit of a run early in the second half. I can see the lemon booty, you know what we're talking about here. We can see them getting a little bit nervous and creeping up. Is this a crazy thing to say?
Insane.
I'm not asking you, Jeff. I don't
RC.
want your opinion. I want the guy that's actually watched from
RC, tell him. Set him
Go
straight.
ahead. I'm going to say this.
Set him straight.
You two. The reason I love you guys, I'm telling you, and I mean this, when y'all rock with somebody, you going down to the death. And then you're the ultimate homers. So let me start with you. I'll get to Jeff with his teams later, but let me start with this guy. His best friend and his boys are the biggest Vermont fans ever. So they were blowing my phone up. He created a chat when I was calling the game yesterday. They were blowing my phone up. Go Vermont, go Catamount. Listen, they're a well-coached team, and I said this to you, Jeff, a year ago, earlier in the year, and last year. I said, man, John Becker's got to get a better job. Like, what's going on? I mean, he's dominant. He at least needs to get a mid-major job. This isn't the team, though, I think, to beat Duke. That's a tough matchup. I did like this team to maybe win a game in the tournament, but there's just such a massive difference in talent. And this just isn't one of his better shooting teams. If this was some of his teams where he's had some veteran guys and shooting in the past, then I would be like, all right, he has some defensive all-league guys, but it's not going to bother. They play, they're going to try to post up. You got a 6'3" guard that can post up in America East. He's not going to have that luxury against Tyrese Proctor. He's going to be the shorter guy. He's not going to be able to bully ball Tyrese Proctor in the post. Or when Jalen Blakes comes in and guard him. I just think Filipowski is going to be a nightmare matchup. I was cheering for them, but this
Randolph,
Duke matchup,
can I just tell you,
cut it out, cut it out.
My dad,
and your boys,
my dad.
Look, hey Jeff, his boys blowing me up in the chat right now.
I'll tell you this. My dad literally just texted me and he said, if Duke loses to Vermont, then the apocalypse is here. All right. So I'm the only one on Vermont Island. I'm going to stick my flag on Vermont Island and let's go Vermont. I got to ride this one out now. I can't go back on this one. I might be changing my mind, but I can't go back now. Goodman, we already heard Randolph say he likes the James Madison over Wisconsin upset. Give me one. It doesn't have to be a first-round upset. It could be like a 7 picking off a 2. It could be Texas A&M beating Houston. Like, give me your kind of like sleeper, Cinderella, underdog. Give me the run that you like in the South here.
I mean, again, I like Colorado here. I do. I like Colorado not only to win that first game. I think they can win 3. I think they can beat Boise. They can beat Florida. They can beat Marquette. I wouldn't be shocked at all to see the Colorado Buffaloes and Tad Boyle playing in the Sweet 16. I don't think anybody's going to give them any respect, and nobody has, and probably nobody should playing in that league this year. But again, when you match up their top 3 guys against just about anybody, Those
They're the
three
more
can go
talented
toe to
group.
toe
Yes.
with almost
Yes.
anybody, almost anybody in the
Yes.
country.
Mhm.
Well, and not more importantly, Jeff, to your point, in that bracket, it would go. There's not a more talented. Right? You can say tougher. This does a certain part of the game better, but talent-wise, I don't know if there's a more talented team until they get into until they meet Kentucky.
Correct.
Mhm. All right. Then, all right. Let me hit you with this. Then we have a potential Jamal Shed versus Wade Taylor game in the second round of the tournament. One thing that we've seen Wade Taylor be able to do is when he goes off, it doesn't matter who's guarding him. It doesn't matter who he's playing against. He's one of those guys that can go get you 40, put the team on his back, and carry you to a win. We got a banged up Houston team. Is there any chance that we can see Texas A&M in the Sweet 16, Randolph?
Oh God. If he gets hot, he could. And he did get hot in the game against it early this year and went nuts against Houston, right? So we've seen seen this happen. But I ain't betting on it happening again. Not against Houston. Just coming off the game that they just had, I expect them to come out. At least you got a team that scares me for Kentucky could be Duke if they're on their game and they got so many guys making shots if they're playing well. But they're just a tough physical team that I think would give Duke some trouble. But offensively and skill-wise, Duke has the talent that scares you with that matchup. And the one thing you're going to have to do against Houston is just you got to score. They're going to defend the hell out of you. If you can score and put pressure on them to have to score, it bothers you. And I think Duke has enough skill position guys that can handle the pick and roll, the guard play to handle the ball screen pressure, the traps, the passing and the offensive ability to score. So you're going to have to score against those guys if you want to beat them. And I don't know if who else besides Wade Taylor is going to we're going to be able to put up points.
Yep. All right, Goodman. Kentucky, Houston. It feels kind of like that's where this thing is trending. Where can you see? Let's start with Kentucky. You got a minute to answer this question. Where do you see Kentucky getting picked off before is there anywhere they can get picked off before they face Houston?
I mean, I don't see it, but again, I keep going back to it. Like, this is a young team that has had some bad losses over the course of the year. And everybody's going to be saying what I've been saying. They got an easy bracket. They're going to be able to walk to the Elite Eight against Houston. Well, if they think that way, they're going to get picked off. I mean, they could get picked off in the second round. I don't see it happening because you look at – I just saw Texas Tech play. They're good, but they're not good enough. They don't have enough in the backcourt. Pop Isaacs he's terrific, but he just doesn't have enough help there. NC State, again, they just don't – Kentucky's so much more talented. Marquette, Colorado, in the kind of the bottom of the bracket there in the Sweet 16, maybe. I mean, again, the problem you face is you just don't know how healthy Tyler Kolek's going to be. I think he's going to be back, but is he going to be 100%? And again, is he going to be a little bit rusty? Now, against Western Kentucky, he should be fine to kind of shake that rust off.
Yep. All right. I want both of you guys to give me your bold prediction in this bracket, and I need your final four pick from this bracket. We'll go to you first, Randolph. Give me a bold prediction here and give me your final four pick.
I think James Madison upsetting Wisconsin is a pretty bold 5-12 matchup, I think, early on. And I think they give Duke all they want in the next round. But it's hard to pick against them early. I think this is one of those ones where it's just so much uncertainty. We don't know, right? There's you can see NC. I definitely would pick on a normal day NC State beating Texas Tech, but winning 5 games in 5 days, literally not even being considered for the tournament and then stealing a bid. Like, how do you practice between now and then? You know what I mean? Like 5 with this team to get ready for this match. So. Keats and those guard men, the style of play, the way they press, they get after, they can create turnovers, they wear you down. Got the guard play. Guys are defending a little bit better. They're riding something, man. And DJ Burns' ability to give you problems inside, they can score and be their de facto point guard in the half court. I think that's a potential upset game there. And then once you get past that, I think it's pretty open. Like this thing is set up for Kentucky. This is
You
set
got
up for
Kentucky Final
Kentucky.
Four?
I think it's set up for because they're the one team that even when we say that can match up against Houston, and we say, hey, if you got to beat Houston, you got as young as they are. Now, I don't like their technically to match up against Houston from an experience standpoint. But the one thing that we say, if I had to be critical of Houston, is high-powered offensive teams and versatile offensive teams has bothered them in the past. And we know Kentucky can flat out score. So I think there's a lot of pressure on Kentucky we talk about this in the past. If they don't get out, I think more of the story would be if Kentucky doesn't get out and get deep into this tournament, it's going to be, oh my gosh, can you imagine the noise and the drama that's coming out of Lexington? I mean, it would be, oh my God, it would be crazy because this isn't a difficult path, I'd say, for this Kentucky team.
Yep. So is that a Kentucky pick for the Final Four?
I'd say I can change it right now. It would be hard for me to pick against Houston, but I do think the Kentucky team could be the team that beats Houston. But Houston's been too consistent all year. I'm going to say Houston, but Kentucky concerns.
You're saying Houston? All right. Goodman, give me a bold prediction. Give me a bold prediction. Give me your vaulted Final Four pick.
My bold prediction is Nebraska beats Houston in the second round. That's my bold prediction. I just think they're undermanned right now. I worry about them. I worry about if Sharp and Cryer don't make shots, that they could go down. They could go down. And they don't have a lot of size up front, and Roberts is not healthy. You could see it. That's my bold prediction. I think Kentucky goes to the Final Four. I really do. Again, I just don't – I see them, even if they don't guard, I still think they outscore people in the South region. I just don't think there's anybody that's capable of really beating them. If they even play their C game, I think they win those games.
Yeah. All right. So I think my bold prediction has to be Vermont winning at this point, right? Just based off your reaction.
You can't get off that ledge now. Nothing bolder than that.
Right. That doesn't get more bold than RC making fun of the group chat and live on the show. And I'm gonna look. I hate that I'm sitting here agreeing with Goodman. You know what? I'm gonna disagree with you. Now that I think about it, I'm taking Marquette to the Final Four. That's what I'm doing. And here's the reason why I'm taking Marquette to the Final Four. Here's the reason why I'm doing it. I think they'll have the best point guard on the floor in that game. And I think that the stuff that they can run and the way that they can use Oso to pull bigs away from the basket, I just think that I can see right now. You guys remember The Hangover? You know that scene with Zach Galifianakis is sitting there doing like the card counting at the blackjack table, and he just has all these numbers and these formulas going around in his head. That's what it's going to be like for Rob Dillingham when he has to guard some of these like inverted 1-5 ball screens that Marquette has to run. So you're going down.
You see me right now, Rob. This is me trying to mute your mic right now. Like, stop it. Just cut this out. This is me trying to mute your mic right now. Just cut this out, man. They not. Like, stop it.
All right,
I'm concerned about him, man. He hadn't played.
Yep. All right, so we're gonna move to the Midwest here before RC completely shuts down my mic and breaks down the show. We'll go. We gotta move quicker here. We'll get about 12 minutes on the Midwest, and we'll do 12 minutes on the West bracket. We got Purdue here, guys. All right, this is a one-word question. This is going to be the single biggest question anyone's going to ask for this entire week. Is Purdue going to get out of the first round this year? Yes or no, Jeff?
Hell yeah, of course. The last time I yelled, hell
question,
yeah.
Jeff. Yes or no? Yes or no question. RC. Yes
I know.
or no question.
I'm just saying. The last time I yelled, hell yeah, you guys got me. So yes, Purdue's fine.
We did. Well, first of all, it was a hell no, and it was 4 hell no's that we got. So
yes. I'm a double down on Jeff. Hell yes.
All right. So let me ask you this then. Where do you see them having the most trouble? Because the way that this is kind of broken down, like I think that they have a cakewalk to the Elite Eight at least. And the reason I say that is because I think that that 4-5 matchup is never going to happen. So I don't see either of those two teams advancing, which we'll get to here in a second. But I can't see Purdue not getting to at least the Elite Eight here. Randolph.
Final Four. I'm with you. I'm more intrigued about those the 5-12, 13 matchup. I don't think there's much resistance in Purdue.
All right, then let's
think
dive into it. Let's dive into it because those are, to me, the two most interesting games in the entire NCAA tournament bracket are the 5-12 and the 4-13 in the Midwest region. Goodman, I'm going to go to you first in this one because you hit the Field of 68 group text when it announced Gonzaga against McNeese as the 5-12 game with Mark Few and Will Wade, and I believe, Randolph, it was all caps with 17 exclamation points. Mark Few versus Will Wade. Talk to me about this matchup. Why are you so excited?
I mean, because they're Mark Few is like an icon in the game right now, right? And you've got Will Wade, and you've got Mark Few on the way out. Let's face it. I don't know how many more years he's going to do it, but it's not going to be a ton. It's just not. I mean, he's not going to stick around forever. And Will Wade gets another opportunity, and he's doing it with the little guy now. He did an incredible job at LSU, gets another opportunity, runs the Southland, and now they got a chance to knock off a Gonzaga team that, frankly, isn't that good. They're just not. They're beatable. They're vulnerable. And McNeese State, Shahada Wells, and Will Wade could knock them off, and it wouldn't shock me at all. In fact, I can't wait to see the spread on this game. Shouldn't be that 5 points, maybe.
I'll tell you exactly what it is, Randolph.
Yeah, I think the seeding was a little high for them getting a 5 seed. Considering this was a team heading into the Kentucky game late in the year that we were wondering if they had even a resume to get in. And not only did they get in, they were 5 seed. So that was shocking to me, even though they did play better down the stretch. That's going to be a game. I mean, I think they're better than what we're saying, but I do think this is a high seed in a McNeese team that obviously Will Wade led. It's going to be a tough ass out. And with Kansas, we're talking about, I don't know if there's anybody that's more banged up than Kansas with the roster that wasn't deep from the very beginning. And I can very well see Sanford beating them in the first round.
Yeah, they have.
This is where people's bracket goes.
Yes.
This is where the bracket goes.
The Kansas thing, Sanford presses, they run like this, they play buckyball, and they have a 5-man in the shore who's 6'10" and athletic and a rim protector and block shots. And when you got to deal with that with basically a 4-man team, and 2 of those guys are banged up, then I like that Sanford upset. I will take that McNeese upset. Right now, Sanford is an 8.5 point underdog, and McNeese is a 5.5 point underdog. Jeff, to answer your question. All right, we got Creighton and Akron as the 3-14 game. We have Tennessee St. Peter's as the 2-15 game. We have Texas playing Virginia, who, by the way, I don't want to go on the rant. There's no way that Virginia should be in this field. That is an absolute joke. 54 in the net, 2-7 against quad one. Get them the hell out of here, man. And Colorado State in the play-in game there. Utah State and TCU in the 8-9 game. Give me your upset pick here, Jeff. No, you know what? We just talked about upsets. Give me your most intriguing storyline outside of those potential upsets. Tennessee is the 2. Can Rick Barnes make a run? Creighton is the 3. Can another Big East team make a run? What do you like here?
Yeah, I mean, it's Tennessee with Dalton Connect. Can Rick Barnes get back to the Final Four? It's been a long time, right? TJ Ford. Can they get back there? Because we were all on their back. I finally got there, and then they had the SEC tournament. So, but I think that's the biggest storyline. Creighton as well. Those are the 2 that I'd love to see meet because that would be a fun game.
Yep. Randolph?
I like that matchup. I think I think Virginia, you just said, I think Virginia wins 2 games. I think they pulled a Pittsburgh a year ago, come in the first 4 win and win 2 games. I know you don't like it. I know you're so anti UVA right now. I think they win 2 games. I think they win the play-in game and win the first round game. I just think that I will never doubt a Tony Bennett team. I know it sounds crazy.
Schaefer, get RC's ass out of here, man. What are we doing here?
Yeah.
Get RC's ass out of here. Stop it. Hold on,
Is
wait.
that Dagan
RC, what's your favorite thing to say? Stop.
Hey, Dagan.
Stop it. Stop.
Hey,
stop it.
Hey, tell
Hit that
Dagan he
mute
can come to
button.
my house instead of yelling in my ear. Hey, Dagan, you can come to my house, man, and watch the Seton Hall Wake Forest NIT game. And you can just come stay at the crib, man. We're good.
You can't spell nuts hanging without NIT. All right, Goodman, give me your boldest prediction here. Give me the boldest. We covered a lot of stuff here. Give me your boldest prediction and give me your Final Four pick. Is it Purdue?
My boldest prediction is Max Asmus pulls a Steph Curry and takes them right through the bottom half of the bracket. How's that?
I love it. I love it.
They beat Tennessee.
Randolph,
they beat Creighton or whoever comes out of that South Carolina-Oregon game.
Yep. All right, Randolph, give me your bold prediction.
I just said UVA winning 2 games. How much bolder than that? This team scored
bold.
44.
Fair enough.
40
All right,
points.
I'll give you mine. I'll give you mine. We just talked about how we're going to get a McNeese State-Sanford game in the second round of the tournament in Salt Lake City, which would be incredible. By the way, that's the game I'm rooting for the most is McNeese against Stanford. That'd be unbelievable. But I also think that Oregon's going to pick off South Carolina. So I think the 4, 5, and 6 seeds are going to get beat in the Midwest. Oregon, and Fale Dante is finally healthy and playing well. Oregon's got good guards. Dana Altman's a hell of a coach. And I think, frankly, that Oregon is a more talented team than this South Carolina. I think Lamont Paris has done an unbelievable job. He, in my mind, is the SEC Coach of the Year. I don't think that they have the talent to run with this Oregon team now that Oregon is finally healthy. Dante has not played well this year. You guys got anything other than Purdue in the Final Four? These are our vaulted Final Four picks. What do you got, Jeff?
Tennessee. I'm going to go Tennessee. I am. I'm going to go Tennessee in the Final Four.
Same. I think it's Tennessee, Purdue, and that one's – I know we can change. It's between those two. I'm going to go Purdue now. I just think, again, UConn and Purdue have been the best 2 teams all year long. I'm not going to jump on that.
You changed your pick.
I fill out my bracket in like a couple hours.
I'm gonna go with Tennessee, and then I'm gonna go. That's the exact opposite of what we do vaulted for. The exact opposite. All right, we're heading to the West, boys. We're heading out west. The Michigan State Spartans found a way to get into the NCAA tournament. They are a 9 seed. Hopefully, we'll be having a guest from Michigan State here in a couple of minutes. We'll see if that ends up working out. North Carolina is the 1. Arizona is the 2. Lucky draw for Arizona, I would say. They get Salt Lake City, and then they get to stay out west. They get to go to L.A. North Carolina's got to fly across the country to get there. We have Baylor's a 3 seed. Goodman, I can already tell you what's going to happen here. You are going to pick Charleston to beat Alabama, a 4-13 game. This is a tough one for you. You got Nate Oates against Pat Kelsey. Or are you going to be able to pick between these 2 guys? Is this like watching your children fight each other?
Yeah, I think Alabama wins this one. I actually think it's a pretty good matchup for Alabama. It's not like Charleston is overpowering down low. So I kind of like Alabama in this one. But this is a fun bracket from top to bottom, the West. Because, again, you got Carolina shipped all the way out there. And I think it was to their advantage in a lot of ways, right? Because, like you said, Alabama's not a great – what's that?
It's the buckets bracket. It's the buckets bracket. North Carolina puts up buckets and runs the floor. Arizona puts up buckets and run the floor. Yeah. Baylor puts up buckets and doesn't play defense. Alabama, they try to beat you 135 to 130. It's the buckets bracket.
It's the most offensively led bracket without a team. Every one of these teams that we talk about outside of Michigan State is probably the one team where I'm like defensively they can get after you a little bit. Arizona has shown they can. They just don't always do. But they want to get up and down the floor. Like you said, this is a pickup game. This whole Western Conference is going to be a pickup game.
Yeah, it'll be fun to watch. All right, let me start with this. North Carolina, Arizona, Baylor, Alabama. You just said you don't see Alabama getting upset. Randolph, can you see any of these top 4 seeds getting picked off in the first round? Are we going to have a big upset here somewhere?
I think Clemson could beat Baylor. If I had to say, and I don't know if I consider that being a big upset.
Yeah,
I think they're older. Yeah,
I think they're older. I think a guy like PJ Hall gives them issues inside. I think that his experience there. They've been really inconsistent all year long. Talking about a Clemson team, but they're capable of beating anybody. They're tough. When they defend, they're a tough ass out to get out, and so. I worry about New Mexico. They ran the table to get in. I just like, again, the PJ Hall matchup for them is a nightmare with their freshmen inside. So I think Arizona at the bottom of the bracket kind of runs. So I don't think they'll be challenged much early.
I was going to say, I don't think that Clemson's getting by New Mexico, Jeff. I think New Mexico was winning that first round game. That's the one Mountain West team where I look at them and I say, I can see. Look, I think they can beat Clemson because they got little guards that can climb up in Clemson's guards. I think JT Toppin is good, and I could see them giving Baylor a hell of a time in a potential second round matchup there. If there's going to be a team from the Mountain West that I could see getting to the second weekend, I think it's New Mexico. At the same time, I could also see New Mexico losing by 25 to a Clemson team that just goes full big boy bully ball. PJ Hall, Ian Shefflin just flexing on them, saying we look like we are action figures and showing them.
I just don't like the first matchup topping on the PJ Hall. That's my issue.
Yep. All right, St. Mary's Grand Canyon, Jeff. I can tell you right now, Grand Canyon, that is going to be a team that I picked to win that, and I think that they can also get to this week. I would not be surprised. They are going to have the best player on the floor in any game that they play in the first weekend. Ty Grant Foster will be the best player on the. He's a 6'8" first round pick. He is a dude. He's different.
Yeah, they're athletic. They're athletic, and St. Mary's isn't very athletic. So it's going to be a contrast of styles there. Again, two really good coaches. I'm kind of with you there. And again, I love St. Mary's. I just think the loss of Jefferson has really hurt them, even though, obviously they did a good job in the WCC tournament. That, again, like all over, you look at this bracket and you're like, I don't know who's going to win Clemson, New Mexico. Colgate could give Baylor a run for a while. I think Baylor will eventually overwhelm them. But then, Baylor plays the winner of Clemson, New Mexico. That's a kind of a pick 'em type game. So I like this bracket because I think there's a lot of evenly matched games other than the 1 and the 2 seeds.
Mm-hmm. Randolph?
I think it's set up for those two. Yeah, I think it's set up. I think there was great matchups, great games. I think this is a 1-2 seed all the way until they meet, until they meet to go to the Final Four. I think Carolina, though they lost, conference championship game, I think we've seen them enough this year. I feel comfortable that they'll figure out ways to get there. I think it's set up for them. You're not going to outrun those guys down there. And Arizona's the same. They're the team with the highest ceiling is able to score and then defending.
So I got a hot take for you. I think that the Mississippi State game will be a really tough matchup for North Carolina because North Carolina is what's different about that. And tell me if you think this is crazy, Randolph. I think this North Carolina team is a little bit more about toughness and physicality than any North Carolina team that we've seen in a long time. And we will talk about Mississippi State because they may not get past the first game of the NCAA tournament. But they get Michigan State in that first round. And I think we are joined now by Michigan State head coach Tom Izzo, who was able to get into the NCAA tournament. Tom, we are live. It is great to see you, my man. Congratulations on getting in. You got yourself Chris Jans and Mississippi State in the first round of the dance. How do you feel about that?
Well, I'm just studying him a little bit. I saw him play a little bit. Rick Barnes is a good friend of mine, Calipari, so I watched those games, but I didn't watch him I watched him as a fan, not as a coach. But I think you're right. They're physical, they're big. Randall, you want to play for me the one game? You got any eligibility left? I need a shooting guard, so maybe I can do it.
Coach, I would love to play for you. I've told this all the time. You're my favorite coach in the game. I've said this. Your fans vilified me for saying about your team that you struggled to score during the year, like I was anti-Tom Izzo. And I'm like, he's my favorite freaking coach in the country. I would have loved to play for you, but apparently I wasn't good enough, man. You didn't recruit me. I got to talk to other people.
Let me tell you, Randall, I made a lot of mistakes in this job. You would be one of them. But you're right about us. We have struggled to score at times, and then other times, we played Baylor and we look like a fast break team that like no other. So we've had our ups and downs, but we've been fairly consistently in every game. It's just finding a way to win them at the end. We've had a lot. I think we've had 8 games with 2 minutes left. It's tied or we're down 2. So we've got some things that we can do. We're pretty good defensively. We just came off a football game on hardwood playing Purdue. And I think that's the way this game, from what I hear, against Mississippi State, very physical team. And I mean, that's the Big Ten. So that part doesn't bother me, even though we're not as physical as some of the teams you're used to seeing of us.
Hey, Tom, does this ever get old? Like the tournament today, Selection Sunday? I know you were probably more nervous today than you've been on most Selection Sundays.
Yeah, I got to admit, I was feeling pretty good after we beat Northwestern. Then we beat Minnesota, took Purdue to a big game, and everybody predicted, oh, you're in for sure, And then all of a sudden I'm watching TV last night about 11 o'clock, and they said, you're a bubble team. And I see all these number ones getting beat, and I'm asking, what the hell's going on out there? I thought it was Vince Lombardi, like, what are we doing? And so I was nervous today. I didn't sleep much last night, nervous today, but no, it doesn't get old. It doesn't get old. There's something about the NCAA tournament. It's one of the greatest sports spectacles of any, especially the way it drags on. The Super Bowl's great. And I guess the Kentucky Derby, the Masters, but this thing drags on over weeks, and I think it's one of the best.
Tom, you guys were, according to a lot of the amateur armchair bracketologists, one of those teams that were kind of, are they in? Are they not? What has the last couple of days been like for you, knowing that you're going to find out your fate here at 6 o'clock on Sunday afternoon?
Well, Rob, in all honesty, it was a little better after we beat Northwestern than Minnesota in the tournament, and but then last night was not a good sleeping night because we've gone 26 straight years, and so what? Wet records are made to be broken, but I think we're a good enough team. But I don't blame anybody for questioning us. We just haven't been able to. We've been consistently inconsistent. And with veteran guards and a veteran coach, I think we both got to take blame for that. And so I am taking some blame for it. But at the same time, we played a lot of people. We beat Illinois. We played them to a 2 or 3 point game down there. We beaten Baylor. We played Duke. Arizona was a 3 point game. We were up 3 with 2.5 minutes left. We played all those teams, Purdue, right to the wire, even at their place. So playing them to the wire means you're good enough. Finishing it means you got to make some free throws, a jump shot, or coach a little better. So I'll try to do my part. Hopefully they'll do their part.
Coach, no one takes all the smoke like you do. You literally take on anybody, no matter what your lineup, your group is. I wish more teams and more schools who are sitting around in a bubble complaining would kind of follow your formula, because I think that's the biggest reason why you're in. Having said that, what's your take on the tournament expansion talk and all that stuff? Are you more of a traditionalist and you want it to stay the way it is? How do you feel about that?
Well, part of me wanted to stay the way it is because I'm worried it gets watered down. But when we were going into the last bracket today, I wanted to expand it right on the spot because I didn't know if we were going to get in. But, I think that the problem is there's getting to be so many good teams. I'm not saying there's many great teams, but the parity right now, because of a lot of reasons, NLI, transfer, kids don't want to sit behind anybody, and so they're all going different places. And so I'm afraid maybe we have to expand it some, but it better be done delicately because it ain't broke. So I don't see why we want to fix it. I like it the way it is, but I'm also feeling for certain teams that I see not making. We played Indiana State this year. I'm telling you, Randall, great freaking team. They're really good. They just missed getting in, and it's tough. It's always tough for 2 or 3 teams. But I did like what you said because John Chaney, many years ago when he told me he wanted to play me. I said, I don't want to play you. I didn't even know him, but I knew what his teams were like. And he said, if you play the best people, it'll help your program. And I played him twice, my second and third year. We got beat by 1 and we got beat by 2. And one day he talked to my team and he told them, I had Mateen Cleaves in that group. And he said, your coach is trying to play the best. You better play for him. And he said it with his colorful language. A year later, we went on to win the national championship. And so I've always believed that scheduling helps you. But there's times I question my own sanity.
Hey, Tom, before I let you go, last thing, a little bit off topic. You gave me personally one of the best moments of the season this year. I almost started crying. I was damn close with you and your kid, with Stephen Izzo, senior night, in that interview, man. He lost it. I almost lost it. I mean, again, like, what was that like? Because I remember me and you down in your house when Stephen Izzo was a young kid, and I think you called him a knucklehead to me. I think that was the word you used to describe him at that point. And, man, he has matured and on the team. It was so cool. So cool.
Well, my wife's in the room, so you just got me in trouble. I'll be sleeping on the couch now, thanks to you. But you know, it was the greatest thing I did. You know, he's a little guy, you know, and he's, you know, I can't say he's a player. Judd used to call those guys 30 guys. They play when we're 30 ahead, 30 behind, or there's 30 seconds left to go in the game. But I'm going to tell you something. It was the greatest 30 seconds. And taking him places, and Madison Square Garden, playing Kentucky, and there's this little guy out there. I didn't get to spend enough time with him growing up, you know, because I'm trying to take care of 15 other guys. And this 4 or 5 years has been special, so I appreciate that. It was a little tearful for me, too, and that was his first basket. It took him 5 years, but damn it, he got it, you know. He might catch you, Randall, on that, you know, that Wake Forest scoring level, so be careful.
Hey, not a problem, Coach. You are absolutely my all-time favorite. Nothing but the best for you and the Sparties.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Tom.
See you, Rob.
Thanks, Tom. That's a luck this season, man. All right, so we were talking about Michigan State and Mississippi State right there. We got about 2 minutes here before the three of us jump. Well, me and RC jump, and Goodman hangs out. He's actually working tonight, Randolph. How about that? And he's going to be with Matt McCall.
I mean, he didn't work last night, so I mean,
yeah, he did. I mean, he's putting in the hours. Remember, we have a bracket pool up on Run Your Pool. You can find that link in the description below. And we are doing Field of 68 Survivor Madness presented by SplashSports. That link is in the description below as well. You can win $4,500 in that. It's a winner take all Survivor pool. It's a lot of fun. All right, guys, we need our vaulted Final Four picks for the West region. Who do you have, Jeff Goodman?
I'm gonna go with the North Carolina here. So it's a lot of I mean, I've got UConn, I got Kentucky, I got Tennessee. So what do I got? A 1, a 2, a 3. I'm going to go Carolina, but like, I can't believe I'm taking these favorites.
This is first reaction stuff. This is just first reaction, first gut.
Yeah.
We're going to lock it in the Vaulted app forever, for now and forever. But it is your first reaction. You are allowed to change these if the mood strikes. Randolph, give me your Final Four pick, your vaulted Final Four pick for the West region.
I'm going to go with the Tar Heels as well. I'm back. I'm doubling down with Jeff on that one. I think, you know, it'll be between them and UConn as I sit down and look into it a little deeper. I mean, them in Arizona. It'll look at those two teams, and it'll come down to that. I think to go to the Final Four. But early on, right now, I like the little more of the consistency that I've seen from Carolina.
All right, so my hot take here is I think that Mississippi State has a very real chance to pick up North Carolina. I'll talk through that in the 10 o'clock hour. I'll go a little bit deeper on that. But I like Arizona getting to the Final Four here. And it feels very crazy to say that, knowing that they have a Caleb Love who's been inconsistent, and knowing that they have Kylan Boswell who's been really inconsistent this year. But I do think that this team, when they play their best, is built the way that you need to be built to be able to make a run in the month of March. They have multiple creative guards in their backcourt. They have length and athleticism on the wings. They have Kashad Johnson, who is a game changer for him. Umar Ballo, I think, is a big enough body in the paint that he can be able to match up with anyone. I do like that run there. Randolph, I don't think you made an upset pick in this region. Are you with me on Grand Canyon? I like Grand Canyon winning, and I like Mississippi State giving North Carolina a game. So is it Grand Canyon, Jeff? Do you have another upset pick?
I don't know if they get past Michigan State. You just automatically, which I was laughing because I'm like, Tom Izzo's joining us, and you're picking him to lose in the first round.
I don't think that they can get past them, but I think that they have I think that they are a tough matchup for North Carolina if they can get past Michigan State, and that ain't a given. I think Michigan State probably wins that game.
I think the only upset that I see in this would probably be the Alabama and Charleston, but I am praying I am praying for a North Carolina and Arizona matchup to go to the Final Four. Like, I'm praying that happens. That is the one matchup that I'm praying for right now. Give me Arizona and North Carolina to go to the Final Four.
All right, just so we can put a nice little bow on this, we're going to roll through our Vaulted Final Four picks. They're presented by Vaulted. Store your predictions now or forever on the Vaulted app. That's VLTED. Randolph, when UConn, Houston, Purdue, and North Carolina, he literally took 4 number 1 seeds, Jeff. You took UConn, Kentucky, Tennessee, and North Carolina. I have UConn, Marquette, Purdue, and Arizona. We'll have a lot more bracket breakdown content coming here in a couple of minutes. John Henson's coming up next. Matt McCall's coming up next. Jeff Goodman is going to be the host. Best of luck to those two gentlemen. We'll be back. The best month of the year is here, which is why you need to know that we are now partnered with BetMGM. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers of the Field of 68 all through the NCAA tournament. If you haven't signed up for BetMGM yet, you can use the bonus code FIELD, and you will get up to a $1,500 first bet offer on your first wager with BetMGM, regardless of whether or not that bet hits. Here's the best part. All you need to do is deposit and bet $10 of your hard-earned money. This is how you make it work. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD. Deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you get up to $1,500 in bonus bets, regardless of the outcome of your bet. Just make sure you use that bonus code FIELD when you sign up. Most importantly, we do have some fun stuff coming for the conference tournaments and especially for the NCAA tournament. Bet insurance tokens, college hoops odds boost, and what I love the most, a nice parlay boost for anything you could possibly imagine betting on in the NCAA tournament, from odds and getting an at-large bid to Final Four futures to the highest seed to make to the Sweet 16. I'm calling it right now. BetMGM is the king of the prop bet for your March Madness needs. So go download the BetMGM app, use the code FIELD, and sign up today. And while I've got you, a quick request: the best way to support the Field of 68 and our content you get for free is to engage with us. Rate and review the pod, like and share the YouTube videos, tell your friends about us. It helps in a world where the algorithm is king. By now, you guys have surely heard about Autograph, an app founded by Tom Brady with the intention of disrupting the way that fans consume content covering their favorite teams. This is how the app works. All of the podcasters, bloggers, and digital creators covering a team have their content sent to that team's page in the Autograph app. Instead of having to bounce from site to site or trying to navigate the safer workspaces on Twitter, you can just scroll through Autograph. This isn't a hard sell. This is the truth. I am a UConn fan, and I use the Autograph app to keep up with the writers I read and the pods that I listen to about UConn basketball. The best part is that every piece of content that you consume gives you reward points. The more you get, the more chances you have at things like discounted tickets to games and the grand prize, a trip to the LA Regional and a spot in a suite for the Sweet 16 and Elite 8 games. Here's the best part. We've partnered with Autograph to donate $1 to the V Foundation every time someone downloads the app using the code F68, with a minimum of $2,500 getting donated. The app is free, so download, use the code F68, help us raise a little bit of money for cancer research, and give Autograph a try. I promise you it will be worth it. And while we're here, a quick reminder: make sure that you subscribe to the Daily. We have new landing pages with deep dives into each coaching change, as well as a tracker that provides scouting reports on the transfers that have entered the portal that you are going to want to know about. Hit the link below to subscribe. There is nothing better in sports than tournament time, which is why I need to tell you guys about our partners over at Rhythm. If you're into sports betting, you need Rhythm, the place for data-backed props and picks. For those that are unfamiliar, Rhythm, spelled RITHMM, is the go-to mobile app for player props and game picks. Backed by AI predictive models, Rhythm helps you make smarter and faster betting decisions across all sports, but particularly college basketball. With Rhythm, you get data-backed picks for every single Division I game, every single day. Users get free picks daily with the ability to upgrade to unlimited access. If you want to increase your edge and win more bets, go to the link in the description and download Rhythm today. That's RITHMM, the place for data-backed props and picks. And while we're here, let me tell you about our newest partner for the month of March, SplashSports, the home of certified community competition, where you get to play against your friends and not the house. Whatever game it is that you are playing, from survivors to tiers to pick X, the safest way to play for real money without the hassle of having to track down deposits or worry about payments is through Splash. They have partnered with PaySafe, the best deposit and payment system in the world, to ensure that money stays in safe hands and is delivered to the right places. To join the Field of 68 Survivor Madness, click the link in our profile below and join in. Entries are $5 a pop with a prize pool of up to $4,500. Winner take all. Join Splash and come prove that you're smarter than us.
All right, welcome back. Field of 68 After Dark Selection Sunday coverage. I think Rob Doster called it an extravaganza. I wouldn't call it an extravaganza until John Henson joins us. And here he is. With Matt McCall as well. You play second fiddle.
I always get second fiddle. I always get second. Jeff, the other day you called me a towel boy with Donnie Jones. You called me a towel boy.
Jesus.
I still haven't forgotten that. All right.
It was rough.
Let's go ahead,
rough.
Jeff.
All right.
Let's go ahead.
You guys are going to take front and center here. I'm just here to kind of move the ball. All right. I'm the point guard for this hour. And we're going to go through the regions, and we're going to pick your favorite games, your upsets, who's coming out. We're also going to get Armando Bacot on here in about 10 minutes. So make sure you stick around for that. Let's start in the Midwest region, boys. And Purdue is the favorite. And they have to get past Montana State or Grambling in the biggest game of Zach Edey's life. Because if they lose that one again, he will not be remembered as a two-time National Player of the Year. Utah State, TCU in that bracket. Gonzaga, McNeese, and Kansas Sanford are two games that a lot of people, I guarantee, are going to pick as upsets. Give me, in that Midwest bracket, Henson, give me your favorite matchup. What's the one that you are dying to see?
I am dying to see the Wizard Will Wade at McNeese State against Creighton. That's a matchup. He goes into press conference this year. He says that we lost 23 games last year. We will win over 23 games this year. Remember this moment. They get to the tournament easily. I think they're better than it. Creighton has to be watching film right now at this moment. Like, this is who we get to draw as a 12 seed. Like, that's the matchup.
No. You're off here. You're off.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at it wrong. I'm sorry, Gonzaga. Gonzaga.
Right. They got Gonzaga. Yeah, they got Gonzaga. Easier. Yeah.
Easy. Yeah. Same sentiment. Gonzaga's probably sitting there at 5, like, this is who we have to play against. I feel bad for them. And McNeese State's going to be riled up. He's going to have them ready. He's a great coach. And this might be the Cinderella team, man. They've got, 30 wins this year, right? So any team that wins 30 games.
I think Henson was just so excited when I said that Armando Bacot was coming on in a few minutes. He got all rattled. He got all rattled.
He got a little rattled. But I'll say this:
I talked to Hobart today. He said they're going to win the game.
Don't sleep on that Akron team. Like, don't sleep on John Gross's Akron team too. I mean, that's a tough matchup for Creighton in the first round. I mean, that's a tough match. I'm looking at South Carolina, Oregon. I felt like South Carolina was a little bit disrespected with a 6 seed. Lamont Paris, SEC Coach of the Year. Oregon goes on a run. They haven't been healthy the entire season. What was it? They won 6 straight back when they knocked off Kent State. I believe it was December 21st. And then they go on a 5-game win streak through the Pac-12, which is getting ready to evaporate here, which I guess technically it already is evaporated. Like, there's no more Pac-12 tournament. They ended up winning 5 straight after that. They haven't been healthy. But I thought a 6 seed for South Carolina was a little bit disrespectful. And I think Lamont Paris is going to have those guys fired up. I think that they're going to be locked in, much like they have been all year. I had them at the Arizona tip-off earlier in the year when they beat Grand Canyon, who I have Grand Canyon making a run to the Sweet 16 on my bracket. had them and just saw the pieces that they had, the way they play, the way that they defend. Talon Cooper, B.J. Mackey, like these guys they have a chip on their shoulder. So I thought a 6 seed was a little bit too high for South Carolina. So that's the game that I'm keeping my eye on, because Oregon winning the Pac-12 tournament, they look like they're the team that won 6 straight back in December 21st when they started that win streak, then won 5 straight in the Pac-12. So maybe Dana Altman, they've gotten healthier, has them playing at a higher level right now, winning a conference tournament championship. So that's the game that in this first round I've got my eye on in the Midwest.
So I feel like Creighton is kind of going to sneak up on some people in this region. And again, we're talking about Purdue. You got Kansas and Gonzaga. Everybody's going to pick those. A lot of people, they're going to be kind of the upsets a lot of people kind of go with because of Will Wade over Gonzaga team that hasn't been strong, and Samford, buckyball against Kansas that we don't know how healthy McCullough and Hunter are. I wonder if Creighton can come out of this thing and go to a Final Four. I really do. They're not deep. But they got really good guard play. Ashworth looks like a different player the second half of the year. And my bananas, Henson, to say that, hey, you know what? It's open here. Purdue, Tennessee, Creighton. Why can't Creighton be the one to come out of it?
I agree. I think obviously it's well documented. Purdue on paper looks like the team to beat. Tennessee obviously is a team that's going to be tough, but Creighton kind of is that dark horse that, especially offensively, if they get rolling, all it takes is, a team to get kind of how UConn was last year. Just start rolling, man. Just start playing well offensively and clicking. And they have that firepower. Ashworth worries me only because, in some of the games where Creighton has struggled, he's kind of been the guy that hasn't came to play, whether it's defensively or offensively. He struggles against more athletic, guards with size. So that could be something to watch matchup-wise, but they have just as good a chance as anyone. And I think we've been saying Creighton so long, it's time for them to kind of, their ceiling is a national championship. So it's time for them to put up or shut up right now. They have the team. They've been in the mix for a long time. And I'm looking forward to see what they do.
And McCall, what's your upset pick? Give me your upset pick in this. It could be a first round or it could be a second round potential matchup.
I mean, you're going to think I'm nuts.
Is it McNeese? Is everybody going to be on it?
I think it's buckyball. I think it's buckyball.
Really?
I think it's Samford because we don't know the health status of Hunter Dickinson and Kevin McCullough. We don't know. And that's a difficult style to prepare for. I mean, Kansas's staff, they don't have a deep team, and they're in there and they see the pressing style and the fast-paced and the threes that are going up in the air. I mean, Samford won 29 games, and you look at how they started their season. They got blown out at Purdue. They lose by 10 at VCU, and then it's like, okay, like this group is for real. And they gained confidence as the season went. So just based on the health status of those two guys, when you take – look, we've been saying this all year, Jeff. Kansas is not a deep team. They're not a deep team. And now we have two players that are two of the best players in the entire country, much less the Big 12. The entire country, we're taking them maybe not off the floor, but not at full strength. And that Samford team is dangerous. Now, Bill Self is probably hearing this. His staff, Norm Roberts, who's my guy, they're probably hearing this and saying, hey, look, this is what everybody's saying. They're picking us as the upset pick. When I was at Chattanooga in 2015, 2016, we were the upset pick against Indiana in the 5-12 game, and we got absolutely boat raced in the second half with Yogi Ferrell. Put us in an absolute blender with Tom Crean. So, but I got my eyes on that one just because of the health status of Kansas. We don't know, and that's a difficult style to get ready to prepare for. And this is crazy to think about. I mean, Samford could get to the Sweet 16 because they could play Gonzaga in the next round or McNeese. I mean, if it's McNeese, Gonzaga in the second round of the tournament, I mean, stranger things have happened.
All right, who do you guys have quickly in this? We're going to head over to the West here in a second when we get Armando Bacot in. Give me your picks coming out of the Midwest. I'm going to go with Tennessee.
I'm going to go with Purdue.
I'm
I'm going Purdue, and just I think Matt Painter is going to have them on a mission. I don't see them having any trouble in the first 2 rounds of this tournament. I think it's either going to be Gonzaga or Stanford to get to the Sweet 16, and then they're going to play Tennessee. And I think it's going to be a heck of a matchup. But I like Purdue to get through it.
I'm gonna go Tennessee. I've watched Purdue a lot. I just don't think if it comes down to it, the perimeter is gonna be Purdue's downfall. You saw the game where Wisconsin said, "Look, we'll give Edey tough twos. We'll throw the big bodies at them, and if we're at the end of the game, if something wonky happens, that's how they win the game." So I'm gonna go Tennessee.
Me too. All right, I think we have a special guest. Another, like we can't have enough Carolina big guys on the field of 68. We add another one, Armando Bacot, who, Mondo, when you're done playing, you have a open invitation to join, all right, at any point. You got a job waiting for you. Because you're better than Henson. You're better than Hansborough. These guys are just, no. Listen, congrats on your season. Congrats on your season. It's been really impressive from start to finish this year. Really, really impressive. And something very different than anything you've gone through so far in your college career. You've kind of had a roller coaster. So give me kind of what it was like coming into today's Selection Sunday as opposed to the last few years.
It was different, coming into the Selection Sunday because we had a chance to be in the 1 seed, and we knew, just the players, we thought we could either be a 1 or a 2 seed with just how Iowa State played this weekend. But, we were happy with the results, and we get to play in Charlotte, and then if we win that, we get to move to L.A., so we're super excited.
Armando, man, hey, you guys kind of ran through the ACC a little bit, and now you guys got that number 1 seed. So coming in, preparation rise, what's it been like being that team and having the target on your back as far as, the number 1 team in the ACC? Like, do you guys feel like, I don't even know how to ask this question. Like, do you guys feel like that you are somewhat back to where you guys want to be and where Carolina should be at all times?
Yeah, for sure. It's super exciting to obviously have that number 1 bid in the tournament, but we know that comes with a lot of teams wanting to beat us and knock us off. But really just all year being in that position of being a top 5, top 10 team in the country, we've seen how teams play us and how they get up to play us, and we know, like, we got to come with our A game and ready to play, really.
Armando, going back to last season and with you and RJ coming back this year, and you guys were a part of that team that played for the national championship. And there was a bunch of adversity last year, and the focus level that you guys had coming back into this year to be able to win an ACC regular season title. Just talk about your relationship with him and how motivated are you guys going into this tournament?
Yeah, it's been great just seeing everything that RJ's become this year. Last year was tough for both of us because obviously we had way bigger goals than what we actually ended up accomplishing last year. But going into this year, we both wanted to play with a chip on our shoulder and just take all the lessons from going to the national championship and losing, and then the next year not even making the tournament and just knowing what not to do. And I think this year, me and RJ really stepped up a lot as just leaders, especially in those moments where, like, you really need guys to step up. I think all year both of us have done that, and it's really helped us. And luckily, we've got a lot of great transfers, too, who've played well.
Armando, if there could be an Elite 8 matchup, I know you don't want to look forward, and I don't want to do this to you, but
don't do
there
this.
Could be an Elite 8 matchup between North Carolina and Arizona in Los Angeles. And you know what that would mean. That would mean Caleb Love, who you set me straight on. Because, listen, I said some things that were probably a little harsh on Caleb, and you told me, you were like, listen, really good kid, gets a bad rap, was really good for us. What would it be like, though, to play him in the Elite 8 with a Final Four appearance on the line if it ever got that far?
Yeah, it'd be a dream come true. Both of us in Arizona, we got our works cut out, so I don't want to say too much. I don't want to jinx anything, but I mean, obviously that'll be a great matchup for us. Both great offensive teams, great defensive teams, and they got a lot of size. But I mean, I'm just wishing them the
Hey,
best all
what do you
throughout
think
the
he's done
tournament.
over there? Mondo, you've watched him. You've watched Arizona. Pac-12 Player of the Year, the redemption for Caleb Love. How has it been for you watching him?
He's been amazing. He's been doing it on both ends of the floor. And I think just with him having his own squad and him being able to offense being ran through him, it's been amazing. And he showed that he's a great decision maker. He can make tough shots. I mean, we all know he can make tough shots, but I think just all around as a player, he's matured throughout the years and kind of just learned from different things. And I think that's why you see him being one of the best guards in the country. And I mean, I think he's always been one of the best guards in the country, though.
Armando, going back to last year, Coach Davis said he's going to go back to the basics. What was the energy around the facility, the energy around the gym, the energy before the season that was different, for Coach Davis's, point of standpoint of him kind of coming into the season?
Well, really, I think Coach Davis, the way he's coached has stayed the same. I think just the addition with the new guys, I think we got a lot more mature as a team, and we're way more of a team, and we listen better. And I think that's really helped us as a team. And I mean, I think this year, like defensively, we've gotten so much better. I mean, the typical Carolina team, you want to outscore everybody, but this year we like shutting people down too. So it's been a lot of fun, and I mean, we got a great cast. Cormac and Harrison, I mean, they've been great all year, and Elliott as a freshman, just to be able to run the show for us. I mean, he's just mature beyond his years. So we got a great group of guys.
Yeah, on those lines about Coach Davis, because Jeff Goodman is always, hard on us coaches. Okay, former coach myself, Jeff Goodman was always hard on me. Just talk about your relationship, man. Your relationship with him from when he got the job to coaching you guys and leading you guys to the national championship, to the struggles that you went through last year, to now being back with an opportunity to get to another Final Four. Armando, just talk about your relationship with Coach and the job that he's done.
Yeah, I mean, playing for Coach Davis is amazing. He's like the players coach type of guy, and he's one of those guys where he wants us to go in his office every day if we can, and we all meet with him weekly and just talk with him just about life and just kicking and chill. And I mean, he's one of those coaches where if you have a tough game, he's encouraging you to just go out there and keep playing and keep doing your thing. And I mean, you see how our guards play; they have a lot of fun playing in our system. So he's a fun coach to play for sure.
All right, Mondo, we're going to let you go. You should be.
I got one more question, Jeff. I got one more question.
All right, go ahead, Hanson. Go ahead.
Whose idea was it? Whose idea was it to take the bus to Franklin? Like, is that Coach's idea? Did y'all decide that? Like, what's his tea on that, dog?
It was Coach, man. Coach, he liked to turn up too, so he wanted us to have a lot of fun. And I mean, you see, we do a lot of stuff differently now. You saw the guys on top of the bus and stuff like that, so we turn up.
I see y'all be having music in the shoot around.
Yeah, we turn up, man. We have more fun than y'all have. It's a little different now.
I like that though. That's fun, man. That's good. That's
for
good.
sure.
Listen, appreciate it, man. Hell of a season. Keep it going.
Good
Listen,
luck, man. Good luck.
All I got to say is, if you get back to the Final Four this year, when you see me at the press conference, you don't have to kill me because I never called you soft this year. All right?
Well, hey, where are you going to be at for the first week?
You can kill him.
In Vegas. I'm in
Oh,
Vegas.
of course.
Me and
Henson. Of course.
We've never done this.
Of course.
No, Mondo, this is the first time I've ever done it. I've always been at games, bouncing around usually. So I'm not sure.
Is that not a site?
No, it's just Vegas to go watch games and do shows.
I ain't mad at that either, though.
I'll be at the Final Four too, man. When y'all get, if y'all make it there, I'll be there too. I'll be behind Jeff. I'll be behind Jeff, making sure he don't ask nothing crazy, man. So I'll be right there.
That's right.
I appreciate that.
All right, listen. Thanks for joining us, man. We'll talk to you soon. All right.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Good luck.
Got it. All right. I know I'm supposed to be objective, but I love Mondo.
Counters. Golly, boy, life is good over there, boy.
Yeah, you were like in a couch that had holes in it, right?
Man, it wasn't even that. I mean, I'm just like, you see the flat screen on the wall with the sound bar. Like, come on, man. Like,
he's got to tuck those cords in, though, man. He's got the cords hanging down. He's got to tuck those cords in.
Still college, but like, I'm looking at the reflection. She got the nice lighting in the kitchen. I mean, golly, man, what a time.
Hey, but Henson, he has to go to class. You never had to go to class back then.
You
That's
know,
the difference.
what's crazy is when I talk to these coaches and these players, like when I went to NC State and called that game, they said they aren't ever on campus. They just do all online classes. So
I know. It's crazy.
I had to
Crazy.
walk
All right.
through campus.
You did, and you loved it. You loved it because you talked to everybody. All right, let's finish the West. Let's get through the West here. We haven't even really started the West region.
Whew.
All right, you're the game that you are most looking forward to see. For me, I'll start quickly, and I actually think it's Clemson, New Mexico. I'm intrigued by this one. The Guards in New Mexico against the balance and experience of Clemson. McCall, what's your game? What's the one you're dying to see?
I like that one. I also like New Mexico to win that one. I think those guys are playing with ridiculous confidence right now. What a job Richard Pitino is doing with the Lobos to run through that tournament the way that they did, to see Jalen House's dad celebrate the way he did. I like that one. I like Grand Canyon St. Mary's. I've got my eyes on the 5-12 game. I really do. I think I've been saying this on the field of 68 all year. I sound like a broken record. Tyon Foster Grant is one of the best stories in all of college basketball. And when you say, okay, give me who looks like an NBA player? Who looks like an NBA player? Who looks like an NBA guard? Who looks like someone that can just go get a bucket? It's him. And he's been through so much in his career, starting at a junior college, going to Kansas, transfer to DePaul, collapses on the floor to see what he's doing, and to see what Bryce Drew's doing too. After getting fired at Vanderbilt and the journey that he's been on to now take this team to multiple NCAA tournaments, I like Grand Canyon. I like Grand Canyon in that game, and I got my eyes on that matchup.
I've been on the Grand Canyon train like coach since day one, just the numbers and just seeing them. So I'm hoping that, a lot of times we hype teams up, and I'm sure that Grand Canyon's gonna be able to read the press clippings that everyone's gonna be picking them to be upset picks. So, but every year, I think for the last some odd years, it's been a 12-5 upset. So I think that's the prime time position for them. And even if Alabama gets past Charleston, I think Grand Canyon can beat Alabama. I mean, that's going to be a fun little weekend in Spokane. Those are 4 really good teams. And I say this all the time. I'm looking at North Carolina, Mississippi State, Michigan State. I just got off FaceTime with AJ Hogert. He's already saying, look, when we see you boys, we taking y'all down. I said, listen, we beat Michigan State. We've got their numbers. So be careful what you wish for. But even that second round game with Carolina playing in Mississippi State, I would rather than play Michigan State, to be honest. But that could be a very tricky game. And I always say when we were number 1 seed overall, the 8-9 game was the hardest game by far. When we got to the Elite Eight and we had to play the Kentuckys and the Kansas, we knew what we were up against, but it still was 1 game to the Final Four. This is the first weekend, second game. A lot of pressure, and there's a lot of talent on both of those teams, Michigan State and Mississippi State.
I hope we get the Carolina-Arizona game. I really do. I hope we get it. I have Carolina.
We all do.
I might have to pull up. I might have to pull up for that one.
Yeah. Listen, I'm not making a bet with you two. I already lost one to Hummel, a Purdue-Arizona game, and I got to wear that jersey over there with nothing underneath it, and I'm going to look like an idiot. So I'm taking Carolina. All right. I'm not betting against them. I'll take them against Arizona. McCall, who do you got coming out of the West?
I'm not going to go against Henson's boys. I'm going to take Carolina. I think these guys are going to be on a mission. RJ Davis and Armando, they've been there. Hubert Davis and all the heat that you gave him last year amongst everybody else in the media.
Yeah,
he took a lot of
deserved
heat.
it. He deserved it last year.
Why are you getting defensive? I'm just saying he took a lot of heat. I just look at this entire bracket. There's another team that didn't play well in the A-10 tournament, but Deron Holmes is one of the best players in the country.
Mm-hmm.
And if Dayton can get past Nevada, they're going to give Arizona everything they want. They're going to give Arizona everything they want.
They can't beat Arizona.
I'm just saying they're going to give them everything they want because Tommy Lloyd has not been out of the first weekend yet. So think about that too. So
I think this is the year. This is the year.
This could be the year. I'm not saying it's not, but I just look at this bracket, and I think we're gonna get the Carolina Zona matchup. But I think if Dayton can get past Nevada in the first round, that game versus Zona in the second round, like they're going to have their hands full with Deron Holmes and how Anthony Grant uses them. I really believe that.
I'm going to go
John.
Carolina. You know, the path isn't as difficult as, you know, it's not. There's not a real difficult path. They should win these games.
No.
Like they should win these games. There's beatable teams, and trust me when I say this: the sickness, the sourness of the taste in their mouth from losing to NC State in the ACC Tournament Championship. Let me tell you something. This week is not going to be giggles. It's not going to be laughs. It's going to be serious business. So I love that for them as a team. I think they are going to be locked in. This was probably the best, worst thing that could happen to them losing to NC State like in that fashion.
I'm 1,000% with you. 1,000%, because, you know, again, you start to feel really good about yourself at the end of the year. People are talking about you being a 1 seed, and then boom, right? You get hit pretty hard, and it's like, all right, you know what? Maybe we're not that much better. We're good, but we're not that good. We better play it at another gear. So I'm with you. All right, let's move over to the South region. Now we've knocked out the West and the Midwest, and Houston is the number 1 seed in the South. Marquette, the number 2. I've been told again Tyler Kolek will be good to go, and he's pretty close to 100%. We'll see how effective he is. And then you got Kentucky as the 3, Duke 4. Now, traditionally, you look at that and say, man, that is a brutal bracket. And I will say to you that I think Kentucky got the easiest draw of anybody. I think, again, you look at their first-round game against Oakland, their second-round matchup against Texas Tech or an NC State team that, you know, frankly, it wasn't anywhere near the tournament a week ago. Then you might have Marquette with Kolek's injury, or Florida with Micah Hanlogan's injury. He went down for the season in a absolutely terrible leg injury earlier today. So I just think this thing, man, I've said it already. I think it's easy for Kentucky. Now, easy, I'm putting the word easy there with a young team. So I know they could end up losing. But I'm looking at it, I'm saying, like, they're heavily favored. They have so much more talent than any team they're going to face, other than maybe Duke, and obviously Houston's scary. What's the game? We'll start there, McCall. What is the game that you are looking forward to seeing the most? For me, it might be Nebraska, Texas A&M.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one. I think the Wisconsin-James Madison game, too. You know, Wisconsin, when they got all the way up ranked to 6th in the country, and then it just didn't go well from there. And all they did going into the Big Ten tournament, when we were all counting them out, and I was one of them. Like, I never thought that they would win the Big Ten tournament. I just thought that this was a team that kind of peaked at the beginning of February and then couldn't figure it out coming down. But sometimes you need to go through those struggles. And I said this on SiriusXM this morning. You know, in 2006 on that Florida Gator national championship team, that team was 10-6 in the league. Like, they went through some adversity that they needed to go through in order to go on a run to win a national championship. So I want to see how Wisconsin plays against James Madison. I want to see that game because they made a statement in this Big Ten tournament like, hey, we are a top 10 team in the country. Look what we just did. And we knocked off the big boys doing what we did. And we're going to show you. So, but James Madison's good. And James Madison played their conference tournament with a chip and an edge on their shoulder. Like, look, we know App State won the regular season, but we're also the team that beat Michigan State early on in the season. Mark Byington, unbelievable job. So that's the game for me because I want to see if Wisconsin is back and are they for real? Like, are they back? Can they get to a Sweet 16? Can they knock off, Duke in the second round? Like, this is I'm very intrigued by that 5-12 matchup.
Henson, what do you got?
I'm with you, Coach. That's another one of those 30-win teams, and like I said, I don't care who you are. If you win 30 games, you're a good team. And they kind of fit the profile. They kind of fit like the FAU. They won a bunch of games early, faltered a little bit in league play, and then ended the season on a crazy win streak before getting to the Final Four. Like, they fit that mold of FAU last year. So that's a scary team. to be on that side of the bracket. And even the A&M Nebraska game, depending who wins that game, I think those two teams are teams that could give Houston a run for their money, only because I always say this, I hate the pace of play Houston plays at. They have the athletes and the talent to play a lot faster, which would put them in a better position not to get upset instead of these low possession games that they play, even though they defend their tails off. But those are the two games I'm looking at, Nebraska A&M and James Madison. And I think James Madison fits that magical run profile that they can go far.
Our final 4 picks, by the way, are presented by Vaulted. Store your predictions now and forever on the Vaulted app. It's VLTED. Make sure you go in there. And again, this is the best place that you will always remember, because I can't remember who I picked a year ago. I mean, honestly, I can't. And now to be able to go back and see, like, did I get it right? I tell everybody I got it right, but I probably didn't.
I think I picked
taking?
FAU to the Final Four. I think I got that right.
There's no way you did. There's no way in hell you did. Who do you got? Who do you got coming out of the South? I have Kentucky. I have Kentucky just because, again, I looked through it and I'm like, I don't know who they're going to lose to. Even Houston guys. I love Houston. I just saw them a couple times, and I just worry about them being so banged up right now up front.
Yep.
Juwan Roberts could barely move, and they're so reliant on their 3 guards. And Shedd's a stud. Like, he's like Fred VanVleet meets Brunson, like intangibles, toughness, all that. Doesn't look the part maybe physically, but I just think there's probably too much on him and Cryer. And if Emmanuel Sharp doesn't play well, and none of them played well against Iowa State. I mean, they were blitzed. And I wonder how does that affect your psyche at the end of the year when you get absolutely run out of the building in the Big 12 title game in a game like that? Do you think it affects them in the tournament or no?
Well, I think about when we lost. We didn't lose in the championship. Well, we did lose in the championship to Duke my sophomore year. My junior year, we lost to Florida State early in the AC tournament. And that fear and that kind of humble pie made us, like, come into the tournament like we were almost scared to death, right? Like, we were focused. We were locked in. We played hard. I think we won our first 2 or 3 games by 15, 20 points. We played Vermont, and we played Creighton with McDermott, and then we played Ohio. But that might drive them to just kind of sit back and be like, hey, look, we're not as good as we think we are. They are banged up. The only thing I don't like about Houston is if you look at the last 20 champions or so, the only team that fits their style of play, pace-wise and everything, is the UVA team that Coach Bennett had that won it. Yeah. And so that's kind of scary because that means a lot of teams that play like that haven't won the whole thing. So I'm going to go with Marquette and a healthy, reinvigorated Tyler Kolek coming in, running the show, because he is Marquette. And to see them actually play that well without him kind of opened my eyes a little bit to them as a team. And they probably got a lot more confidence as well from playing that well without him.
Yeah, I'm with Henson. It's almost like, Jeff, like, did we forget about Marquette? And they made the run.
A little bit.
And that was – I mean, they were competitive versus UConn. I mean, Shaka's over there in his defensive stance, fist pumping and getting the crowd going. Coach Hurley's over there fist pumping, pointing at Shaka or pointing at somebody during the game. I mean, it was so good. It was electric. And that's – I thought it was awesome. Like, and that's not a knock on either coach. That's good for college basketball. So – Jeff, I'm with you on Kentucky, but that second round game against who I think is going to be Texas Tech, I think they're going to play Texas Tech. And Texas Tech played in the best league in the country. Grant McCasland has done an unbelievable job. I think if Kentucky gets past Tech, I think they get to the Final Four. I think that's
they're not losing to Tech. They're not losing to Tech. I don't think so. And I love Pop Isaacs. I just don't think Texas Tech's got enough.
But I think that's the game. If they can, I feel like, just because I think it's going to be an extremely physical game, and if Kentucky somehow gets in this grinded out game with Tech and they win it, it's going to be like, give them some confidence where I don't care if it's Marquette, if it's Florida, whoever it is. And Florida took a shot. I mean, that's an emotional deal for your team to deal with what happened today. I mean, that was.
But Jeff, I got
And
a
we didn't
question,
see
Jeff.
it. It's like I'm glad the camera turned off because we didn't want to see what happened. But I think if they can get past Tech, I think they'll beat Marquette if that's who they end up playing. And I think Houston too, like you said, that was a bad game yesterday. And you look at Kentucky with how they can space it out, drive it, kick it, and play. I think that Texas Tech game is going to give them confidence to boost them to the Final Four.
So Jeff, no team outside of I don't know the specific numbers, but wherever Kentucky's in efficiency, no team has ever won it. So when are they going to lose?
I'm not saying they're going to win it. I'm not picking them to win it, John.
You think Final Four?
I'm saying they can go to the Final Four. Yeah, I'm not saying they're going to win it. I don't think they can win 6 straight. But again, I just think they overwhelm you with talent. Like they're so much more talented than any team at the bottom half of that. Now, here's my question for you, Henson. Does Duke have a shot here? Like your objective opinion, does Duke have any shot? How deep can Duke go?
I look at Duke as a matchup-wise team. Like what are their matchups? And if you look at where I watched Vermont today. Or was it yesterday? I watched Vermont play this weekend, and they shoot the ball well. They got a little bit of athleticism, but I think Duke is going to handle them pretty easily. And then Wisconsin, that's a beat. They're beat. Wisconsin's not going to just, James Madison. They're not just going to run. Run you out of the gym. And then you either got Nebraska, A&M, Houston. So I think Houston could be the game. I know Houston probably licking their chops at seeing a team like Duke, right? Physical.
Oh yeah.
Duke's kryptonite, right? That's their kryptonite. So, but you gotta, for the draw they got, Duke has a chance, and they have the talent just as much as any team in the country. So even with the Houston game, as we've seen, the way to beat Houston is kind of take their first blow. Don't get too down on yourselves when you're just 10-11 with 8 minutes left in the first half, and keep playing. So if there's a draw that could help that Duke wanted, this is probably it, and they're going to have to see somebody eventually. But Duke has a chance, man. I like where they're at, where they're sitting at right now.
So you both have Marquette coming out of the South, and I have Kentucky, correct?
No, I have Kentucky. I have Kentucky.
You have Kentucky also. You have Kentucky. Okay.
I was just saying, I thought we've kind of written off Marquette a little bit.
Yep.
And that game against Texas Tech, I think, is going to be the game that if Kentucky knocks them off, it's going to vault them and catapult them to the Final Four. I really believe that. And I'm looking at all these, right? Am I nuts to say this, that UConn's the best team in the country? I don't think anybody here would argue that. Do they have the hardest path?
Well, no, but they have the hardest second round potential matchup, and we'll get in. Good transition. We'll get into the East right now.
Okay. All right.
And UConn.
Sorry to jump the gun, Jeff.
No, you're perfect. It was actually a great transition. They open with Stetson, and then they get the winner of FAU Northwestern. And listen, FAU's been all over the map. They lost a bad one yesterday, but they really weren't penalized by it because they're still an 8 seed right now, other than the fact that they're penalized that they're going to have to play UConn in Brooklyn if they beat Northwestern. Yes, I'm saying UConn's going to beat Donnie Jones and Stetson.
Come on.
Yes, I think that's a formality. Unless Jalen Blackman goes for about 60, I think UConn wins that one going away. My question to you is, nobody knows FAU better than you, other than Dusty May. And I'm not even sure he knows it better than you right now, because if he did, I think they'd be a little more consistent than they've been lately. Can FAU give UConn a run? Would they beat UConn? Would they beat UConn? I don't think they would, because I don't think UConn would take FAU lightly, even though they're an 8 seed. I think UConn would come in and be like, oh, we know all about you. We watched you, last year at the Final Four. We're both there together.
Yeah.
And
totally agree.
Team, right?
Totally agree. I think Danny Hurley is, if this is the matchup that happens in the second round, I mean, Coach Hurley is going to have his team fired up. But Elijah Martin, John L. Davis, Vlad Golden, Nick Boyd, Greenlee has been really up and down for this team. This team's going to be fired up to play. And if Elijah Martin and John L. Davis are at their absolute best with Vlad Golden on the inside, they have a chance. There's no question about it. They have a chance. They'll have an opportunity. But Danny Hurley's going to have his team so fired up to play them because of all the accolades and everything that FAU got this year. So I think that it's, I think FAU, if they can get past Northwestern and Boo Buie, who that's not going to be easy for this team either. But FAU has the talent, they have the athleticism, they have the size, and this is the same team that beat Arizona. So let's not forget about that. But the expectations, everything that they've dealt with this year, it's still Florida Atlantic. That's what everybody understands. Like, they went to the Final Four, but they still have the same facilities. And Jeff, you were in that building. And Henson, I'm sure, being from the state of Florida, you've been in that building at some point in time. Like, the building didn't really change. It's not like they got this brand new practice facility and all. No, it's the expectations that they had to deal with. And you know what? It's FAU, and they won 24 games. It's still a heck of a year. But I think Coach Hurley's going to have his team so fired up to play. To me, the game for UConn that could be really scary is the Sweet 16. If it's UConn-Auburn with Bruce Pearl.
Because they'll match their toughness, right? They'll match their toughness,
the athleticism. Like, that's the one. So, I look at this bracket, and I'm saying UConn could possibly face FAU, who went to the Final Four last year and has everybody back. They could possibly face Auburn, who just won the SEC tournament and has Bruce Pearl, who, if I'm any of these openings, that's like, if I'm Louisville, I'm making Bruce Pearl tell me no. I'm making him tell me no. What's the number?
They can't hire. They're not going to hire Bruce Pearl. They're not.
Okay, that's fine. I'm making him tell me no, Jeff, because all the guy does is win. I'm making him tell me no.
What I'm saying is they can't hire Bruce Pearl because of all this stuff that has happened within that program over the last 15 years. The AD can't. The AD worked with Jay Wright at Villanova. They're going to go with somebody with a very, very clean resume. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Awesome. Okay, that's great. Bruce Pearl's going to win a bunch of games. That's all I'm saying. Okay?
I don't know. So I'm not disagreeing with you.
I'm not.
Coach, hey, listen, Coach McCall is saying sometimes you got to get your feet dirty. Sometimes you got to get your feet dirty to win. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. I mean, all the guy, the job he's doing at Auburn, it's like any of these pros, like
insane.
What's the number? Anyways, UConn could possibly face them in the Sweet 16. Okay, so FAU in the second round went to the Final Four. Auburn just won an SEC tournament championship, and then it's either going to be Iowa State or Illinois to go to the Final Four. I look at these other teams pass. I don't see that. I don't see that. Like, I think UConn's. I don't know that the tournament did them any favor. I mean, any of those teams could get to the Final Four. UConn is the clear-cut favorite to win the national championship. That's who I'm picking to win it all. But I look at their path to get there. Man.
Yeah.
It is not easy.
It's tough. Nope.
It is not easy.
And talent-wise, like that second-round matchup or the second-game matchup with FAU, like talent-wise, that's not a 1-8 game. It's just not.
No.
It's just not. Like FAU's been an enigma. It's almost kind of like they've got a little bored. You know, they see North Texas across the jersey, and they don't get up for that game. But I feel like if FAU was in the ACC or Big 12, they would be up for a lot more games, like going into a Texas Tech environment or going, you know. So I think they're so much better than the 8, and I would just be sick if I'm UConn and I have to see a Final Four experienced team on the second game. But if one team can run through that thing, it's UConn. So I'm not worried about them.
Totally agree.
All right, what other game do you want? I mean, that's the game I want to see. That's the second round matchup. Honestly, I'm circling. Period. Like in the entire tournament. But can Yale beat Auburn? Like you've got Auburn already, moving forward there. Now you don't think they can see Auburn's guards are not super athletic. They're not. Now again,
John,
it's the SEC.
He always defends anybody near New England. He's always going to take. That's what you got to understand about Goodman. And I love James Jones, and I think he does an unbelievable job. I don't know why a high major school hasn't snatched up him. I don't know why. I do not know why. I think he is.
So what's your upset? What's your upset in the East region or your game to watch that you're dying to see?
Drake over Washington State. Drake over Washington State. That's who I'm taking. I think DeVries and his son. I mean, if you haven't, if anybody that's listening haven't watched DeVries play, talk about a guy that looks like an NBA player. Man, can score in bunches, got size, knocks down shots. I like Drake over Washington State. I do.
I mean, he took over that championship game. They couldn't guard him. They could not guard him. They couldn't guard him. Yeah. So I like that. I like the Drake team. I mean, I don't really see too many. It's going to get good second weekend in this bracket. That's when it's going to get good. You know, you got Illinois and Iowa State and like Auburn. I think Auburn is going to dispatch Yale. I think Princeton should have been there. They just laid an egg.
I mean, Brown should have been there. They had a 5-point lead.
Yeah,
with 30 seconds
they were celebrating. They were celebrating.
5-point lead with 30 seconds to go.
Celebrating.
They were celebrating. Exactly right. They were clapping. It was like it was over. And then the last possession, I was trying to figure out what they were doing on the defensive end of the floor. It was like, I mean, I was celebrating because my man Tyson Wheeler was on staff, and I got the utmost respect for Mike Martin. And it was like, we celebrated too. I was celebrating Henson. I was celebrating for Brown.
Yeah,
I just don't see them beating Auburn. I don't.
Yeah, I don't. I think. I mean, that line's probably what 15, 16, maybe more. It's going to be high. It's gonna,
it'll be.
It'll be
high.
It'll be up there. Auburn, they'll be ready for them.
Hey, make sure we partnered. I haven't even told you guys this. So we partnered with SplashSports and a survivor pool. So we'll get you in there. It's $5 to enter, and I'll send you guys a link. It's basically just splashsports.com. So anybody listening, if you want to do something a little different, not just the regular ESPN or whatever bracket, this is a survivor pool that honestly is kind of more fun because it's a little bit different than those the typical bracket pools. All right, let's go through our final four picks now, and then we can have our final thoughts on this bracket as we kind of close out this hour. And next hour, we've got Fana Hansbrough. So we just go from one Carolina big to another here.
It's unbelievable.
And Terrence Oglesby.
Was Fanta really dancing with the red panda at the Big East tournament? What was going on there? Fanta was doing out there on the court.
Last year he did it too. I mean, he gets so excited for that. It's like, I think he thinks about that all year about the chance to throw the bowls and not screw up throwing the bowls. That's the
fired up
thing. He is fired up. All right, Henson, what's your final four? Go through it for me.
I'm going Arizona, Tennessee. Let's Marquette and UConn.
So you took your Tar Heels to lose to my Wildcats. Wow.
I think that Arizona.
Your Twitter's you're about to get blown up, man. You may want to just go back.
Yeah. Like they're going to disown you.
I think Arizona in the type of game that's going to be played is the better team at that game.
Hey, next time Henson tries to walk into the Dean Dome, trust me, like that thing's going to be locked. They're going to see him coming.
Listen, just because I have to pick as an analyst, but please believe.
There you go, Henson.
Like, I will be in the house flipping tables this whole tournament if UNC doesn't get to the championship. But I think, and maybe emotionally I'm preparing myself for a letdown. Maybe I'm doing that, Jeff.
All right. McCall, who do you got?
I got 3 number 1 seeds, Jeff. I was trying to not have 3-1.
Shocking. Matt McCall going with chalk, basically.
I'm not going with chalk. I'm going UConn, Carolina, Kentucky, and Purdue. And picking Kentucky to go to the Final Four as a University of Florida grad is not an easy thing. But I just look at their path. And, again, if they can get past that Texas Tech game, I think that's going to catapult them to the Final Four. So those are my 4: UConn, Carolina, Purdue, Kentucky.
I went UConn, Kentucky, Tennessee, North Carolina. So here's the thing. You do this, and it's hard to find, like, nobody picked San Diego State and FAU last year. They both get there. Well, how much different is this year from last year? You still have the COVID year. Now, a lot of a lot of the one bid leagues weren't won by the number one seeds, right? So like those 13, 14, 15, 16, a lot of those teams weren't as dominant in the regular season as they might have been a year ago. But why are we expecting anything different out of this year's tournament from last year's tournament, McCall?
Yeah, I'm with you, man. And that's why I'm disappointed in myself that I have three one seeds making the Final Four. Like, I'm disappointed in myself because I don't think it's going to happen. But I'm looking at the bracket, and we just got it, 2 hours ago? So it's like, if I fill this out tomorrow morning, Jeff, I think it's going to look different. I really do, because I'm going to have more time to sit here and dissect it. You know, can a team like New Mexico, and I caught a lot of flack because we did an exercise on the field of 68. And Henson, you may have been here with me, and it was pick one team outside the top 25 right now that you feel like can get to the Final Four. And this was back in December on the field of 68. And I took New Mexico, and everybody told me I was nuts. But I look at the guard play, and I look at what they did in the Mountain West tournament and how they're playing and the confidence that they're playing in. If they can get past Clemson, they're going to have most likely Baylor. But don't sleep on Colgate. I know you love Colgate, Goodman, but it's like, damn, all of a sudden New Mexico could get to the final or to the Sweet 16 and they're playing Arizona. You know, it's like you just don't know. Someone's going to lose on the first weekend. Someone's going to lose in the first round that no one is expecting to lose. And then who gets that matchup? FAU played Fairleigh Dickinson in the second round of the NCAA tournament last year after they beat Memphis on a buzzer beater.
Right.
They're beating FDU 9.5 times out of 10. So what's the matchup in the first round of the NCAA tournament that happens? And that second round team has a walk to the Sweet 16. They got to walk. They're just going to walk to the Sweet 16. 06, Jeff, you covered it. We played South Alabama and my man John Pelfrey, and then we played UW Milwaukee. That was a walk to the Sweet 16. That was a walk. So, like, someone else is getting that. And now all of a sudden you're there and you have that momentum. Anything can happen, man. Anything can happen.
I think that I'm big on what goes up must come down, right? All these upsets, all these big time, these bubbles being burst, these teams stealing bids. I think it balances out in this tournament. I think teams sit back and say, "Whoa, now look, you see what just happened. Let's take a second and think about." This. I don't think this year is a year. I don't think anyone's taking anyone lightly. I don't think BYU's taking Duquesne lightly. I don't think Illinois is taking. I just don't think teams are going to be on that this year because of. I mean, what just happened? I mean, it's the craziest kind of bubble. I mean, there's some really good teams that aren't in the tournament, and there's no room left. Right? There's just no room left. So, I think the bigger top seeds will roll early. Until we get to the end, I think it's going to be a little bit of a market correction because this last week was just absolutely insane.
But Henson, too, as a player, you feel like some of these teams that have expectations and they get into a tight game, and I don't think this is going to happen this year with Purdue. I really don't. But you get into a tight game and the fear of, holy shit, I got to make this shot. Or we're in a tight game and it's coming down to it and the nerves creep in. And you're in a dogfight, Baylor with Colgate. And Colgate's making a bunch of threes. And it's like, we're not supposed to lose this game. And it's like, well, who cares if we're not supposed to lose this game because you're in this game.
I remember specifically we played Ohio. They were an 11 seed, Sweet 16, to play Kansas for a chance for the Final Four. And down the stretch, we were up like 6 or 8 points, but the crowd was leaning Ohio. Everyone was kind of cheering them on. And we felt that pressure like, not today. Not we can't. And we felt that pressure in the huddle and our offensive possessions, especially when you start to feel the crowd buzz a little bit. I swear it is one of the most eerie, scary feelings as a top seed. When that crowd starts, those Kansas fans are sitting there hoping you lose so they don't have to play you guys. And so
no doubt
that's when it gets tricky. And Matt, you've been in those situations, like it gets tricky that, the pressure starts to turn a little bit and you can fold or you can, and we ended up down the stretch winning that game by 11 points, but it was so much closer than that. So that's just why March Madness is a beautiful thing, man. And it's, these are memories, like I'll never forget that moment. I look at the clock, we're up 6, it's like 10 minutes left and they're pushing. And that's the stuff that, that's when it gets fun.
Listen, usually when I look at a bracket, I've generally look at point guard play and the coach and start there, generally. Last year kind of changed it for me, to be honest. Not that UConn had a good point guard in Tristan Newton and a really good coach, but at that point you didn't know, right? At that point it wasn't like Tristan Newton was a dude and Danny Hurley was a year removed from being on the hot seat. So I think the times have changed now. It's going to be very interesting to see if there's big-time Cinderellas or we are talking about like we just did, and it's harder to take chances right now. We're trying to figure it out. And like you said, McCall, you don't have time to go through it all. But right now, it looks like there's a gap, but trust me, there's going to be a Cinderella coming along the way. We don't know who it is yet. We didn't know it's going to be San Diego State or FAU a year ago. But again, we'll see. And make sure you stick around. Again, Field of 68 after dark. We've got the bracket selection show special extravaganza coming up next. John Fana, Tyler Hansbrough, Terrence Oglesby. For Matt McCall, for John Henson, I'm Jeff Goodman. We'll see you soon.
The best month of the year is here, which is why you need to know that we are now partnered with BetMGM. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers of the Field of 68 all through the NCAA tournament. If you haven't signed up for BetMGM yet, you can use the bonus code FIELD, and you will get up to a $1,500 first bet offer on your first wager with BetMGM, regardless of whether or not that bet hits. Here's the best part. All you need to do is deposit and bet $10 of your hard-earned money. This is how you make it work. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD. Deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you get up to $1,500 in bonus bets, regardless of the outcome of your bet. Just make sure you use that bonus code FIELD when you sign up. Most importantly, we do have some fun stuff coming for the conference tournaments and especially for the NCAA tournament. Bet insurance tokens, college hoops odds boost, and what I love the most, a nice parlay boost for anything you could possibly imagine betting on in the NCAA tournament, from odds and getting an at-large bid to Final Four futures to the highest seed to make to the Sweet 16. I'm calling it right now. BetMGM is the king of the prop bet for your March Madness needs. So go download the BetMGM app, use the code FIELD, and sign up today. And while I've got you, a quick request: the best way to support the Field of 68 and our content you get for free is to engage with us. Rate and review the pod, like and share the YouTube videos, tell your friends about us. It helps in a world where the algorithm is king. By now, you guys have surely heard about Autograph, an app founded by Tom Brady with the intention of disrupting the way that fans consume content covering their favorite teams. This is how the app works. All of the podcasters, bloggers, and digital creators covering a team have their content sent to that team's page in the Autograph app. Instead of having to bounce from site to site or trying to navigate the safer workspaces on Twitter, you can just scroll through Autograph. This isn't a hard sell. This is the truth. I am a UConn fan, and I use the Autograph app to keep up with the writers I read and the pods that I listen to about UConn basketball. The best part is that every piece of content that you consume gives you reward points. The more you get, the more chances you have at things like discounted tickets to games and the grand prize, a trip to the LA Regional and a spot in the suite for the Sweet 16 and Elite 8 games. Here's the best part. We've partnered with Autograph to donate $1 to the V Foundation every time someone downloads the app using the code F68, with a minimum of $2,500 getting donated. The app is free. So download, use the code F68, help us raise a little bit of money for cancer research, and give Autograph a try. I promise you it will be worth it. And while we're here, a quick reminder: make sure that you subscribe to the Daily. We have new landing pages with deep dives into each coaching change, as well as a tracker that provides scouting reports on the transfers that have entered the portal that you are going to want to know about. Hit the link below to subscribe. There is nothing better in sports than tournament time, which is why I need to tell you guys about our partners over at Rhythm. If you're into sports betting, you need Rhythm, the place for data-backed props and picks. For those that are unfamiliar, Rhythm, spelled RITHMM, is the go-to mobile app for player props and game picks. Backed by AI predictive models, Rhythm helps you make smarter and faster betting decisions across all sports, but particularly college basketball. With Rhythm, you get data-backed picks for every single Division I game every single day. Users get free picks daily with the ability to upgrade to unlimited access. If you want to increase your edge and win more bets, go to the link in the description and download Rhythm today. That's RITHMM, the place for data-backed props and picks. And while we're here, let me tell you about our newest partner for the month of March, SplashSports, the home of certified community competition, where you get to play against your friends and not the house. Whatever game it is that you are playing, from survivors to tiers to pick X, the safest way to play for real money without the hassle of having to track down deposits or worry about payments is through Splash. They have partnered with PaySafe, the best deposit and payment system in the world, to ensure that money stays in safe hands and is delivered to the right places. To join the Field of 68 Survivor Madness, click the link in our profile below and join in. Entries are $5 a pop with a prize pool of up to $4,500. Winner take all. Join Splash and come prove that you're smarter than us.
Here we go. Our marathon continues on the Field of 68 Selection Sunday. I'm John Fanta. We got Terrence Oglesby. We got Tyler Hansborough. And we've got the head coach to start this hour of the McNeese State Cowboys. It is Will Wade joining us. McNeese is going dancing to the NCAA tournament for the first time since 2002. They are a 12 seed in the Midwest region. They'll take on 5th seed Gonzaga. Coach Wade will meet Mark Few. This game will be Thursday night, 7:25 Eastern time on TBS in Salt Lake City. Will, let's start with this, man. Congratulations. I got to imagine the emotions are high. The excitement is high down there in McNeese. How special is it for you and your program and the Cowboys for you to be leading this program to the NCAA tournament? What are the emotions of this night?
Just incredible. I mean, we had a huge crowd that showed up for the selection party. We haven't been in 22 years. I mean, shoot, nobody's got any practice at doing any of this. So it's been a celebration here all week in Lake Charles with our fans and with everybody. It just means so much to so many people down here, and it's been a lot of fun. And now we got to get down to business and see if we can go out to Salt Lake and compete and try to win a game or two. But it's been a ton of fun. And of our roster, we have a bunch of transfers. And we have one kid on our entire roster that's ever played in the NCAA tournament. So to get to see their reactions and see them having fun all week has been extremely, extremely cool for me. And I can't wait to just watch them walk out I'll walk out behind them at the open practice just to watch them walk out there on the court and see all that. And just so I can, just see how joyful they are and how excited they are. So that part's been fun, but I mean, shoot, we got to get to business and quit patting on the back and see if we can win a game.
Hey, Will, we did off the carousel prior to the season, and you talked about, hey, I've got a bunch of transfers in here that they've never been to the NCAA tournament, and it's kind of one of those things easier to keep guys on track when they're that excited about the collective effort. Have there been any? Obviously, a season's full of peaks and valleys. What's been the most challenging thing, and what's really been the most rewarding thing with this group?
It's been fun just because everything's been new this year for our fans, for the players. Like, everything's been so new and fresh. We've got a little bit of just giddiness to us because it's just like pinch ourselves. I mean, we've won 30 games, which is, really, really difficult to do anywhere, but almost impossible to do at this level. And, it's been cool for our guys. The hardest part's been, we always talk about you can't accept in winning what you wouldn't accept in losing. Well, we had some slippage throughout the year, but we were still winning by 15, 20 points. And, I'm irate at stuff. And our guys are like, Coach, chill out, man. We're winning. Like, what the world's going on? I'm like, guys, this isn't going to work. This isn't sustainable. And so, teaching the guys how to win. And we suffered a loss halfway through conference play at Southeastern where they just played better than us. They deserved to beat us. We almost won it at the end, but they deserved to beat us. And I think that loss really helped us. We haven't lost since then. So really just teaching the guys how to win, what it takes to win. And now we've got to lean on. Now, luckily, the one kid we've got who has NCAA tournament experience is our best player, Wells. I mean, he's a conference tournament MVP, conference player of the year, conference newcomer of the year, any award you can have in our conference, he earned. And so he's been to the NCAA tournament with TCU. And so that'll help. But just the newness of everything has been really, really cool. We've had just a really, really good vibe to us all year. And hopefully we can, hopefully we can keep it going a little while longer in Salt Lake.
Hey, Coach, congrats on the year and getting to the tournament. With that said, with preparation, how will you keep this team right now hungry? Because you guys have had such a good year. Is it a hard practices? Are you guys doing a lot of competitions in preparation for the tournament?
The last couple of days, because our tournament ended, our conference tournament ended on Wednesday. We took off Thursday and Friday. We did some offensive practicing yesterday. Did a little bit of both today. Tomorrow we're going to go hard. Like tomorrow we'll do our normal one hard day a week, and then Tuesday we'll start our 2-day prep since we play on Thursday. We'll do our 2-day prep Tuesday and Wednesday. But we've been pretty consistent all year with how we've practiced and how we've done things, and there's no need to change. We don't need to change anything now because we're going to the NCAA tournament. What we've done all year has been plenty good enough most nights. We just need to do it at a little bit higher level as we move into the NCAA tournament here.
Well, you look on to the NCAA tournament and you have all, 30 wins. I always look at it going into the NCAA tournament like mid to low majors with 28 to 30 plus wins. Those guys just understand what winning is. When you go up against a team like Gonzaga, who has, a good bit of history like that, how do you communicate to your guys like what is this? Like what is winning at this stage in the season? Because you've done it. You've done it.
Yeah, I mean, we may understand what winning is. Gonzaga knows what winning is.
Right.
I think they've been to 25 straight tournaments, which is incredible. And not only that, they've been to like 8 straight Sweet 16s. So I mean, they get out of the first weekend every time. It's hard enough to get there, and then it's even harder to advance. But we really talk about. We've got 5 game standards every game, and I try to. The bigger the game, the narrower your focus. You got to lock in. You got to really, really narrow your focus. The bigger the game is. You've heard that before, T.O.
I've heard that one before.
Yeah. That's an OP-ism. Really a Joel Fishism.
Yep.
But we've got we've got to just really, like, tomorrow we're going to handle all the logistical stuff, and then it's basketball from there on out, and we got to focus in on ourselves and make sure we're ready to go, and then do as best we can with scouting Gonzaga and preparing for what they do.
So,
Coach,
it's my full understanding, Coach Wade, that you and Terrence Oglesby go back a little bit. Okay, I need a
That's
story.
correct.
I need something before we dive into all our brackets. This is much more important for me to hear right now. And his face is almost purple, so you've got to have something here.
I've been out in the sun for a while.
Yeah, I don't have much. He was pretty easy recruit when we got him. Shit, we didn't have to do much for him. Now they think I do everything for kids. We didn't have to do much to get T.O. But it's funny. We found out about him through our women's coach at Clemson at the time. Is from the same area he was in Bradley County, Tennessee, and they were from the same area. And so that's how we found out about him. And he was a phenomenal shooter, phenomenal worker, and he was a damn good player for the Tigers. That's for sure.
I missed Will by a year. He took off and went to Harvard to work for Amaker, I believe.
Yeah, I left
Is that
when
is
he
that
got
right? I
there to
missed you.
play. I left,
Yeah.
but we stayed in touch. I was there when he was recruiting and coming in on all his visits and all that sort of stuff.
Yep.
Tyler, did you have one more?
Coach, I'm just amazed with the turnaround and how quickly you've turned this team around. What do you think that is to? Do you think it's a portal? What do you contribute that to? I mean, it's a pretty quick turnaround to a program.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've tied the largest turnaround in NCAA history. If we could win a game, we'd actually have the largest single season turnaround in NCAA history. I mean, it's real simple. We got good players. I mean, look, it's the horse, it ain't the jockey. And so you got to go get good players. That's always been my philosophy. And I tell my staff all the time, we're up there diagramming stuff. I say, guys, give me tricky players. Forget all the tricky plays. Give me some guys with some wiggle. And we don't need all that X's and O's, all that junk we got up there on the board. But I mean, look, we hit on a bunch of guys. You know, you never know how it's all going to come together in the portal. I saw something a couple of weeks ago of the teams that took like more than 5 or 6 guys in the portal. I think only us and Utah State were had winning records or we're outperforming what we should do. So we hit on them and really the kid Wells, who was the conference player of the year and all that stuff that I talked about. He's a tremendous leader. And we found some other guys in junior college and in the portal that we just hit. And we've got really, really talented team, very, very good players. I got 3 or 4 guys on this team that would have played on any of my good LSU teams that were ranked in the top 25. I got 2 of them that probably be starters on those teams, another couple, 3 that would come off the bench on those teams. So I mean, we've got a good collection of talent. When you got that, I just got to stay out of the way and not screw it up.
Will, with Shahada and with Christian Shoemate too, who's had some dunks this year that are just insane. What
He's been on Sports
outside
Center
of
top 10
Shoemate
8 times.
That's insane. Just thinking about it, like he is that kind of guy. But more on Shahada. What makes him different? You talked about his leadership. As far as being just a pure player, just evaluating the player itself, what do you see more than anything with him? Just with all these awards.
I mean, he leads us in points. He leads us in assists. He leads us in steals. I mean, he's number 2 in the country in steals. He makes our defense go. He's tremendous offensively, both scoring the ball, his shooting splits are really good. And then, like I said, I mean, he'll have, is nothing for him to have 25 points, 6 assists, and 4 steals. And our biggest games, he's been at our best. We won it. I know Michigan kind of tanked it this year, but when we won at Michigan, he had 30 plus. We won at UAB, he had 30 plus. In our conference tournament, he averaged 27 over 2 games, scored 27 in both games in our conference tournament. We won those comfortably, or he'd have scored 30 because we took him out at the end of both of those. Our game at VCU, he had 20 plus when we won there. So he's always been at his best in our biggest moments. Our guys look to him. We're really going to look to him this week since he's the one guy that's got some NCAA tournament experience, and hopefully he can drag us across the finish line here in another game.
Hey, I got one more, John. I got one more. Will you take a year off? What's been the thing that you took from that year off? I got you, baby. Don't you worry. Well, how do you? What was the thing that you took away from that year off that you brought into this season that's attributed to some of the success?
Well, yeah. After I got my ass fired, I had a little sabbatical year.
Sabbatical.
There. But, look, I did. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it, right? You go learn. But I did some work in the NBA. I did a bunch of scouting work for some teams, and I was able to go out and watch some practice. As a coach, you never get to watch anybody else. I went to some mini camps. I just got to do a bunch of different things. The one thing is, look, I'd had a pretty fast rise, and sometimes you gotta get knocked down, and I need to be knocked down. And the one thing that it's really taught me that I've enjoyed this year more than any year. I just have an appreciation for everything. The bus rides, we have fun. Like I try to have as much fun with the group, as much fun. Like we were looking up restaurants before I got on here to take our guys to eat at in Salt Lake where we could have a cool experience. Like I've been much more, just open to making sure our guys have a good time and have a good experience. I think that's especially important in the portal area. And then, we changed a little bit. Our flow offense was pretty janky before, and we've gotten better at that and changed a couple things defensively. But it was good to get out and see other people. Like I got to watch college practices when I was evaluating guys, and so that part was fun, and I certainly learned a lot, and I was able to apply a little bit of that here at McNeese this year.
Will Wade, the head coach at McNeese, again, going to the big dance for the first time in 22 years. Thursday night, Salt Lake City game will be televised over on TBS when they take on Gonzaga. Will, best of luck. Safe travels up to Salt Lake City. I know it's not a short trek. Good luck up in Utah, and thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate it.
There we go, all the way from Lake Charles. And with that, we say good evening. We have 41 minutes to do a lot, and I can't wait to hear from this crew. I think this could be a really interesting 41 minutes. John Fanta, Tyler Hansbrough, Terrence Oglesby. So, Psycho T, I'm going to give you the basketball here for the first touch. When you look at the bracket, okay, there's so many things that you could zone in on with this bracket. What's the thing that you're looking at in this bracket that's on your mind the most?
It's easy. It's meeting Arizona and North Carolina in the Elite Eight to go to the Final Four. That would be a matchup I'd be looking at. I'm also looking at the Tennessee-Texas possibility. I like that matchup as well. I like a lot of drama. Those are two games that could be, a lot of history. And there's, Caleb, Pac-12 Player of the Year, RJ, ACC Player of the Year. We all know what happened last year at UNC. That potential matchup is going to bring high viewership. And also, you've got to think about it. If they gave Carolina the 2 seed, would that game be possible? Probably not. But rightfully so. They deserved the 1 seed and they took it. But that's what I first see.
T.O.
My biggest thing, John, is, man, there's a lot of teams that I thought were really good teams that didn't make the NCAA tournament. When I look at that bracket, that's what I look at. There was so much bid thieves among us this year. I mean, to a point this year, guys, where it's like you just started to scratch your head. Because, you look at NC State, nobody picked them 5 games in 5 days. New Mexico was teetering on the bad side of the bubble. They go 4 games in 4 days. And it's just one thing after another. And there were a lot of quality teams this season that aren't dancing. And everybody's like, no expansion. The problem with the no expansion talk is the fact that there's a lot of people complaining after this week. And that's kind of what makes it beautiful. But there's also some cases where it's kind of understandable, to where you would think like, hey, these teams deserved it. There just wasn't enough room, which makes it great, but it also makes it irritating.
Well, here's the deal. We could go on all night about who got in and who didn't. But the fact of the matter is this. You're exactly right. For all those teams that were left out of the field, you have to look at it this way. All right, 1, you didn't do quite enough. And 2, this was an all-time weekend of bid thievery. It was more than thievery. It was absolute highway robbery. It was elder abuse in college basketball. I'm not kidding you. They took the house, they took the car, they took it all. Between UAB and Oregon and Duquesne? If you had told me 2 weeks ago that Duquesne was going to make the NCAA tournament, congratulations to Keith Dambrot, one of the good guys. I'm a Northeast Ohio guy. I am thrilled for Keith Dambrot and Duquesne. But NC State, you both follow the ACC. Terrence, if I told you 10 days ago NC State was going to go dancing, what the heck would you have told me?
I would have said you're crazy, one, and my main man, DJ Burns, a walking refrigerator with ballerina feet, must have gone nuts. And, buddy, did that ever happen? It did. And DJ Horn's a bad man, too. They have talent on that team. Guys, NC State's had talent on that team all year. It's just they've struggled to put consistent winning together until they needed to win 5 games in a row. An absolute historical run on all accounts. Tyler, I can't remember the last time a team in the first day of the ACC tournament even made it to the semifinal game, let alone the ACC championship and win it. So what a run by Kevin Keatts and company. There were whispers before this whole tournament started. There are no longer whispers. He gets an automatic 2-year extension, and the Wolfpack are going. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I'm happy for them, but I'm also shocked. And that brought up the ACC bid count up to 5, which, I think I won some bets here, there, or somewhere. But that all being said, it was good for Keatts and the Wolfpack.
Yeah, you want to take your victory lap tonight. Yeah.
Oh, it's going to happen. It's not going to happen now, but it's going to happen.
Congratulations. We'll get to it. I agree with Tyler. Tyler, I totally agree with you. Out of all the regions, the one that's most paved, in my opinion, T.O., disagree if you want, the one that's most paved, in my opinion, for the 1 versus the 2 is North Carolina, Arizona. It worked out that way. If you're a committee member, you smile. The Caleb Love Bowl's on here, folks. I think it's going to happen because here's the thing in the West, right? Beyond Carolina and Arizona, the 3 is Baylor. I don't trust them to get to the Elite 8 enough, okay? The 4 is Alabama. T.O., they don't defend a lick. They could get beat by
and they're playing Charleston. Yeah.
Who I'm taking them. Calling it right now. The Charleston Cougars are knocking off Alabama. T.O., are you joining me?
I'm there with you, and they've already played Aaron Estrada and all those guys. They know that personnel pretty well. I have a lot of faith in what Nate Oates is doing, but Kelsey has those guys. They're consistent. They're good. They have guys everywhere. They're big and they're switchable. Whenever you play against, this is arguably, guys, one of the most aesthetically pleasing ball games that we'll see. Both teams might score 100 points. That's the kind of game that we're going to be.
This is the aesthetically pleasing region. Like
Sure.
Alabama, Charleston, St. Mary's Grand Canyon is phenomenal. What a great 5-12 matchup. How do you feel, T.O.? Clemson, New Mexico, the Lobos are as hot as anybody. You got P.J. Hall. How does New Mexico contain him inside? And then the guard matchup. You get Chase Hunter, Joe Girard on one side. You've got Jalen House and Jamal Mashburn Jr. on the other. How's that going to go?
Jalen, I call him Captain Chaos House. Guys, if you haven't watched this guy play, he is incredible. He never runs out of juice. He's always the emotional leader. He makes big shots, and they can space you out, and they have multiple guards that can just create on their own. If things need to get simple and you're scouted to the roof, Jamal Mashburn Jr. can get his own shot. Donovan Dent, who was sick in the championship game, can find ways to impact the game. Jalen House is a lightning rod, and they're going to have to deal with a lot of emotional up and downs playing against this New Mexico team because when they go on runs, it's 12 to 16-point runs. That's what they are. As far as the inside is concerned, Nelly Jr. Joseph is a beast. P.J. Hall is going to have to hit some shots from the perimeter to pull them out. It's a perfectly orchestrated roster for New Mexico for what Richard Pitino likes to do. Quick guards that are going to get underneath you. They're going to get out. They're going to pressure the passing lanes. And they have 2 big-time shot blockers behind that defense. They're a handful. And Clemson, they cannot turn the ball over, and they're going to have to hit shots. And that's a mighty 2 whenever you play against New Mexico because you're constantly under duress.
Yeah, we're starting this show with madness. Tyler Hansbrough, I'm calling my shot right now. I picked them to make the Final Four in the preseason. I'm not going that far. But of the 4 teams, the team that comes out in this pot, I am taking the Lobos of New Mexico to make the Sweet 16. There it is, Richard Pitino. You called me insane back in October. I am crazy, but I love your team. I like the way they play. I like the way they guard. Tyler Hansbrough, I'm taking New Mexico. I guess here's the thing, Tyler. As a North Carolina guy, right? You look at North Carolina's draw. Let's do this right now, okay? They get either Mississippi State or Michigan State. I mean, when you saw that, what was your thought process? Did you get afraid of Izzo? Were you afraid of playing Michigan State in the round of 32? Don't lie.
I don't want to talk smack about Michigan State. Our record against Michigan State is pretty good, and I do believe in Izzo. He does a great job. I think coaching matters in the tournament. But I've been talking about Mississippi State. If they hit shots, they have a big Toulouse Smith. I think could give people problems. And potentially that matchup, Smith and Armando, I think that would be a potential good matchup. But Michigan State, Tyson Walker, Hogard, if they get hot, they can win. And it's going to be that's going to be a tough game for North Carolina. We can't overlook. Actually, going to go Mississippi State. I think Mississippi State's going to beat Michigan State. I've just believed in State pretty much there, and I keep saying that hey, they're going to turn around. They're a team. They just haven't done it, and so I've learned my lesson. So I'm gonna roll with Mississippi State here.
Where do you stand, Terrence?
I actually have Mississippi State winning this game. Josh Hubbard's a bad boy. And you look at that second round matchup between North Carolina and Mississippi State. He alluded to it. Tolu Smith's a bad man too now, and I don't think he gets enough credit. Robbie Hummel thinks he can't play. Robbie Hummel is wrong. Tolu Smith is the baddest man in the post in the SEC. He's that good. And then Hubbard going up against R.J. Davis. I actually have Mississippi State not only winning the first game, I have them beating Carolina in the second round and going to the Sweet 16.
Oh!
Dude, you just took New Mexico to go all the way to the Sweet 16. What am I supposed to do?
You just
took
down a 1 seed. You've got a 21-13. You've got a 21-13 Mississippi State team making the Sweet 16.
Hey, style makes the fight. Look at it. Hey, look at it. If NC State can do it, I think Mississippi State can do it too.
I agree with that. Yep. Tyler does not agree with that.
No, Tyler doesn't agree with that.
No, I do not. I do not agree with that. And I know that Mississippi State had some injuries early, but North Carolina's they've done it all year. I mean, they're not going to they play. They're more well-rounded. By the way, I'm not sold on the SEC. So everyone's hyped them up. I'm not a believer like everyone else. So based off of that fact as well, I can't really pick them.
Yeah, here's the thing. The SEC gets 8 bids. We're going to find out. Sometimes you don't know until you get to the tournament just what a league is. We're going to find out about the Mountain West. Apparently, the committee was not fully bought in on the Mountain West because they put not one but 2 teams in the first 4. I mean,
yeah,
you put what the hell were they thinking with Boise State? 6 quad 1 wins, a net of 26. You got 3 more quad 2 wins. I know you got a quad 3 loss, but you get 6 quad 1 wins. You went 7-3 on the road, and you're playing in the first 4. That's a travesty by this committee. You got it wrong. I'm sorry. Boise State, no bracketologist had them playing in Dayton. I mean, I don't mind having a little bit of questioning about, you see a 6-bid Mountain West. That's pretty impressive, but it's also rare. It's never happened. But my God, I don't know. That's my biggest thing with this committee, okay? You seeded Dayton, who doesn't have a win over the field, on the 7 line. And you put Boise State in Dayton when they beat a bunch of tournament teams? What are we doing? Right? FAU, here I go. FAU has 2 quadrant 4 losses, and you gave them an 8-9 game? If FAU, Terrence, hadn't made the Final 4 last year, would they be in an 8-9 game with multiple quadrant 4 losses in the American?
Absolutely not. You raise a good point.
Fancy,
you're just over here preaching. All you're doing is over here preaching.
Man, I just don't think when you talk to us about what you're looking for, Tyler, it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of rhyme or reason to the actual seeding process. I'm not going to sit here. To the teams that are out, you got your heart broken. Guess what? There were 5 bid stealers. That's part of life. And by the way, I've said this on this show. I've said it on other shows. I'm not in the tournament expansion thing. And the league that I cover only got 3 bids tonight. And it is a dark night for the Big East. And we can get to what that means and all that later. But I want to get back into regions here. I do. I want to get to Duke and Kentucky's region, all right? Because they're in the same region. Now, it's not Duke and Kentucky's region because the region belongs to Houston. Houston's the 1 seed in the South, right? Houston's the 1 seed in the South. Marquette is the 2. Tyler Kolek will be available for their first-round game against Western Kentucky. They could meet Florida. That's a spicy round of 32 game. And then Florida's gonna end up in this pod getting the winner of Boise State or Colorado. That's a really interesting first-round game after a first 4. Guys, I like upsets here as well. Terrence Oglesby, when you see this South region, what's your reaction? What's the path for Houston? How does it boil down for you?
I think Houston's good until the Sweet 16, and I think Duke could give them some problems. I have Duke beating Houston just because there's no rhyme or reason why. I said this before Selection Sunday. I think as far as a game-to-game situation is concerned, this is about as wide open as I've ever seen it. There are so many good teams, and there are so many good players right now. With this extra year, and guys are starting to understand that. We have guys that play at Howard that are in their 8th seasons. Like, there's really old players, and like it's going to be continue to put out a good product. I have let me see, I'm pulled up. Let's see, I have James Madison beating Wisconsin. That team's good. Then they play Duke in the second round. I think that'll be a tough challenge. But I think that James Madison, you talk about upsets, that's that 5-12 matchup that everybody starts to their eyebrows raise a little bit. I think they could beat Wisconsin. I think it's going to be a really close game with Duke, but I think Duke's just going to have too much. And then if you look a little bit further down, is there anybody playing better than NC State right now? They're an 11 against a Texas Tech team that's good. But as well as they're playing, I don't think anybody has anything for DJ Burns right now until they run into a Kentucky team in that second round. I do think there's upsets abound in this region. I think, Micah Handlockton goes down today for Florida with a lower leg injury that looked pretty gruesome. You look at Florida going into that game. I think Boise or Colorado could beat Florida in this particular occasion. Love what Todd Golden's done. Good that they got in the tournament. I do think Micah means a lot to that defense. So, like you said, John, I think there's a lot of upsets to be had in this bracket.
Tyler, how do you see the South? Where's an upset coming from? What do you think?
First of all, a game I want to watch, and now a lot of people are going to call me crazy, is Marquette and Western Kentucky. Western Kentucky likes to get out and pressure. They like to get up and down the court. They run a fast-paced offense. So that, to me, is going to be a fun game to watch. And I know everyone's going to sit here and say Marquette's really, really good. Marquette is good. They're also wounded right now. Keep that in mind. And here's my other thing is T.O.'s on to something with NC State. You've got to give them credit. What they did in the ACC tournament and the momentum they could carry into the NCAA tournament, they're a team that, I hate to say it, they could surprise a lot of people. And DJ Burns, like you said, he is an underrated big, and what he does as far as getting his other teammates involved, he is an incredible passer. That's one of his best qualities about his game, along with his footwork, his size and footwork, and his his hands. It just doesn't match, and he is a fun player to watch. For my upsets in this bracket, boy, I tell you what, I think Duke is vulnerable, and
I do too.
And the reason I say that is, T.O., you're thinking of Duke as like a traditional Duke. This is not the traditional Duke. We keep trying to think that this is going to be the Duke of the Duke that we all kind of associate Duke with. I just don't think that they've really found the best way to use Filipowski. I've said it all year. The guy does not do well handling physical bigs. And when he gets to Houston, I think they're going to beat him up. They're a physical, defensive, grinded out team. And I just don't think Duke's built for that. And also, they're young in a lot of places. And young doesn't win in the tournament like we talked about.
Here's why I agree with you. I think Duke and Wisconsin are extremely vulnerable. And this is a big tip. And nod or shake your head, depending on what you think. You can't make these picks thinking all about what you just saw from a team in the conference tournament. You can't. Just because a team won their conference tournament doesn't mean shit when they take the floor Thursday or Friday. It could be a bad thing. Early conference tournament exit teams I actually like sometimes more in the NCAA tournament because they're refreshed and they're pissed off because they're coming off a loss. So a couple years ago, Iowa showed up to Buffalo. They played Richmond. Richmond beat them. I thought Iowa was the better team, but Iowa kind of came in feeling all good about themselves because they won the Big Ten. It didn't work out. I think Wisconsin's, there's the shimmy. Wisconsin loses. I am taking James Madison. They're 31-3. I'm telling you, folks, Terrence Edwards and TJ Bickerstaff are the real deal. They're the real freaking deal. James Madison went to Michigan State opening 9-1. You know, they two of their losses were to App State. Terrence, like, you know, when you get in the league, sometimes a team has your number. But if you've never played them, I really think Wisconsin, like, great Big Ten tournament run. Also, I wonder how much it took out of them. And James Madison, you know, if Vermont's going to bring a lot of fans, UVM fans are going to be rooting for James Madison because UVM, you know, look, they're out for an upset themselves here, and they could do it on Friday in Brooklyn. I don't think they will. I don't think they have enough. I'm going to take Duke to beat Vermont. I just think Duke's a better team. That doesn't always mean that you win in the tournament. But I will say this. If I could wager on an upset, and our friends at BetMGM use the code FIELD, if I could wager on an upset to happen in any pod, this is the pod I would pick. Because I really believe that this 12 or 13, one of those two teams is going to pull it off. And I think Tyler Hansbrough agrees to some capacity. And I don't know what you think, Terrence, if you trust Wisconsin, if you're back in on the Badgers or not.
No, I'm with you on James Madison. And keep in mind, too, they've had success against the Big Ten when they beat Michigan State earlier this year. So the confidence is there. There is no glass ceiling there with them. They've already broken through that. So I'm with you. I think what they've done there at JMU has been awesome. And good point on them beating Appalachian State, or Appalachian State beating them twice. Sometimes a team just has your number. Those things just happen.
You know, DJ Horn versus Pop Isaacs is going to be fun. I am excited.
Heck yeah, it is.
Texas Tech, like, I like their team. I really do. They've got balanced scoring between Joe Toussaint. That's a great matchup, guys. Like, it really is. But we got to turn in the South to Kentucky. Here we go. Here comes the fun and the entertainment here, because you just said it. You know, Marquette's the 2. You compare the other 2s, Iowa State, Big 12 tournament champions, tough as hell, Tennessee, and Arizona. Like, it's not unmanageable for Kentucky in their little pod to potentially get to an Elite Eight. But they got business first. They got Oakland first. I don't mind the draw there. Then they got Texas Tech or NC State. Do I wonder if DJ Burns played this Kentucky team, what would happen? Yes, I do. Yes, I do about that specific matchup. What do you make here? You got Marquette and Florida. Could be a first 4 team as well if they beat Florida. But Florida has been playing great basketball. Terrence, what do you make of Kentucky's draw? Do you still like them to get to an Elite Eight?
Careful with Campy. I mean, one of the good guys in college basketball. Good for him for making another tournament. I think Kentucky can just score so many points. One that I really want to see, that Texas Tech NC State, Pop Isaacs, DJ Horn, that really excites me. One, that's going to be a great game. Not a good game. That's going to be a great game. And you know, with everything that Texas Tech does, DJ Burns should be able to pick some of those things apart. They're not going to get too complicated on offense. Make a play. If they help, you should be fine. You know, making the right read. But Kentucky beating Oakland, and Kentucky, I think they beat NC State too. I think there's too much firepower, and quite frankly, when they're running that fast, they're a load. So I have Kentucky, to be honest with you. If Tyler Kolek doesn't have his oblique situation, I would have them all the way to the Elite Eight without question, probably even to the Final Four. That oblique scares me, just because I've had back problems, and that's not a back problem, but it's close enough to that area to where you just lock up and you can't move. That's serious business. So I'm really worried about that, and I would. if he's completely healthy, I would pick Marquette. If he's not completely healthy and he looks hampered, I would go more towards Kentucky making all the way to the Elite Eight and potentially even the Final Four. I mean, I like their draw for what they got.
T.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right here. I'm with T.O. on this. I think Kentucky, with Marquette being a little bit banged up, I think they could advance pretty easily if they come out there and play offense and somewhat show up on the defensive end. And also, I will say this, Fanta, I'm with you. Kentucky got bounced in the SEC tournament. Sometimes those losses make you hungry, and it can make you look at things that you haven't done all year very well and try to improve on those areas and get you ready for the tournament. And hopefully that's what Kentucky has done to really get ready for the tournament. But I can going all the way to the Elite Eight. I think they get in some type of trouble with Houston. I think Houston's just a veteran team, and I think they're very disciplined outside of what they did in the championship game against Iowa State. So, I think they go to Elite Eight, but I
think so too. I actually do. I've got Kentucky in the Elite Eight. I do. And Big Blue Nation out there, we're not hating because you are giving us an in here with your SEC tournament performance in which you just no-showed. But I think it ends up being a good thing. I've got Kentucky in this Elite Eight. I have them meeting Houston. You're laughing. What are you laughing at?
No, I left it with, hey, we're not hating at all after a complete no-show by your team. That's what you said. We're not hating. You're made the Elite Eight, but we're even giving you a door to do it after a complete no-show in the SEC tournament, which is true. Fanta, it's true. But I thought it was funny how you prefaced that. Like, I don't. Yeah.
If for Kentucky, if not now, then frickin' when. Under John
Right.
Calipari.
Of course.
It's time. It's time for you, Kentucky.
I agree.
It's time for you, Kentucky, to put a run together. The time is now. You can do it. That draw is gettable. Go and do it.
Yeah,
I believe
agreed.
you will. I'm picking you to go in the Elite Eight. This isn't some sorcery or some game, T.O. I'm picking them to go to the Elite Eight.
And I'm with you. I'm right there with you.
All right, let's turn to East. Let's turn to the East. So when I saw this come out, I put out that I think this is a relatively manageable path for UConn. And a lot of people immediately scolded me and said, how could you say that? Iowa State won the Big 12 tournament, Illinois won the Big 10 tournament, and Auburn won the SEC tournament. Terrence, am I right or wrong?
No, I think they're the number one overall seed and they got a favorable draw. That's what happened. And guys, we're not taking anything away from Auburn. They had a great run and they play a certain style it's awesome. It's fun. They have players. I actually think I'm a little worried for Auburn in round one. I really am. I think Yale they play smart basketball. We know that because they go to Yale. They're going to be turn the ball over a ton against an Auburn team that relies on those things. They're very talented. I think it could be a sneaky difficult game for Auburn. Sneaky difficult game for Auburn in round one. San Diego State, UAB. San Diego State turns it into a rugby match. That works in the NCAA tournament. They're going to win there. And I have Northwestern over FAU, and we're going to put this FAU business because it's time to put it to sleep. And then UConn, San Diego State in the Sweet 16. And then I actually have UConn winning the whole thing. So,
yeah, same here.
I would say this is a cakewalk for UConn, and it's when I look at this bracket, Illinois. You guys know what I think about them. They can't, defensively, they're a liability. Iowa State. I don't know. I mean, that is the team I think could go a little bit, give UConn the biggest issue if they get to the Elite Eight. The problem is, like we talked about, they just won the Big 12 tournament, and then you think how sustainable or how tired or, how are these guys? Are they hungry? Are they focusing? Are they happy and content walking into the tournament? That's what I always think about. But Also, BYU. I think Mark Pope's done a good job all year. That is a team that could, make a little bit of a run. And you're right, Tio. Yale, they're a high IQ basketball team. They play smart, disciplined. So they could give Auburn some issues there too. But San Diego State, traditionally, just going to beat you up, pound you up defensively, and that does win in the tournament, like we talked about. But UConn is not going to have any issues until Elite Eight.
Hey, so Jaden Ledee, who I got to see in person several times over the last, he's been phenomenal for San Diego State this year. Over 20 points a game. But Tyler, you're big on, hey, let's make basketball physical again. I think that's your T-shirt with the Field of 68. That dude is so physical. Whenever he plays in the post, he looks like that clip of the Hulk picking up Loki and just bouncing him around everywhere. Because he just goes in and push him, and the refs don't know how to call it. He is so big and so physical and so strong that he just provides a completely different challenge than anybody else. Because I'm telling you, he's built like Zeus. That's what he looks like when he's out there on the court, and he moves everybody out there accordingly.
When I look at this bracket, I actually think we're in for a rematch of the national championship game in the Sweet 16. I'm with you. I thought Auburn got screwed. Auburn, you deserve better. I don't like this draw. I like Yale. I'm taking Yale in the upset. I like San Diego State to get past UAB. UAB, congratulations. That is a death note for you to have to – you win your conference tournament earlier today, and then you look at the bracket and you got to play San Diego State. Oh, that's not good news. That's bad news.
That's not fun.
No, it's not. That's a root canal waiting to happen. San Diego State, UConn meet in the Sweet 16, right? I like that a rematch of the national title game. Like we said, I mean, FAU being in an 8-9 game is a crime. They belong in, but there's no way they should be a single-digit seed. But elsewhere in this region,
Can I make a counter? Can I make a counter for UAB? Can I make a quick counter?
Go ahead.
Andy Kennedy lets his guys go, and they're going to get simple at times. And Eric Gaines is an electric playmaker who just beat San Diego State in the Mountain West Championship. It was New Mexico. What do? They were simple. They ran pick and roll, and they let their. And so there's some matchup situations there, and Andy Kennedy's always been a good coach. So we'll see how that goes. That's my only counter to that, but I'll throw my tongue over my shoulder now, and I'll let you get back to work, Fanta. Sorry.
They can score. I mean, there's no question that the Blazers can score. 85 today against Temple, they really rolled to that win, and they got 29 points. I mean, what a performance. Alejandro Vasquez, the kid from Queens, went off for 29 today. You're one of our stars of the night. I like BYU potentially, and I know they're relying on the three, but I kind of like their draw. Like I do. I don't think it's bad. I mean, they got Duquesne, and Duquesne could stay hot, but I like BYU to win that game, Terrence. And then Illinois kind of plays a style that BYU can be. If I'm BYU, I'm like, we'll play that way. Go ahead.
Yep, I'm with you. I have BYU all Sweet 16, and just because they do shoot the ball, and I think those matchups are good for them, and I think they play good team defense and they move the basketball, and you're going to have to guard them on both sides of the floor. Well, Illinois' defense has been sporadic this year, so I think that's a concern. I have BYU beating Illinois in that second round, and then guys, an underrated battle for Iowa here. Drake is in Des Moines against Iowa State in round 2. That's more possible than people think.
Yes.
It might not happen, but it's more possible than people think because they have the DeVries kid that can score on his own. And that's how you have to play whenever you beat Iowa State. If you're able to beat Iowa State, you have to have somebody who's a very good individual guy. And Drake has that. And Drake's been waiting to play somebody like that. So don't be surprised if Drake is an upset over Washington State. And that game in that second round is close.
By the way, it is a crime that Washington State, a 7 seed, has to basically play a de facto road game in Omaha against Drake. Drake's
Yes.
campus is an hour and a half away. Drake's winning that game. Washington State, great story. I just like the Bulldogs in that game. I like Tucker DeVries too much. Let's get to – nobody's going against UConn unless you speak up. Let's go in the Midwest briefly. Purdue, like Utah State, TCU, don't see it. Kansas is a 4, Gonzaga is a 5, don't see it. I don't see how Purdue doesn't get to the Elite Eight here. Anybody disagree?
I think they get to the Elite Eight, but they beat McNeese to get to the Elite Eight. I think McNeese beats Gonzaga. They beat Kansas because Kansas has been down, and they get to play Purdue in the Sweet 16.
Wow. And who's in the lower pot? Who do you got?
Tennessee ends up on top, but I have Tennessee, and then I think Texas loses in the first round to either Virginia or Colorado State, and then Creighton and Oregon.
Oh my! I mean, I like Colorado State, but you cannot tell me that you would pick Virginia over Texas.
I just don't think Texas is very good. I've been on that train all year. I've watched many a game with them. I don't think they're all that good. But prove me wrong, guys. Prove me wrong, Rodney. That's fine. Prove me wrong. But I've not been on the Longhorn train all year.
Tyler, is Purdue going to get to the Final Four, or is Tennessee going to say no way?
Let me see here. I in this bracket, I think Purdue. I'm not a believer in Tennessee, and you guys know that. I do think Purdue makes it out of this bracket. But here's the thing: is Creighton's been my sleeper all year, and I think Creighton has shown potential. And also, when I look at their roster, Kalkbrenner, he's one of the best defensive bigs in the country. He's been doing it for years. The Stephen Ashworth kid, he's a veteran player. He's also a player that late in games will make his free throws. He has a high IQ. And also they have Trey Alexander, potential NBA player, can get you a bucket. Baylor Shireman, explosive scorer. I think they have the pieces in their team that could go definitely on a run. But also, I'm predicting one upset right here. It's Samford over Kansas. Kansas, and I love Bill Self. And the reason I say that, Fanta, is because this game's at altitude, and you're going to say, oh, Samford's playing at altitude too. They have a 10-man rotation. They can play a deep roster. Kansas can't. Kansas is limping into the tournament. McCullough questionable. Dickinson questionable. We don't know how healthy these guys are going to be. And at altitude and with their lack of depth, it makes them vulnerable. So that is a potential upset. I haven't been sold on Gonzaga. I don't think they're as good as they've been. They kind of got it going late, but to me, the teams that are kind of potential threats for the Final Four here are really Purdue and Creighton, in my opinion.
I wouldn't be mad at that at all. I think that's entirely possible.
You know, I'm going to do the same philosophy here with Tennessee that I've shared. You know, Tennessee gets punked by Mississippi State. I see too many things that I like with Tennessee between Dalton Connect and those veteran guards. And remember, they had a golden opportunity to make a Final Four last year. They squandered it. You know, they lost to FAU. This is Tennessee's best shot to get to that Final Four.
Yes.
It's sitting out there.
Exactly.
Is it not, Tito? And I think they will get there. I like Tennessee to get there.
Yeah, it was tough. It was tough, but didn't Purdue and Tennessee play earlier this year, and Purdue ended up. It was a close game, but yeah, if there's a year for that to happen, I think, guys, I've been high on Tennessee all year. You bring back a team that made it to the Sweet 16 last year, and it's basically everybody back, and then you add the best on-ball scorer. I feel like I've said it time and time again. If there's a year to do it, I feel like Tennessee can do it. But how about the fact that the committee put Purdue, who has gotten beaten the last 2 seasons, it really needs to get over the hump and get to the Final Four, and Tennessee, who I don't think has ever been there. That's golden opportunities for both of those to have that chance.
Hey, wanted to get this in. We've partnered with SplashSports on the Field of 68 Survivor Madness. $5 to join at splashsports.com/68. Again, we've partnered with SplashSports. You got to check it out. $5. $5 to join. Where is it, Dagan? It's in the description, folks. Dagan Hughes and Trevor Valise, I want to shout both of them out. They're locked the hell in tonight and have been all throughout the day. By the way, our final four picks are presented by Vaulted. Store your predictions now and forever on the Vaulted app. Terrence Oglesby, Tyler Hansborough, you're going to have it here. Terrence, you got 20 seconds to give us your final four.
I think it's important that I preface this by saying I don't feel good about this at all. At all. I picked Duke, Purdue, UConn, Arizona. We'll see. We'll see.
Go ahead, Tyler.
I'm going Creighton, North Carolina, and Houston, and then let's see here, UConn. UConn's got a cakewalk. Those are my four.
I like UConn, Arizona as well, Houston, and good old Rocky Top, Tennessee.
That fires me up right there. That Purdue Tennessee pick is just so difficult for me. I understand the Creighton intrigue. They're just so big, so physical, both teams. So good.
I got 20 seconds to say this is going to be the best damn week of the year, and our marathon continues. This marathon, it's still got a couple more hours left. Where else would you rather be? We're passing the torch to a brand new crew here, folks. In just seconds for T.O., Tyler Hansborough, I'm John Fanta. This has been a blast of an hour. Keep it locked right here because our marathon rolls on next.
The best month of the year is here, which is why you need to know that we are now partnered with BetMGM. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers of the Field of 68 all through the NCAA tournament. If you haven't signed up for BetMGM yet, you can use the bonus code FIELD, and you will get up to a $1,500 first bet offer on your first wager with BetMGM, regardless of whether or not that bet hits. Here's the best part. All you need to do is deposit and bet $10 of your hard-earned money. This is how you make it work. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD. Deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you get up to $1,500 in bonus bets, regardless of the outcome of your bet. Just make sure you use that bonus code FIELD when you sign up. Most importantly, we do have some fun stuff coming for the conference tournaments and especially for the NCAA tournament. Bet insurance tokens, college hoops, odds boosts, and what I love the most, a nice parlay boost for anything you could possibly imagine betting on in the NCAA tournament, from odds and getting an at-large bid to Final Four futures to the highest seed to make to the Sweet 16. I'm calling it right now. BetMGM is the king of the prop bet for your March Madness needs. So go download the BetMGM app, use the code FIELD, and sign up today. And while I've got you, a quick request: the best way to support the Field of 68 and our content you get for free is to engage with us. Rate and review the pod, like and share the YouTube videos, tell your friends about us. It helps in a world where the algorithm is king. By now, you guys have surely heard about Autograph, an app founded by Tom Brady with the intention of disrupting the way that fans consume content covering their favorite teams. This is how the app works. All of the podcasters, bloggers, and digital creators covering a team have their content sent to that team's page in the Autograph app. Instead of having to bounce from site to site or trying to navigate the safer workspaces on Twitter, you can just scroll through Autograph. This isn't a hard sell. This is the truth. I am a UConn fan, and I use the Autograph app to keep up with the writers I read and the pods that I listen to about UConn basketball. The best part is that every piece of content that you consume gives you reward points. The more you get, the more chances you have at things like discounted tickets to games and the grand prize, a trip to the LA Regional and a spot in a suite for the Sweet 16 and Elite 8 games. Here's the best part. We've partnered with Autograph to donate $1 to the V Foundation every time someone downloads the app using the code F68, with a minimum of $2,500 getting donated. The app is free. So download, use the code F68, help us raise a little bit of money for cancer research and give Autograph a try. I promise you it will be worth it. And while we're here, a quick reminder, make sure that you subscribe to the Daily. We have new landing pages with deep dives into each coaching change, as well as a tracker that provides scouting reports on the transfers that have entered the portal that you are going to want to know about. Hit the link below to subscribe. There is nothing better in sports than tournament time, which is why I need to tell you guys about our partners over at Rhythm. If you're into sports betting, you need Rhythm, the place for data-backed props and picks. For those that are unfamiliar, Rhythm, spelled RITHMM, is the go-to mobile app for player props and game picks. Backed by AI predictive models, Rhythm helps you make smarter and faster betting decisions across all sports, but particularly college basketball. With Rhythm, you get data-backed picks for every single Division I game, every single day. Users get free picks daily with the ability to upgrade to unlimited access. If you want to increase your edge and win more bets, go to the link in the description and download Rhythm today. That's RITHMM, the place for data-backed props and picks. And while we're here, let me tell you about our newest partner for the month of March, SplashSports, the home of certified community competition, where you get to play against your friends and not the house. Whatever game it is that you are playing, from survivors to tiers to pick X, the safest way to play for real money without the hassle of having to track down deposits or worry about payments is through Splash. They have partnered with PaySafe, the best deposit and payment system in the world, to ensure that money stays in safe hands and is delivered to the right places. To join the Field of 68 Survivor Madness, click the link in our profile below and join in. Entries are $5 a pop with a prize pool of up to $4,500. Winner take all. Join Splash and come prove that you're smarter than us. All right, welcome back to the Field of 68 After Dark Selection Sunday extravaganza, Sweeney. We are going for, another 2 hours. I got Kevin Sweeney. My name is Rob Dawson. Jarrell is jumping on with us here in just 1 second. Jarrell McNeil, Marquette legend, the Big East legend, the tall cappuccino is what we call him these days, Sweeney. That's a story for another day. Our last hour are going to be our betting experts, none other than the three-man weave, making their triumphant return back to the Field of 68. Love those guys. I'm going to be very excited to hear what they have to say about all of the NCAA tournament brackets and breakdowns and betting picks, because they are the best college basketball betting analysts that you're going to find on these here internets. Sweeney, here's what we're doing for this one. We're breaking it up a little bit, all right? We're not going region by region. I'm firing out questions. We're going to have a long talk about some of the more interesting debates that we can have in the NCAA tournament bracket now that we have it in our hands. But I want to start with this. I know you are an opinionated human being. So Give me your biggest gripe and biggest takeaway from looking at this bracket from when you finally got it.
Look, I felt like the Mountain West got disrespected. Maybe I'm a homer now. Me and Terrence Oglesby are the Mountain West guys. We were both out in Vegas this past week, but like I thought it was disgusting what the committee did. I mean, look, like Boise State and Colorado State scheduled top 50 non-conference schedules in the country. Colorado State's going to beat Creighton on a neutral court, beat Colorado an at-large team. Boise State beat St. Mary's, VCU, San Francisco, all in the non-conference. And then the committee has the audacity to sit up there, committee chair Charles McClung, to say that the reason that the Mountain West got bad seeds was because their teams had mostly beaten each other in the league. Well, all right, well, TCU didn't beat a single tournament team in the non-conference. Why did they get a higher seed than Colorado State and Boise? Why did they get a higher seed than Nevada? TCU and Nevada played each other. Nevada won by double digits. Like, there was no lot. I mean, Dayton didn't beat a single at-large team. They get a 7 seed. How does half the Mountain West wind up below that? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And so, look, if the committee wants to just flat out say we didn't think the Mountain West was good as everybody said, just say it. Don't dance around it and give us all this nonsense. Like, if I was a coach in the Mountain West, I'd be furious. Like, I'm saying mad, and I know that a couple of them are. Like, I mean, the way that league performed all year, performed in the non-conference, performed throughout the regular season, and performed during conference tournament week. For it to get the treatment that it did was really disappointing, in my opinion. Obviously, great the league got the 6 bids, but to need 2 in Dayton and a quote unquote bid steal in New Mexico to do it, to me, that was pretty disappointing.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. I don't usually tend to be one of the big conspiracy theory types, but I will say that in a point in time in the college basketball calendar where the Big Ten and the SEC and the Big 12 keep pushing out these threats and keep saying, oh, we're going to try to find a way to secede from the NCAA. We're going to try to find a way to break off from the NCAA. We're going to try to find a way to get rid of the mid-majors from the NCAA tournament. You better expand this NCAA tournament to more teams so that more of our teams can actually get in. Doesn't this feel just a little bit like the NCAA tournament saying, hey, look, we got your back. We're going to only let 3 teams in from the non-football Big East. We're going to have all of these Mountain West teams that everybody knows are damn good, and we're going to disrespect them with the seeds that we give them. If I was a conspiracy theorist, if I doubted the sanctity of the selection committee, that's something that I would think was potentially afoot. Jarrell McNeil is here. J-Mac, I'm glad to see that you're alive. I'm glad to see that you're awake. I'm glad to see that you made it back from New York City. We're breaking down this bracket here. We're going to do it a little bit differently, Jarrell. I was just telling the people that are listening. I'm going to ask questions, all right? It's going to be the burning question episode. We're not going through region by region. We're doing burning questions. I have 8 of them written down. I sent it to you guys earlier. I know Sweeney probably didn't take a look. He's just going to go off the cuff here, but it is what it is. Jarrell, I'm going to you first. Which number 1 or number 2 seed do you think is the most likely to get upset in the first weekend of the tournament this year? Who is pulling a Purdue or an Arizona?
Goodman won't like this answer, but I would say Iowa State. And it's not the fact that they haven't played well and they haven't showed up. Still, I feel like at times they scare me offensively. They got a really deep team, which is a good thing throughout the course of a regular season. But at the same time, they kind of got like an equal opportunity, offense where they got a lot of guys who chip in. They don't have one guy that's averaging 25 points a game. And I'm not sure if they necessarily have a guy who can, when you need a bucket or you going through a rough patch offensively that can completely take over a game. I know the point guard has been great and everything, but I feel like they run into one of these teams and they have an off night defensively, or somebody just comes in and gets really hot and they're shooting the lights out. They're a team that kind of worries me. Are they going to be able to keep pace on a night where their defense isn't rock solid? So I think that would be my pick for a 1 or 2 seed that's probably most likely to get upset in the first weekend.
I don't hate it, Sweeney. What do you got?
I think Doster's setting me to get killed here because I think I'm picking Jarrell's Marquette Golden Eagles. Like, look, I love this Marquette team. I've had a ton of fun watching them. I've been up to campus a couple times for games. Like they're a really good group, but I mean this draw is scary. Like 15-2 game, you're playing a Conference USA team in West high level guards and has 3 guys who basically were starters at the high major level, and Brandon Newman, Dante Allen, and Rodney Howard. Like that's not a gimme. And then you roll into the second round. You're playing potentially a Florida team that has been really dang. I mean, has some big time wins, has size, has athleticism, has old guards who can create offense. Or if Florida, there's a good chance it's to Colorado, a Colorado team that's top 30 in all the metrics. That hasn't had those big wins, but that's a Colorado team that has beaten or that has talent. I mean, KJ Simpson is one of the most dynamic guards in the country. Cody Williams, maybe the first college player drafted, and obviously De Silva's phenomenal too. So, that second game, if you're Marquette, feels very scary, especially if Tyler Cole is still getting his feet back under.
I was just going to ask this one: is it just because would you feel the same way if TK was healthy and played throughout the course of the last couple of weeks here?
Well, I actually thought Marquette played better without Tyler Kolek than I expected them to. Like they held on. I thought played well in the Big East tournament. Like I give Shaka a ton of credit. I give Cam Jones credit because he was phenomenal. But look, to me, it's just another question mark. It's also hard because I don't think there's a ton of these top 2 seeds that I'm that worried about. Like I'm a little worried about North Carolina because I think Mississippi State has proven they can beat elite teams. Michigan State's obviously dangerous with their guards and with Tom Izzo in March. But I think for the most part, the paths are pretty comfortable for a lot of these top 2 seeds, at least to get to the second weekend. For Marquette to have to play, in my mind, the best team of the 7s in Florida and probably the best 15 as well in Western Kentucky. That's not the matchups that I would be desiring if I was Shaka Smart.
I agree with you on that. I don't like Florida. That Florida Ted does scare me. That scares me second round.
They scare me a little less with the big fella, Han Logan, with his injury.
He did.
But I hear what you guys are saying in terms of like even without him, Florida still has like 3 different guys on that roster that can go for 25 on any given night. I'm going with 2 teams, right? And I think that that the matchup that everybody wants in the Elite 8 is Arizona and North Carolina, right? And I think that both of those teams could end up seeing the flight home instead of the flight to the second weekend. So North Carolina and Mississippi State, I think that's a tough draw. Mississippi State can get past Michigan State. I think that is a tough draw for North Carolina because I feel like this team is more about their like toughness. It's not the typical North Carolina. We're going to out talent you. We got 9 NBA players. You don't have 9 NBA players. We're going to get up and down the floor. You're not going to be able to stop us. Like they kind of win a little bit with toughness and defense and controlling the tempo. And oh, by the way, we got RJ Davis. And I think that Mississippi State is underappreciated for how good they are on the defensive end. And they got a big fella in Tolu Smith that can go toe-to-toe with Armando Bacot pretty easily. I also, and the reason why I keep looking over here is I'm the guy that prints out the paper bracket. You always got to have a paper bracket, man. And once you finally fill it out with pen, I didn't fill it out yet, but once you fill it out with pen, that's when you know it's official. Arizona is a little bit more simple and basic because I just don't trust them to show up every single night. Like that's one of those things where Kai Boswell might go 1 for 14 and Caleb Love might go 2 for 38. And all of a sudden you're looking at a situation where you lose by 15 points. And out of anybody on those top 2 seed lines, I think you guys would agree with me when I say Arizona has the highest ceiling and lowest floor combination, like the biggest gap between how good they are when they're great and how bad they are when they play like shit. So I'm taking 2. I'm breaking my own rules, and I'm taking 2 teams there. Cinderellas. All right, that's where we're going next. Jarrell, Sweeney, I'll go to you first on this one. Who went first last time? Sweeney, did you go first last time? No, Jarrell went first, right? All right. So it's Sweeney's turn to go first. Sweeney, who is the Cinderella? Who's putting on the glass slipper? Give me the double-digit seed that you think is the most likely to get to the second weekend.
Man, I don't hate this draw if I'm James Madison, right? Like, I mean, this is a 31-win team, a team that has gotten a lot of attention and deservedly so. And you draw a Wisconsin team first round that, look, like Wisconsin played really well this weekend. Beat Purdue, pushed Illinois, but coming in had lost 8 of 11 and really still finding its stride, trying to get back to where it was in January and December. And so to me, like, we've seen many times teams that come in hot off the conference tournament, lay a bit of an egg. I mean, remember a couple of years ago, Iowa wins the wins the Big Ten tournament, gets a 5 seed. Everybody's hyping up to go make a deep run, and they lose to Richmond in the first round, right? I kind of think a similar letdown might be coming for Wisconsin. And then if James Madison can get past that game, you play a Duke team that has really been going through some stuff lately, right? Obviously, the NC State loss, I think there was reports for the players-only meeting. Like, I mean, Jarrell could probably speak to this better than I can, but I can't imagine it's a very
I
good
love
time
a
when you're
good players-only meeting, Sweeney. That's when things change, when the players-only meeting. And it's a good players-only meeting when it gets leaked to the media. Those are the best players-only meetings, right? That's when they got serious in that players-only meeting, when the media finds out about it.
Yeah, complete BS. Yeah, who's the league? Which players go to the media telling them that? I would go with and Sweeney. I was with you on the James Madison, so I'll just take a left turn here, just so we don't double up on them. I can see them beating Duke second round for sure. But I think you got to at least consider Virginia or Colorado State. Really either or. Obviously, 2 different teams. But Virginia getting in, which I would say I'm not exactly thrilled about anyway. But they kind of got the makeup. They got the coaching, they got the system where that's a team that you let in, and it's gonna be some. I feel like it's gonna be some teams on that side of the bracket that's probably gonna end up regretting the fact that they got in at all when it's all said and done. But either way, Colorado State's really good. They got a tough draw because they got to play each other, obviously, but they got a dynamic guard in Isaiah Livers, and I feel like if he's able to get past
Isaiah
Virginia,
Stevens.
Isaiah Stevens. Yeah, I messed that up. I'm making names up
hanging
over here,
out with Laval Jordan and all those Michigan
oh.
guys in New York.
It's been a long week. But yeah, I mean, he's the type of guy that can break through and have a really big march, and I feel like can kind of put the team on his back and make a deep run if they're able to get past that first game or so. So I would go Virginia or Colorado State.
Jarrell, I think you spent a little too much time with James Schaefer down there at Schaefer's Bar and Grill in New York. If you're picking Virginia to get to the second weekend, I can't co-sign that. I can't get behind that one. I have 3 that I'm going to go with. Okay, and look, I'm going to break all the rules. It's my show. I can do whatever the hell I want. And I'm curious. I want all of you. I want both of your opinions on this. So, the first one is Grand Canyon, and I don't think people realize how freaking talented Grand Canyon is and how good Tyon Grant Foster is. Like, you're going to watch him and you're going to say, "Oh, okay, I understand why that dude ended up at Kansas. Oh, okay, I understand why that dude was the reason why DePaul was so excited about what they could have been in was at the 21-22 season, right? You're going to see him and you're going to say, "Oh, I understand why that dude's going to end up being a first-round pick." He's different. He's going to be the best player on the floor against St. Mary's. He has a level of athleticism that St. Mary's hasn't seen before, and I'm just not convinced St. Mary's is all that good. So I'm going to take Grand Canyon to beat St. Mary's. I'm going to take Grand Canyon to beat whoever wins that Alabama-Charleston game. I want to see Alabama try to stop Tyon Grant Foster because they just don't have a big wing to be able to deal with them. So I think Grand Canyon is one of them. And the other 2 is the McNeese State Samford game that I think is going to happen in the second round. I have Samford beating Kansas. Kansas is banged up. I think they're probably going to have like a 50% Kevin McCullough and a 75% Hunter Dickinson, and they're already a 4-person team going up against someone that wants to go like this and up and down, press, force turnover, shoot a bunch of threes. I don't think Kansas in this current form can deal with buckyball, and I think McNeese State is just flat out more talented than Gonzaga is this year. I don't trust a team that's going to try to play 3 bigs. When you have Anton Watson as your 3-man, I can't fully buy into it. I think McNeese State is going to take down Gonzaga. So one of those 2, McNeese or Samford, will by default end up being in the Sweet 16. Sweeney, what is crazy about that? How off my rocker am I right now?
Well, I think you're pretty crazy for saying that McNeese is more talented than Gonzaga. I mean, Gonzaga has Graham Ike and Ryan Nembhard, who were like two of the 5 best players in the transfer portal last spring. And no offense to Shade Wells, but Shade Wells was not nearly a top 5 transfer in the portal. They also don't have an Anton Watson. Look, I think McNeese, can compete because they turn you over and play a very unique style, and I think they will be disruptive to Gonzaga. But I just don't know how they handle Ike on the inside. I mean, this is a team that starts a center who's 6'6", 6'7". Ike is a guy that you're going to have to send doubles to, and once you do that and Gonzaga gets you in rotations, it's really scary. So I don't necessarily see the McNeese upset. I do sort of buy the Samford thing, just because I think, as you said, it's just a very uncomfortable style of play that you're going into. And if you're Kansas and you've had limited practice, you have limited bodies, when Samford's going to be fresher and deeper, that would be of big concern to me. But I do also think, like, I'm not sure when the last time Bill Self lost in the first round was. I know it's been quite some time, and I don't really intend on betting on that happening now.
Jarrell?
I'm with you. I'm with you on the Grand Canyon part. We watched a little bit of that game last night. I hadn't seen a whole lot of them, and I will say that I was thoroughly impressed. Man, they got and not just Grant Foster, but he's definitely gonna be head and shoulders probably the best player on the floor, man. Just watching a little bit of him last night, I haven't seen a whole lot of guys at the college level. Just with his frame, what he's able to do offensively, his body, his athleticism. But they got some other guys as well too on the interior. Pretty good athletes. I like the way that they played. They kind of got up and down a little bit. They're gonna be a headache for sure for somebody, and I think they got a winnable first game, possibly first 2 games. So they might be sizing up that Cinderella shoe. But I can't roll with the McNeese State. I'm all out on that one.
All out. Oh man, all out.
All
You're down,
out,
look, you're
all
down
out,
Will
Rob.
Wade. Will Wade is a gangster. You're down Will Wade.
Is Mark Few not a gangster? Mark Few hasn't missed the second weekend since 2014.
Mark Few is the exact opposite of a gangster. Doesn't mean he's not good at what he does, but my man spends his weekends fly fishing. I don't know if there's a single gangster in the world that goes fly fishing. And I say that as someone that goes fly fishing. If you want to follow us, make sure you go get the Vaulted app. That's where we will be posting all of these predictions and these hot takes. You can store them forever and prove you're smarter than your friends or your enemies, who is apparently now Jarrell McNeil for shitting on my McNeese State take. McNeese State take. That was a hard thing to say. McNeese State take. That's when you know it's the end of championship week, when you can't speak anymore. All right, Sweeney, I'm going to you first on this one again. Who has the most pressure on them in the first day of the tournament?
Whew. I mean, look, I think the teams that have, dealt with March woes are the ones that you circle, right? And so the biggest one is probably Purdue, right? Look, I think Purdue is going to beat the snot out of Montana State or Grambling State. I think Purdue is relatively upset proof this year. This is a team that is so much more than just Zach Edey. I think last year, you could game plan for them a little bit more easily. This year, I don't see how they lose. But look, if there's any game pressure, if they go down 5 at the first media timeout or the second media timeout, like, they're going to feel it, and it's going to get uncomfortable. I think the other team I would highlight is Kentucky, just because it's been well documented. Obviously, these struggles from John Calipari in the NCAA tournament. They're playing an Oakland team that is a kind of high variance group. Take a ton of threes. Have played well against high major opponents. Pushed Illinois, pushed Ohio State, nearly beat did beat Xavier. Excuse me. Like, this is a group that has been dangerous, and again, that's another team where, if things start to add, how does this young Kentucky group respond on the biggest stage?
Jarrell, most pressure.
Purdue. It's the easy one, right? It's the Boilermakers. And it's not necessarily because of their draw. They did everything that they were supposed to do all year long. but like I said, with great expectation comes, what I mean, it's going to be a lot of pressure. That anything short of them making a deep run this year is going to feel like an absolute failure and a huge letdown to them, the guys on that team. I'm sure Matt Painter feels like this has got to be one of his magical years where he kindly gets over the hump as well too, and along with the fan base, they got one of the low key best fan bases right now, man. And those guys have been showing up and showing out for Purdue all year long. I saw them going crazy all the way out in Maui, man. So they need to make sure that their heads are on straight. Because this is pretty much the time that they've been waiting for the entire season. So they're gonna have a tough game that second round. I think they'll obviously probably cruise the first round of the game, whether it's Grambling or Montana State. But they're planning on making a long run, so they have a couple games and they got to settle in. But they obviously, for me, have the most pressure.
I want both of you guys to answer this, and you don't have to go too long on it. But out of where does Purdue where do they get the first real test, Jarrell? Is it going to be the Utah State TCU winner? Is it going to be anyone that they get in that Sweet 16? Like, where do you see them getting their first real test where they get some real game pressure on them?
I think they can. I think they can have a tough game that second game, whether it's TCU or not. I mean, they can definitely have a tough game. Those are two pretty good teams that they'll face up against. We'll see how things play out just as far as the style of the game, as well, whether Purdue is completely healthy. I know Edey and Braden Smith have been a little bit banged up, especially those last couple games in the Big Ten tournament as well too. So who knows what's gonna happen? Is Edey gonna be able to stay out of foul trouble? You just don't. They want to avoid those situations early on. I feel like where they get in that second half and they're down and they end up having to make a comeback, or they end up in the first half and Zach Edey ends up with 2 or 3 quick fouls, and they essentially kind of gotta go back to the drawing board and had a big fella out. So I think they'll get tested in the second round, but I don't think they'll see a legitimate challenge probably into the second weekend.
Sweeney?
I mean, Doster already said that Kansas and Gonzaga are getting worked by Stanford and McNeese. So, but by that rate, I think Purdue rolls to the Elite Eight with no problems. But look, I think if Gonzaga or Kansas give the game, right? I mean, Gonzaga in particular, that game was close a lot of the way when they played at Maui. Gonzaga's a better team now. They're more experienced. They've been together. The chemistry's better. That would scare me.
Yep. All right. We'll get back to that conversation in a second because we're joined by a very special guest, fresh off of a Big Ten tournament championship, Brad Underwood, the man that they call Daddy Brad. How you celebrating tonight, Brad? You feeling all right?
Well, doing great. It just landed, just walked in the house, and I call you guys so I don't have to unpack all the luggage and let my wife and daughter do it. How's that?
That sounds good, man. Talk to me about this win. You guys put it together, beat Ohio State, beat Nebraska, and today you beat Wisconsin to win the Big Ten tournament.
Yeah, it was different. Wisconsin's playing really, really well. Chucky Hepburn, we played him a couple weeks ago and wasn't ultra aggressive. And here in the last couple of games, he's just taken on a new personality. So I knew this was going to be a different game than when we faced them in Madison. The game in Madison, Stephen Crow got in foul trouble. Tonight, that was not the case. But Terrence Shannon, Marcus Domask, our defense stepped up big. Heck of a college basketball game. And, the first 2 nights were a little different. We didn't play great. Had to come from double-digit deficits. But every game was different, and it kind of had a different personality, and we had to do some different things to find a way to win.
Yeah, Coach, obviously Terrence had a huge game, but Marcus Domask, 26 points, 7 rebounds, 8 assists. I mean, could you have foreseen when you signed him last spring that he'd be making that type of impact in a game like this? And what does he mean to your team in March?
Well, he means a lot. He's a really, really good basketball player. He's high IQ. He's big and strong. He had a really tough shooting night the first night, and it was nice for us to be able to win. I think he was 3 of 16, and yet he's got such a great mentality. He just understands it's a game of basketball. Things didn't go his way, and he didn't make shots, but almost a triple double here in the last 2 games, and does it kind of non-conventional. We're a big booty ball team, and he's really good at it. And, he's a guy that we like matchups, and he was tremendous again today.
Coach, I feel like Terrence Shannon is playing or primed to have a breakout March here. He's obviously been rolling the last couple of games here in the Big Ten tournament. Do you feel like he's back to clicking on all cylinders at the right time of the year?
I do, and he got off to such a great start this season, and when he came back, he's such a good teammate, and we were clicking. We were number 2 in the country in offensive efficiency without him, and but where we really missed TJ was on the defensive side, and yesterday in our game with Nebraska, we had him on Tamananga the entire game, and he was chasing him around and making life difficult. Today, we started out on Store. We had to switch him to Chucky. He's doing it at both ends, and we actually don't run a lot to him. I think he drew 19 fouls in the last 2 games, so he gets to the line. He's sensational in transition, and he just kind of comes by his points organically. It's not where we're running a lot of actions to him.
Brad, I got 2 more questions for you. I'm going to start with this. You win the Big Ten tournament, and you're celebrating as the selection show is kind of going on. Like, how do you balance cutting down nets, getting your trophies, doing all the announcements, while also saying, okay, we got more ahead to stay. I got a plan to get this team because Preston Sproutl's got a pretty good group down there.
Yeah, we learned a lot a couple of years ago in the bubble, a lot of not what to do. Now, again, it was the bubble, and we never got to put any closure whatsoever to winning the Big Ten championship. And again, different environment. It was one of the first games that actually fans had been able to come to at Lucas Oil. But, as soon as the game was over, we didn't see Selection Sunday. We were on the stage. They couldn't pipe it into the arena. We had no idea who we played till really the press conference, and then they whisked us away. We had to go test, and they gave us a Chick-fil-A sandwich, and we didn't see him again until Tuesday. So we didn't get any closure on the end of the season. And tonight I told our guys, I said, we're going to enjoy this. You've worked really hard for it. And I said, after tonight, I said, once we land, I don't want to see any more T-shirts, hats, anything that says anything to do with Big Ten champions on it. And we've got bigger fish to fry. We've got a very quick turn with Moorhead. We play Thursday afternoon. So it's, 3 hard days, a lot of minutes, and get rested and recouped, and both physically and mentally, and get back after it. But bigger fish to fry. And we got to enjoy this one tonight and then move forward.
All right. So in the first hour of the show, Coach, we did bold predictions. And my bold prediction for the East region was that BYU was going to take down Illinois in the second round. So here is my promise. If and when that does happen, I am giving you and specifically Coleman the open floor to come on the field of 68 to tell me how wrong I was. Would you accept that if and when it does happen? Sure.
Absolutely. I know they've had a great year in their transition, and just everybody's talked about how good they are offensively, and I haven't. I'll be honest, I have not watched a ton of them at this point. Just watching other games during the season, but I'll be glad to take you up on that if that indeed happens. So. One game at a time. We got to beat a very good Moorhead team who shoots a ton of threes and has had a great season, and I don't look too far ahead.
Well, Coach, we appreciate the time. Go and start preparing, and make sure you get that hat off before your team sees that you kept the hat on after you landed. No more championship gear, all right?
It's. I put that on just for you, and now it's in the closet.
Appreciate your time, Coach. Best of luck. All right,
Thanks,
safe travels.
Thank you.
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
That was Illinois head coach Brad Underwood, and I can tell you this: our producer Trevor Valise has never been a happier man than he is right now. I'll just say I do want to put a bow on the most pressure conversation. I would just say that it's John Calipari, the Kentucky head coach, to kind of be the difference maker here. Just he's lost early in the tournament the last couple of years, and if that happens again with this team, with all of this talent, with how exciting they are, with all the NBA players, with how much expectation there's been, I don't think that would be a pleasant experience to be in Lexington if that were to occur. All right, next question that we have: which region is the most difficult, Jarrell? Which is the region of the region of doom, the bracket of death, however you want to phrase it? Which is the most difficult region in this tournament?
I'm going with the South. I think the South is crazy loaded. You got Houston, Marquette, Duke. Florida's playing at a really good high level right now. You got the ultra talented young gunners in Kentucky. You got James Madison. You got Wisconsin, like A&M, Nebraska. Like, you got a ton of good teams. I think the South might be the tough. That's gonna be a gauntlet to get out. Whoever comes out of that is gonna really have their work cut out for them, in my opinion.
Sweeney?
I think it's the East. I mean, the gift that UConn gets for being the number 1 overall seed, defending champion, is the top 4 seeds in the region all being Power 5 conference tournament champions. 2-seed Iowa State rips through the Big 12. Illinois, we just spoke with Coach Underwood, obviously winning the Big 10. Auburn finally breaks through, wins the SEC tournament. They're playing great. I mean, UConn's going to have to go through a top 5 team in KenPom just to make it to the Elite 8. Like, that is a grind. And then you work your way down, right? And you see San Diego State, who was in the title game last year. FAU, who's in the Final Four. The BYU team that can space and shoot it at a super high clip. Like, there's a lot of scary, scary teams in this region. It is not going to be road for UConn to get back to the Final Four. Obviously, they're the best team in the country. They've earned that label. But I would not be surprised if they do get taken down just because of the path they have to get to Phoenix.
If UConn gets taken down?
I would not be surprised.
By who? Where's it happening?
I think.
Where's it happening?
I think Auburn. How about this?
No. I'm not. So look, hold on. I'm not like trying to break your balls on this, because you are the first person that has come on here and said, like, I could see. I would not be like. T.O. said it. Tyler said it. Fana said it. The Goodman said it. Everyone that's been on here said, like, I see UConn making the run. So talk to me. Like, where do you see him getting tripped up?
So how about this? Last year, UConn was number 4 in KenPom coming into the NCAA tournament. They were a 4 seed because they got tripped up a couple times in Big East play, games they shouldn't have won, games they shouldn't have lost, whatever. Well, knock on the door. Here's Auburn, number 4 in KenPom, a 4 seed, a team that is so talented, that is so deep, that has size, that has questions at point guard, right? Oh my God, is Tristan Newton the guy? Oh man, is Trey Donaldson good enough, right? Like, I've been buying this Auburn team all year. They proved this week that they can win on a neutral court, right? They've proven that. Look, that was the question all year. What were they away from Neville Arena? They proved that this weekend. So to me, like, I'm riding with Auburn until I die. Like, I think this Auburn group can make a Final Four. I would not be shocked if they are playing for a championship on Monday night in Phoenix.
There you go, Sweeney. Look, pushing all the chips in, man. I love it. Respect to you for that. That was really, I didn't see that one coming. That was good. That was really good. All right. Who is this year's Steph Curry? Give me a guy, Jarrell, in the mid-major ranks, or it could be someone from a power conference program that's like 9, 10, 11, 12 seats, somewhere down there. Give me someone that you think can go on this run where they average like 30 a game and get their team to the Elite 8, maybe to the Final Four. Who do you like?
Elite 8, Final Four. that probably changes my answer a little bit because I was
Then go with someone else. Yeah,
I
who do you see putting the team on their back?
I was gonna circle back and say Ty and Grant Foster he was gonna put on the he was gonna put on the show for as long as they ran. I don't know if they got the talent overall to make a deep run, but I definitely see them being the team that can definitely get to the second weekend and at least get 3 games out of ordeal. But I think that's like that might be one of America's best kept secrets. I think when people kind of get that kid on the national stage and just see his makeup and some of the stuff that he's able to do, and not to mention just what a great story it is for a kid that's been through a lot too, man. So I'm definitely rolling with him for kind of make a story like run.
I love that one. I love that pick. That was one of the guys I had written down. Sweeney, give me one. Who you got?
If New Mexico makes a deep run, I think America's going to either fall in love or absolutely despise Jalen House. I mean, you should see the way the Mountain West fans deal with him. Mountain West fans all either want to kill Jalen House or think he's the greatest thing ever. I mean, this dude is as fiery as they come. I was, in Vegas all weekend. Like he picks a fan every single game that he is just going to talk trash to every single stoppage. There was these San Diego State fans sitting like right above my media seat on Saturday afternoon, and he literally they win the Mountain West championship. The buzzer sounds. He does not run to his teammates. He does not run to his coach. There's no high fives or talking. He sprints to that guy, points at him, and starts yelling things that I probably shouldn't say on this air. So that dude loves to compete. He's super fun to watch. Obviously, a quick, shifty guard who can make shots, who really defends. He had 28 in the championship, 29 against Boise in the quarterfinals. He's the type of dude that could be, I don't know if he's Steph Curry, but he might be a little Marshall Henderson.
He's got it in him. Did you see his dad after he hit the shot in the title game to put him up 5 with a minute left? Did you see the video? If you were there, I don't know if you saw the video, but did you see it, Sweeney?
I saw it go around. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. So his dad, for the people who don't know, was Eddie House, former NBA player. And after he makes the shot, they zoom in on Eddie, and he goes, "That's my motherfucking son. That's my motherfucking boy." And I'm like, yes, Eddie is fired up. He's locked him. He's like every single one of the local people. Oh man, that's exactly. If my son ever that's what I'll be doing when my son's playing like the 8th grade church league, like first round of the tournament here. I'll be sitting there and go, "That's my motherfucking son." I went with 2. I kind of cheated a little bit. I went with 2. I went with 1 mid-major one. I'm going Tucker DeVries. I mean, I think that Drake can take down Washington State, and then I know Iowa State travels really, really well. But there's going to be a lot of Drake fans that make the short trip down to Omaha to play. For the people that don't know, like Omaha is literally on a river that borders Nebraska and Iowa. Like it is not that far from Drake. It's not that difficult for them to get to. Be a lot of Iowa State fans there. I think Drake can find a way to get that win. It's an in-state rivalry. It's going to be passionate. They're going to be fired up. And DeVries, you could probably make an argument, Sweeney, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think that he'd probably be the best player on the floor. He certainly would have to be if they had a win. And the other one is it's Wade Taylor, right? Like I think that we have 2 incredible 8-9 matchups in the West and the South, or in the East and the South. Nebraska, Texas A&M is Keezy against Wade Taylor, and then you have Florida Atlantic, which will be Janelle Davis against Boo Buie. And if any of those teams make it to the Sweet 16, it'll be because one of those 4 guards goes absolutely bonkers. Who is the lowest seed that is realistically capable of winning a national title? Sweeney, I'm going to you first on this one. This is a loaded question. This is a difficult one to answer. I had a lot of trouble with this. Who do you got?
I think it's probably a 4 seed, and it's Auburn, who I just kind of spoke to. Like, I don't know that I see – right? I think there's a lot of teams that can make a run below that, right? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if BYU's in an Elite 8 game. I wouldn't be stunned if Gonzaga could push Purdue, as I said earlier, right? Or New Mexico maybe makes a Sweet 16 or Elite 8 with the draw that they have, right? But like, I'm not sure I see anyone cutting down the nets below Auburn, and Auburn's really like the top 4 seed. So to me, that's where I would go.
Drill?
That's the line. I think that's got to be the line. For I think if you're not in the top 4 seeds, I don't think anybody below that I don't feel like anybody below that can realistically win the whole thing. Now, can somebody get to the Final Four? Absolutely, especially with the year that it's been. A handful of teams have been what we consider dominant or really impressive all year long, but it's a ton of parity out there, man. And even the conference games, like it made the selection and everything more difficult because the conference games have just been so mucked up with teams beating each other. You can't tell who's good and who's for real and who's not. But I think the 4th seed is definitely the line right there. Anything below that, 5s and down, I can't think of 1-5. I don't know if I could think of a 5 that can win the whole thing.
So I think the 4 seed is the line, just because I think we saw all season long that there was a significant drop between the top 4 seeds in the country and then everybody else, right? I have a very hard time seeing someone that's not UConn or Purdue or North Carolina or Houston winning 6 straight games, right? Like, I don't know who it's going to be. I think UConn is rightfully the favorite. I think Purdue is rightfully the 2nd favorite. I think Houston, if they're healthy, is rightfully the 3rd favorite. And I think North Carolina should be in that conversation. But everybody else has enough warts where I'm just like, I can't talk myself into 6 in a row. I think we're going to have kind of a chalky Final Four this year. I think we're gonna see something where you got a bunch of 1 seeds and 2 seeds, and maybe someone sneaks in. But I think we're gonna see a relatively chalky Final Four with a bunch of big brands, which wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. You know, sometimes that's a lot of fun. I wanted to put together a list of the teams that I think can actually win a national title, right? Like put a cap on it, and I want to know what you guys think on this. So we'll start with UConn, Houston, Purdue. Do either of you guys see any reason that we can't put one of those 3 teams in the conversation as like a national title contender? Can you talk me out of it?
Nope.
Nothing?
No, I got nothing for you. I'm with you on that.
The next tier for me would be Arizona and North Carolina and Tennessee. Sweeney, talk me out of one of them.
I think if I had to try, I would talk you out of Arizona. Look, I don't know. Maybe I'm, recency bias with their game against Oregon, but it was concerning watching how their offense just kind of fell apart. I mean, Oregon threw kind of a junky zone at them. Caleb Love just starts trying to shoot over it, and you start to like if that's how they're responding to game pressure in conference tournament, what are they doing in the next NCAA tournament game? I mean, it was so bad with Caleb. I think he was minus 19 in 26 minutes. Like, it was so bad that they're playing the biggest moments of the game with their 2 guards being KJ Lewis and Jaden Bradley. And I like KJ Lewis and I like Jaden Bradley. Like, those two dudes are dogs. They're great defenders. They're very competitive. I think they're a big reason why Arizona has gotten to where they are. But I think it's going to be difficult to score in March moments if those are the 2 guards that are on the floor. So I think the question marks with Boswell and the question marks with the Caleb Love experience, if you will, that's the thing that would concern me with Arizona. Maybe I'm not saying they're gonna that they can't win a title, right? I wouldn't say that. Like, I think they're at least in the conversation, but they're not a team that I trust right now.
Jarrell?
I agree with the Arizona thing, but I'm gonna go the other way and go. I'm gonna talk you out of Tennessee, and I'll give you the reason why, Rob. Is I've been watching a lot of them all year. It's primarily because I really enjoy watching Dalton Connect. He's had a hell of a year and just been spectacular all year. But I feel like last year their shortcoming was that they didn't have enough firepower offensively. So they go get this guy who's an absolute bucket and kind of turns the college game upside down on his head this year. And, obviously going to be like a first team All-American and all that stuff as well. But somewhere along the way, I feel like they lost a little bit of their edge defensively and even physicality. I enjoyed watching that Tennessee team last year down the stretch and hearing people bitch online about how they were like the dirtiest team in the country. And, they were physical. They were bumping dudes. They were mixing it up a lot. And I felt like that just gave them, more of an identity, like, you know what I mean? Like, and they kind of fed into it a little bit. I feel like they got better. They addressed some needs, getting Connect and having Zakai Ziegler playing at a high level gives them a added dimension. And he's been really great down the stretch, and he's starting to look like his old self too. So, I mean, I love their team. I love their roster. But I do feel like at times that they kind of get it going in an up and down pace a little too much, and they don't guard as well as they need to. So I'm gonna talk you out of Tennessee with that one.
Yeah, I think the one, I'll just to play devil's advocate, I would be a little bit worried about North Carolina in the sense that I think that they are winning games right now because they're trying to play. I said it earlier, but they're trying to play this like toughness style, and I think that if you get real physical with them, then you can cause them a little bit of issues. All right, I call this tier the one trick pony tier, and that will be Illinois and Kentucky. We've never seen a team that entered the NCAA tournament ranked lower than 39th in adjusted defensive efficiency win a national title in the Ken Pom era. Both of those teams are ranked outside. I believe it's the top 90 now. Yeah, Kentucky is 108 and Illinois is 93. I don't know why, Jarrell. I just can't quit either of those teams. Kentucky is obvious because like they can put up 110 points any given night, and they're almost always going to put up 110 points or at least 90 points, something like that. And you basically got to do what Texas A&M did to beat them. And if you got some horses, if you got some Wade Taylors and Boots Radfords, you can find a way to do it. But I don't know how many teams do it. So I think Kentucky can do it. And then Illinois, I think that they can be good defensively. I think that one of their issues is just a lack of attention, and sometimes they lack focus, and especially now with Terrence Shannon back, maybe they got a little bit better, but they got some switchability stuff going on. They have length and athleticism. I really, really like both of those teams, and maybe I just fall in love with teams that can score. I don't know.
No, I'm with you, Rob. And I'll even go so far as to say that I think that we'll be seeing both of those teams in the Sweet 16 at least. So I have no argument against that. Like you said, they're not great defensively, but man, they both have star power. They both have game changers on their team, and they fill it up. And like you said, I've said this all year. I think Illinois specifically they have the makeup, they have the guys who can, as individuals, who can guard. And I've seen, they can cut a team's water off and make it hard on you defensively too, especially if they get into doing some more of that switching stuff, or going small and putting, playing with Hawkins at the 5. Like they got some different options and things that they could do. But I think both of those teams are going to end up in the Sweet 16.
Sweeney?
So I think the one thing I would say, like generally, like I think Kentucky is an easier road than Illinois. I think Illinois got a really tough draw. But I think I trust Illinois for a little bit more. One, because they have old dudes. And two, because I think the one thing that Illinois does do really well defensively is they run you off the three-point line, and you got to beat them with twos, right? And I think in a high-possession game that Illinois is going to play, with the dudes that they have out there, like it's going to be hard to beat them with twos in this setting, right? I worry with Kentucky, like, John Calipari keeps saying that everybody has their hot day against them. Well, part of that's that they don't do a very good job of defending the arc. Like they let teams take a lot of threes, and if Kentucky runs into a team that's hot, right? I mean, potential second round meeting with Texas Tech, right? Texas Tech has dudes who can fire away, right? Like that's scary in a one game situation, right? Even Oakland. I mean, Oakland shoots a ton of threes, right? I mean, I'm not saying that Kentucky will be deserving if they go out in the first weekend, but it's that style of play that would worry me, right? With Illinois, like I think you're gonna have to outscore me the old-fashioned way. And I think I feel a little more confident in Illinois being able to find a way than I do with Kentucky.
All right, I have two more that I can see winning a national championship, but they are there's red flags, there's things going on that I don't fully buy into, and that's Creighton and Marquette. For Marquette, the issues are obvious, right? Like Kolek's banged up. We don't know exactly how banged up he is. We talked about how concerned we were, Jarrell, last night. We don't need to rehash that entire conversation. And then Goodman today said, I think that he's going to play, and like kind of more or less insinuated that Kolek is going to be going, and he's going to be at least on the floor for the majority of the game. So I would put Marquette in that conversation, assuming that Tyler Kolek is Tyler Kolek. I think Cam Jones figures something out, and I think that the trio of him, of those two, and Oso is as good as you're going to find. Jop's been a lot better recently. Chase Ross is putting it together. And then who's your boy off the bench? I'm blanking on his name.
Oh, you talking about Trey Norman or
Yeah.
Zay Lowry?
Oh yeah. Trey. He's
okay. Yeah.
He's gonna be real good. And then the other one I would just say is Creighton, because so Creighton has Sweeney. Creighton has three guys that can initiate offense. They run sets as well as anybody. They make threes as well as anybody. And they are so good at running you off the 3-point line and just funneling everybody into the paint, where you have the 3-time Defensive Player of the Year in Ryan Kalkbrenner. Outside of, like, let's just assume that Kolek is healthy. Can you poke holes in either of those two as potential title contenders?
I think the thing that you would say with both of those teams is, do they have the NBA talent, right? I think in traditionally speaking, right, the teams that win championships are the teams that have dudes that make a living in the NBA. And I'm not convinced that either team has that, right? Maybe Creighton does with Trey Alexander. Maybe Marquette does with Oso. Those guys have been in big board, been in the conversation. But I think both of those guys are going to be really important in this setting if they're going to break through and make a deep run. Like I'm a believer in Creighton because I think Stephen Ashford's playing better. They have balance. They can really, really shoot it, and they have guys who've been through it in March before, right? I mean, maybe no team has a more bitter taste in their mouth other than Purdue than Creighton from how last year. We're a one whistle from the Final Four, and so to me, like I would be afraid to play Creighton. I think the only question is just, do they have that like high upside dude that changes a game? We'll see in March whether Trey Alexander can be that guy.
Yep. You got anything on them, Jarrell? We talked about Marquette last night. What do you think about Creighton?
I'm in complete agreement with you. And I think, to your point, Sweeney, I think Trey Alexander is that guy. I got a chance to spend some time with him at the Nike Academy over the summer and everything out in Portland. And number one, a really great kid, great dude, but a talented player. And it seems that when he's on and when he's playing well, man, that he gives them a different dimension to that team just offensively. Shireman's been pretty rock solid. He's going to do what he's going to do. Kalkbrenner's going to do what he's going to do. But when Trey is on and he's clicking, it makes them really tough to guard offensively. And then, they've always been a pretty good defensive team, especially, with the reigning Defensive Player of the Year and everything as well, too, man. So I think either way, listen, I'm praying with everything in my body that one of these Big East teams that actually got in makes a deep run, because they got absolutely hosed this year. After what we just sat there and watched for a week in the Garden, Rob, for it to be 3 teams to get in, like I hope they all do well. So I'm just a Big East fan. And as long as Marquette doesn't shit, as long as we don't see UConn, we'll be fine at this point. That's the only kryptonite. And we got to make it a long way to get to them. So exactly.
See you in the title game.
Exactly.
What it is. And we'll run it back. We'll have we'll get the polls again.
You
so the teams that
round 4.
Round 4. The teams I'm already saying it's already 3-0. The teams I'm saying that can't win it, that are the top 4 seeds. Sweeney. I'm saying no Iowa State. I don't trust them offensively at this point. Love them defensively. Incredible run. Great year for TJ. Just don't know if they have the horses to beat a team that's going to put up 90, and they're going to give up 90 at some point. Auburn. If you could tell me that we had senior year Aiden Holloway, I'd be in. I just don't trust the freshman in that situation. Alabama, Sweeney, I don't trust the defense. Baylor, don't trust the defense. Kansas, they're hurt, man. Like it is what it is. And then Duke, just don't think they're tough enough. Anyone out of that group that you vehemently disagree with, and would knock me off?
We've been over with Auburn, so I would say them. I think they're a real contender. I think the only other I would say is Baylor. I think Baylor's tough. I think Baylor's improving defensively. Their young guys are playing better. I would not be shocked if this Baylor group is at least in a Final Four.
I'm with Sweeney on that one. And Baylor was going to be my pick. They shoot the hell out of the ball as well too. So they're really good offensively. Obviously, they've taken a step back a little bit from traditional Scott Drew teams on the defensive end, but they've been a little bit better down the stretch. So I definitely think they might be able to put it together and make a run.
Yeah. Well, listen, this has been a blast, guys. Those are the teams. We got 10 of them. 10 teams can win a national championship this year. For Kevin Sweeney, for Jarrell McNeil, make sure you guys go and check out Splash Sports. It's splashsports.com/68, the number 68. That is where we are going to have our Field of 68 Survivor Madness. Anybody that doesn't know how to play Survivor pools, you guys are missing out. It is an absolute blast. We have the 3-man weave coming up next. Kai McKeon, Jim Root, Matty Cox are going to break everything down in the NCAA tournament. It's coming up next. The best month of the year is here, which is why you need to know that we are now partnered with BetMGM. We'll be using BetMGM lines to make all of our picks, and we'll have special offers for the listeners and the viewers of the Field of 68 all through the NCAA tournament. If you haven't signed up for BetMGM yet, you can use the bonus code FIELD, and you will get up to a $1,500 first bet offer on your first wager with BetMGM, regardless of whether or not that bet hits. Here's the best part. All you need to do is deposit and bet $10 of your hard-earned money. This is how you make it work. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code FIELD. Deposit at least $10 and place your first wager on any game, and you get up to $1,500 in bonus bets, regardless of the outcome of your bet. Just make sure you use that bonus code FIELD when you sign up. Most importantly, we do have some fun stuff coming for the conference tournaments and especially for the NCAA tournament. Bet insurance tokens, college hoops odds boosts, and what I love the most, a nice parlay boost for anything you could possibly imagine betting on in the NCAA tournament, from odds and getting an at-large bid to Final Four futures to the highest seed to make to the Sweet 16. I'm calling it right now. BetMGM is the king of the prop bet for your March Madness needs. So go download the BetMGM app, use the code FIELD, and sign up today. And while I've got you, a quick request: the best way to support the Field of 68 and our content you get for free is to engage with us. Rate and review the pod, like and share the YouTube videos, tell your friends about us. It helps in a world where the algorithm is king. By now, you guys have surely heard about Autograph, an app founded by Tom Brady with the intention of disrupting the way that fans consume content covering their favorite teams. This is how the app works. All of the podcasters, bloggers, and digital creators covering a team have their content sent to that team's page in the Autograph app. Instead of having to bounce from site to site or trying to navigate the safer workspaces on Twitter, you can just scroll through Autograph. This isn't a hard sell. This is the truth. I am a UConn fan, and I use the Autograph app to keep up with the writers I read and the pods that I listen to about UConn basketball. The best part is that every piece of content that you consume gives you reward points. The more you get, the more chances you have at things like discounted tickets to games and the grand prize, a trip to the LA Regional and a spot in a suite for the Sweet 16 and Elite 8 games. Here's the best part. We've partnered with Autograph to donate $1 to the V Foundation every time someone downloads the app using the code F68, with a minimum of $2,500 getting donated. The app is free. So download, use the code F68, help us raise a little bit of money for cancer research, and give Autograph a try. I promise you it will be worth it. And while we're here, a quick reminder: make sure that you subscribe to the Daily. We have new landing pages with deep dives into each coaching change, as well as a tracker that provides scouting reports on the transfers that have entered the portal that you are going to want to know about. Hit the link below to subscribe. There is nothing better in sports than tournament time, which is why I need to tell you guys about our partners over at Rhythm. If you're into sports betting, you need Rhythm, the place for data-backed props and picks. For those that are unfamiliar, Rhythm, spelled RITHMM, is the go-to mobile app for player props and game picks. Backed by AI predictive models, Rhythm helps you make smarter and faster betting decisions across all sports, but particularly college basketball. With Rhythm, you get data-backed picks for every single Division I game, every single day. Users get free picks daily with the ability to upgrade to unlimited access. If you want to increase your edge and win more bets, go to the link in the description and download Rhythm today. That's RITHMM, the place for data-backed props and picks. And while we're here, let me tell you about our newest partner for the month of March, SplashSports, the home of certified community competition, where you get to play against your friends and not the house. Whatever game it is that you are playing, from survivors to tiers to pick X, the safest way to play for real money without the hassle of having to track down deposits or worry about payments is through Splash. They have partnered with PaySafe, the best deposit and payment system in the world, to ensure that money stays in safe hands and is delivered to the right places. To join the Field of 68 Survivor Madness, click the link in our profile below and join in. Entries are $5 a pop with a prize pool of up to $4,500. Winner take all. Join Splash and come prove that you're smarter than us.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final hour of the Field of 68 Selection Sunday special. We're back. The three-man weave is back, invading the Field of 68. They let us back. I can't believe they did that. Seems like a risky business venture for them, but we're here to hang. Matthew's got his spinny hat on. I actually probably should be wearing mine too. I'm Jim Root. That's Kai McEwen. Matt Cox has the spinny hat. Fellas, we're going to break down the bracket as only we know how, from a little bit of a gambling lens. We'll give some of our best bets from the first round and any potential matchups that intrigue us from later on in the tournament, going roughly region by region. Seems a reasonable way to do it. Kai, let's just get right into it, man. Let's start in the East, where number one seed overall, UConn, resides. The only one seed to win their conference tournament, interestingly enough. Looking down this field, Kai, is there any particular matchup that really jumps out to you that you just wanted to bet immediately, whether from a side or a total perspective?
Yes, Jim, first of all, how crazy is it? 3 Final Four teams from last year, same region. Wow. Hey, where's Miami? Oh, was Miami overrated coming into the year? Did they not make the tournament? Oh, wow. Sorry, Canes. Wow, that sucks, man. Who could have seen that coming? Three-man weave. You know what, Jim? I do have a couple games I'm targeting. First of all, BYU. BYU took 7.5 already. I think it's gone up a bit. Duquesne, no business being 11 seed. We've talked about it internally. We've talked about it on Twitter. Duquesne should not be an 11. That was clearly VCU's spot. The committee just left them there out of laziness, frankly. They'd be a dog to basically every single 12 seed and 13 seed.
I just floated a theory on this. I want to get your take on it real quick. BYU was a 5 seed that was procedurally shifted to a 6 because of the Sunday stuff. And so now they're playing a team we think should be a 12. Do you think maybe do I read into that maybe, or am I giving the committee too much credit?
Maybe, except I think it should be a 13.
Okay.
They should be a 13 seed.
Fair.
Yeah. So it makes you think, like, what if Temple beat UAB? Would they have put Temple at a 12 seed? That would have been real eye opening. I kind of wish it would have happened. But yes, Jim, BYU.
They're playing like a 6 seed right now, the Owls.
Yes.
The other Owls.
Yeah, BYU is my, I guess, favorite bet so far. Matt, I'm on UAB as well. I know you like the Blazers.
Yeah, I love UAB. 11-2 against the spread this year as underdog. Like, when you watch Andy Kennedy and this team play, I called it Diet Memphis. You would never want to lay points with this team. Like, I watched the Alcorn game, I think it was. They just completely melted against pressure. Late game execution, horrid, much like you saw Memphis melt down with many big leads this year as well. But when you put them up with expectations against a shiny object, and obviously the NCAA tournament against San Diego State, who will have some dudes, I think UAB is like the more, not to get to the dudometer, Kai, I know it's your favorite measure of Jimmy's and Joe's, but like UAB's got just as much juice in the talent, athleticism, size departments as the Aztecs. Now, coaching, I feel like I'm being disrespectful to Brian Dutcher here, but I like the matchup. I just think they play up well.
Yeah, that's fair. I right before we got on, I asked Matt to sell me on this because I've been wanting to fade all the Mountain West teams, and I wasn't sure about that one. And Matt had a pretty compelling pitch. Guys, the one I love is FAU. Matt, I can't believe you're not all over your Owls here against Northwestern. Short-handed Northwestern.
I'm on.
Okay, good.
I'm with you.
They have taken money early. I think I saw 1.5 early, and it's 3 in some places now. People are in on the Owls in a tournament setting. Obviously, they were good in it last year. They won the ESPN Events Invitational on a neutral floor. Reminder there. The only team the Owls couldn't was another Owls. So that's what's wrong, Kai. A rock can't beat a rock in rock paper scissors. That's not how it works.
Yeah, I'm tired of the FAU hate on Twitter. When did everybody turn against this team? Everyone's saying they shouldn't be in the tournament. I agree they're overseeded. They should be an 8 seed. They shouldn't be. They should be a 9 or 10. Frankly, I'm surprised people haven't realized this. The conference tournaments, especially late in the week, are not accounted for by the committee. They're not given equal weight. It's very likely the committee had FAU as an 8 seed before the Temple game even happened. I know they won't say it's true. Just look at the results from the last couple of years of seeding. But I love FAU. I'm going to go all the way out on a limb just so I can talk about it later. I'm going to say FAU is going to beat UConn. If it comes back in my face, who cares?
Yes.
Who cares if it comes back in my face?
Yes.
No one expects them to win. I'm rooting hard for FAU, Jim. Gosh dang it, we're going to be in Las Vegas. I can't wait to watch that game.
They let us back on Field 68 for 10 minutes, and Kai's going at the Overlord Rob Doster's team, telling him he's not even going to make the second weekend. Although, the reigning champ rarely makes the second weekend. I don't have the stat on my hands right now, but Villanova 2016 did not make second weekend in 17. I can't remember if that was the case. I know it's relatively rare. Kansas did not make the second weekend last year after getting upset by Arkansas. So maybe Kai is on to something. Matt, anything further down the line?
I'm not even sure that. I was going to say, are we sure that UConn gets past Stetson, like the Hatters with the Belgian? Doing dudes
15.
in the zone?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't know. All right. I mean, looking ahead,
they're
maybe.
going to kill him.
Yeah, no, I think that's a 26.5 point spread for a reason. I thought the Duke Vermont game was interesting, right? Like Vermont it profiles as a
not the East though, right?
Track that is
sticking East.
Brooklyn.
Matt's just hopping around. This is a good bit. Matt doesn't know the outline. He doesn't know the bracket. It's perfect.
This is not the East. The Barclays.
Brooklyn. Brooklyn is a.
There's pods versus brackets, Matt. We have two different things we're dealing with here. So
that's right.
Because they're playing in Brooklyn does not mean they're in the East region.
Hey, can I throw something else out, Jim, while Matt regathers himself, and maybe he'll agree with this one? Yeah. Drake is a team I'll be backing in the first round. Drake is a team I'm taking to the Elite Eight. Bulldogs. I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. I'm sad the Sycamores didn't make it. It's very sad, but I'm replacing them with Drake in my heart, in my bracket.
If so facto, Kai, you're telling me you're anti-Iowa State, who just tore through the Big 12 tournament, destroyed Houston in the final. I assume we're going to get a ton of Iowa State fans in. I believe that's in Omaha. So there's going to be plenty of red there, Kai. Are you worried about
Drake.
The potential home crowd? And Drake. I guess Drake will travel well too.
No. Here's the deal with Iowa State. Their offense is not very good, and that's the big problem. And I think Drake can. Hey, good point in the chat, Nick. Drake, I think they are the number one defensive rebounding team in the country. Man, I like that as a team I can back, and I know they can score. Tucker DeVries, man, I know Iowa State's great defensively. I worry about teams that can stagnate offensively in a tournament setting. So I do like Drake here.
All
right, Matt, anything else down the line in that region you like?
Isn't everyone picking Drake? That's my concern. Do you mean? I feel like we need to. We're probably
not over Iowa State.
A little bit.
Nah.
Right.
How good did Iowa State do last year?
Yeah, no, the Iowa State offense bothers me. That's my only concern. I do think they smack the Jack Bunnies, though. I think that pressure is just going to be way too much for Zeke Mayo and the boys there.
Valid. All right, well, fellas, do you have a Final Four pick? Let's do that real quick before we move over to the South region. Matt, I'm starting with you. Give me your regional final pick. Who over who to go to Phoenix?
I have FAU in a rematch with Illinois, Jim. FAU taking down UConn as well, so I know it's going to be a predictable upset pick from me, but I think Illinois actually gets to the Final Four from this region. So Hart wanted to say FAU. I think it's just a little too. It's a bridge too far to actually pencil them in because UConn's still at UConn at the end of the day. So I went Illinois.
That there, Kai. What about Eastern McEwen?
I don't understand this comment from Corey that the Big 12 doesn't play defense. They have the best two defensive teams in the country, Corey. Wake up, Corey. I'm taking Auburn over Drake, Jim. Auburn's a top 5 team in KenPom. They're a 4 seed. They're severely underseeded. I thought they should have been a 3. The quality wins held them back, but here they are. Auburn is going to make the Final Four.
All right, this will be the only lunatic show that doesn't have anybody picking UConn in the Final Four because I'm going Illinois over Auburn.
Good.
So I think that, Auburn, I think it's a tough matchup for UConn, a top 5 KenPom team in the Sweet 16. Not an ideal draw for them. All right, let's shift over to the South, home of Houston. Kai, one of those aforementioned excellent defensive teams from the Big 12. Other highly ranked teams, Marquette, Duke. Matthew, we're finally going to allow you to talk Duke Vermont in this region. Kentucky, obviously a team people love to discuss. But Matt, I'm going to you first in terms of first round matchups or totals. Anything you're liking to bet in the opening round there in the South region?
I think the Kentucky-Oakland matchup was a fun. I think you saw some Twitter discourse like, ooh, Oakland, funky zone, really good coach. They've proven they can play against big boys. We saw them now kind of good efforts against their 2 Power 6, Ohio State and Illinois as well. But I think the line was too short when it opened. It was 12.5, got bet up to 13.5. I see some people taking 14. There's a fun tug of war there. I think stylistically you could argue that the oddity, Kai, the uniqueness of Oakland, the veteran presence that they have, Rocket Watts, I know Jim's boy, making a return to the dance, but Kentucky's just going
Stay on the sideline, Rocket. Stay on the sideline, Rocket. That's what I say.
We noticed a little bit of a Ewing theory developing late with DQ Cole playing some point guard. So yeah, I think this line is a little too short. I think it should be closer to 15. Hoping the market sees it the same way, and I can kind of swipe in there with a little right-left counter with my Grizz and Greg Campy and co.
Yeah, I'm taking Oakland to the against the spread, not to beat them, not to beat Kentucky, but I think they can hang around, man. They played a really tough schedule. They hung with Ohio State, they hung with Illinois, they hung with Drake, they beat Xavier at Xavier. That's really hard to do. Ask most Big East teams. They didn't really hang with Michigan State. They did for a half though. They have a lot of talent. They have 2 legit bigs in Conway and Townsend. They have legit guards as well. They have a legit coach in Greg Campy. He is going to muck some things up with the zones he can throw at Kentucky. Now, I'm worried Kentucky just bullies them on the boards, but I kind of trust Oakland to get back in transition and at least slow down that attack a bit. So I like Oakland at plus 13.5, Matt, is what I got it at.
Wow. Okay. Both of you diving in on the Golden Grizzlies. Kai, is that your favorite from this region, or are you just propping up Matty Cox because he needs the ego boost?
No, let's see here, Jim. The whole world's going to take James Madison, and I said this. It doesn't mean it's wrong. Remember the year Minnesota, Middle Tennessee played? Middle Tennessee 12-5. Middle Tennessee was a favorite. Everyone took them. Guess what? They won. Just because the talking heads on CBS say James Madison's going to win doesn't mean it's wrong. I do think James Madison is the pick there for me. Not my favorite, though. Jim, the favorite in this one is a first 4 game, Colorado. Colorado -2 against Boise State is my favorite bet in this region if you want to include the playing games.
Buff. I'm doing the flex emoji for the buffs, the buffs. Yeah, Kai, I think it's a great spot for them. Like, they're finally healthy. Cody Williams looks good. They're a different team with him out there, him and De Silva back healthy. And again, I am team fade Mountain West in this tournament. Apparently me and the NCAA selection committee are aligned because they knocked all of them down a seed line except San Diego State, seemingly, from what was projected. 2 of them in the first 4. That was not what most people were projecting there. But Kai, I love that. I love Colorado. I also like James Madison. And guys, I love Nebraska. The way they've been defending since the start of February, they're a top 5 defense at KenPom. The only person that unlocked it was the Terrence 40 burger at the Big Ten tournament. That, it's tough to stop. That guy can really score. And against Texas A&M, a team who plays a super compact brand of man-to-man, it's like almost a zone. You get a ton of threes. Matt, last year they played a bombs-away Big Ten team in the first round, and Penn State torched them. I think Nebraska could do the same thing. They away. I hope Mr. Tominaga becomes a household name after that. I just fear what happens to them against Houston.
Yeah, the defense concerns me, Jim, because I like the over a lot here. Like A&M's recent resurgence has come a little bit more out of a freer flowing, more up and down offense. Like they're not sitting in the half court and watching Boots Radford dribble the ball for 20 seconds, set 2 ball screens, throw up a crap shot, go play volleyball on the glass. Like Buzz actually realized, hey, we're not really good at half court offense. We should probably be a little more opportunistic, with Wade Taylor and Boots and those guys slashing. So I think this game is a ton of possessions. It's actually a really fun game. In Nebraska, as we know, under the mayor and when Tominaga gets going, and they get those transition threes burning, that can be an 80, 85 spot on an A&M defense that has not been super consistent all year. Like they've had some leaks. I watched Alabama hang a million on them. That's obviously not the caliber that you get with Nebraska, but I like the over here, Jim. So I'm hoping the resurgence of Nebraska's defense stays at bay just for the opening round for points. 145.
Yeah, I think that one makes sense. Yeah. Kai, I think we both agree here that Houston coming off a 25-point butt kicking in the Big 12 tournament final against Longwood, a team that has not really held up well against better competition as a big underdog. I'll get the numbers here in a second. Just kind of tee you up for it. I think we both love Houston, yes?
I think Houston's going to win by 40. No disrespect to Longwood. This team is good. They're talented. The problem is they win by physicality. And guess what we saw a couple years ago when they were in this tournament at the exact same team style, and they played Texas Tech. And Texas Tech absolutely decimated them. It wasn't close. Houston is going to do the exact same thing. It's not going to be a game, in my opinion. No offense to Longwood. 22 is so short.
I sadly agree with you. Yeah. 22 feels short. The only reason it's short is because it's a low total. It's like a 128 total.
Like, right.
But like, why is this not 80 to 45? That's kind of where this number immediately went to in my head.
Yep.
Yeah, I was thinking Longwood could be, if it wasn't Houston, I would be making a case to, hey, this is not last year's Longwood. You look at Evan Maya's situational rating adjustments, how you played against good teams versus below average teams. The Longwood actually ranks, I think, in the top 30. So haven't played many, but they have played better against, upper half of the country competition. But again, Houston's just different, right? And coming off the angry spot, that's not going to go well.
Yeah, they've only played one top 100 team. It was at Dayton. They did lose by 9, so it wasn't like crazy one. But I just can't get. Oh, sorry, it was Tennessee, not Texas Tech, man. Tennessee. Yeah, thanks, Ted.
Yeah,
same thing. A physical team. You need to play a finesse team for Longwood and want to beat them. It's not Houston, man. You can't beat them at their game.
Yeah. Quick side gambling story. That was the year I bet the biggest blowout under 38.5, and Longwood lost by 38. It hung on by a half point. So I was glued into the end of that game. I love that bet every year. I'll be playing probably the over this year. It's more fun to root for the over in a giant blowout, but it's better. Because, Kai, you can win it early. If the other one, you can't win until they're all done. It's the classic under versus over dilemma.
Under versus over dilemma.
That's right.
Yeah.
Anything further down the line for you in this region, Kai? Any matchups that you think are appealing in like the second round or the Sweet 16, a potential upset? I know you love Drake in the other region. Where are you at here?
Jim, I could be talking out of my ass here, as I often do, but I'm pretty sure this still holds that a play-in team has never not made the Sweet 16. Is that right?
I think they've play-in teams always won in the first round. I don't think because last year I don't think one made the Sweet 16, but somebody always wins in that round of 64.
Then last year might have been the first year they didn't win the Sweet 16 or make the Sweet 16. I really think that was a thing for a while. My point is, I think Colorado, if they beat Boise, can get past Florida, unfortunately with the hand locked in injury, and then can get past Marquette as well. Marquette, man, it would suck to see them go out early again, but I don't know. I kind of have a feeling about Colorado. I do like Kentucky to make the Elite Eight. That's going to be a popular pick. Jim, NC State, DJ Burns, Oglesby, T.O. called him a refrigerator with ballerina feet. Fantastic description by T.O. You like NC State, Matt? I think Texas Tech's going to get them, but
I do.
I don't mind
stand
the
with my
spread.
guy T.O. I just feel bad for T.O. because there's no one on the ACC island with him. One, Brad Brownell, obviously. And the
there
other
are
coaches.
there's Twitter folks out there.
I feel like that's a one-sided, as it should probably be one-sided. I stand with T.O. in this matchup. I think NC State's kind of a good team. I hope they have some gas left from that insane run. But, even the last regular season game at North Carolina, they ended up losing, I think, by 12 or something. But they were up 8.5, and when the talent and shot making is going, you kind of have that punch of physicality up front with Bernsey, especially against Texas Tech's front line, which a little bit brittle, as we know this year, right? This is not a typical Grant McCasland, gritty, bruising North Texas type team. It's an offensive type of team, right? So I think this gets into like a higher, people have actually betting this under to 144. I feel like the overs are good. I think it's a higher possession game that will favor NC State with the way they're playing offense right now. So I like the pack. We keep riding the wave.
Yeah, I like the over there a lot, Matt. I think there's going to be efficiency on both ends. Like, I don't really think, especially if Washington's still banged up for Texas Tech, you can't guard Burns one-on-one. And he's such a good passer now. Like, that's how he was just torturing teams in the ACC tournament, getting open jumpers. Guys were driving closeouts. Washington's also their best rim protector. So that's, you need him in there. And the other side, Texas Tech has been willing to play a 70 possession game. Like, it's not a McCasland team where like they have to play 60, only walk it up. And they can score. They got shooters all over. They play 2 point guards pretty much at all times. I like the over there quite a bit. Looking forward, Maddie, do your Duke Blue Devils even make it past James Madison, or do they at least get to Houston where they show off their physical softness and get punked by the Cougars?
Yeah, I think they arrived to Houston, but then they step into the light against Houston, and we see them for who they really are and who they've been exposed for in key moments in big games against big-bodied teams this year. So, yeah, I have little longevity, very little hope in terms of the runway for Duke beyond the second weekend, Kai. I just don't see. I think Vermont they'll be fine with, right? Like, Vermont just doesn't really scare me this year. Vermont and Colgate, too, perennial programs that just don't have that same juice this season from what I've watched. So that doesn't bother me.
I definitely agree with Colgate. I don't know about Vermont, man. I still think this team's pretty good.
They can guard, but I don't think they can score.
They wanted UNI. They competed with Maryland. I know Maryland's not good, but it was at Maryland. They lost by 10 at Providence. This team's not bad. And, man, they're well coached, and they're top 5 in experience in the country. I think Vermont could actually keep this one pretty close. Their spreads are usually within double digits when they're in the tournament. This is a bit of an outlier than normal for Vermont. And they're not really that ranked that low either. Excuse me. I'm looking at last year. They beat Yale. I'm sorry. I was on the wrong page. Point stands. They beat some good teams.
Waiting to see if Loretto comes back for them. He's been hurt, banged up. They did get Hurley back. He had some huge shots in the final against UMass Lowell to get them there. We'll go Final Four picks here, guys. Matt, going to you. It doesn't sound like you have a lot of faith in the Dukies. So where does that mean you're going to take this? You going chalk with Houston or going crazy with? I guess you're probably going to pick Kentucky. That's my guess.
Yeah, my current version V1, Jim. So yeah, we'll have a few versions before it officially goes live. I have Kentucky as of this moment in time. I do. Kentucky Marquette I stared at for a while. I feel like from a bracket strategy perspective, I think I'm going to go with Kentucky here.
Valid. All right, Kai, to you.
I'm taking Houston, man. I'm riding with the Cougs. I've liked them all year. I'm hoping they make it this time. The injuries are such a shame. They seem to go through it every single season. Maybe it's because they play so darn hard. But yeah, I'm taking Houston, Jim.
Okay, I'm going with Houston as well. I bummed about last year's upset against a nuclear offensive team in Miami, but I think they get there this year. And I think I have them over Texas Tech in the Elite Eight. I'm trusting the Grant McCaslands. Hopefully they get healthier, Washington and Darion Williams. They need both of those guys out there to be the best version of themselves. But the guards, the shooting, I do believe in that. Kentucky, young team that I think could get tripped up early in the tournament. And then Tyler Kolek's oblique. Get better soon, Tyler. We hope he's able to be full strength for the tournament. All right, moving down to the Midwest region, led by Purdue, who just dropped one in overtime to Wisconsin. Also got Tennessee and Dalton Connect, the rejuvenated Rick Barnes offense. Gonzaga, Kansas. Kai, this is Maui reincarnate. Those 4 teams were all in Maui this year. The only one missing is Marquette. Wow. And the new insertion is Creighton, a different Big East team, highly seeded. anything jumping out at you early on in this particular region, first round sides or totals?
Jim, I think we talked about it. You, me, and old Matthew. We like TCU a lot against Utah State. Hey, no disrespect to the Aggies. They had a great season. I worry about them and New Mexico. Haven't played a Power 6 conference team all season. I'm not a mid-major hater. I believe both of these teams are very, very good. Heck, I think most Mountain West teams are underseeded in this tournament besides San Diego State, but I think TCU is a good matchup for Utah State. So I do like them here at, gosh, I got 3.5. I'm not sure what it's at right now. I thought I got up to 4, but maybe it's come down a bit, Jim.
Yeah, let's see. I'm pulling it up right now, Kai. I'm looking at 3 right now. So yeah, I would take 3. I mean, this is a physical front line with a lot of options, especially with Ernest Uday back in there. He missed a few games. Matt, we seem to think he was pretty important for them just from the rebounding standpoint, and to battle great Asabor in the post, you need guys that can absorb some contact and get beat up down there. This is another Mountain West team I'm fading. So yeah, TCU for me. Matthias, what about you? What's your favorite first round bet here from the Midwest?
No, I agree. As you talk through this, I'm sort of having the epiphany, like, yeah, I need to bet TCU. I don't know if I want to lay 3 because I've been a little bit lukewarm on TCU for most of the season. But like the Utah State, Danny Sprinkle, 1 foot out the door. Is he coaching at Utah State next year? Unlikely. That kind of stuff does make me want to run to the counter to fade a team that, coach may not be all the way locked and dialed for this preparation. I know some of their fans are frustrated. They don't run as many set plays as they did in the beginning of the year, like kind of it's implying that Sprinkle's sort of not checked out, but maybe not unveiling his entire playbook of options. All that aside, which is mostly nonsensical, I do lean TCU. Other one real quick here, Jim, which I think we all agree on, quack, quack, quack. The Oregon Duckies, currently a pick right now.
I like Oregon.
One of 2 11 versus 6 matchups where I think we can agree the better team may be the team that's not seeded higher.
No, I don't agree with the other one, because the other one you're going to say is New Mexico, correct?
You Clemson guy?
Yeah,
come on, Jim.
I'm a Clemson guy. Me and T.O. Sign up. Let's go, T.O. The Orange Tigers. We're fighting. They're their best when they're not at home. Yeah, we're fine. I get to fade them on West team. I'm excited about it. That's the next region. We won't jump ahead. I know, Matt. I like Oregon. I know Kai does too. Dana Altman is 15-6-1 against the spread in the tournament. He is a March maestro. He broke out a bunch of his changing defenses for the Pac-12 tournament. It almost seemed like he was slow playing that this year, like a lot of man-to-man stuff. And they did have a lot of guys in and out of the lineup. But they get a lot of vibes of 2019, Kai. I think you brought this up on a different show. Team that made a run to the Pac-12 championship, gets in as a double-digit seed. Now they get a pretty decent matchup where it's not some like overpowering 6 seed. It's a well-coached but not ultimately NBA caliber talented. You could argue Oregon's got the better roster, and they've got a veteran postseason coach. So, yeah, I like Oregon. I think they could give Creighton trouble in the second round too.
Yeah, it's the weakest 6 seed. It's one of the weaker at-large teams in the country. Per KenPom, no offense to the Gamecock fans in the chat, they're number 2 in luck in KenPom. They've gotten blown out a few games. They've had a great season. I think they're vulnerable, though, against Oregon for sure, Jim. Elsewhere in the region, I don't think Samford can compete with Kansas. If Kansas is healthy, they're a sexy pick to be an upset for sure. But, man, this spread's come down to 7. I'm ready to take Kansas. I think Dickinson and McCullough are going to play. Look what Purdue did to Samford, man. They beat him by 50, and that's really the only light competition Samford's played all season. Dickinson can do the exact same thing. KJ Adams can do the exact same thing. I like Kansas there. And then one more, Akron. I'm back in my Zips. Plus 13 is too much. They're a great tournament team under John Gross. I think they can cover against Creighton.
Yeah, John Gross 7-1 against the spread as a ball coach. I know none of those were at Illinois, much to Illinois fans' chagrin, but he has been very good in the MAC as a coach in the tournament. And yeah, Kai, no, I'm with you on all those, actually. I think we're fairly well aligned in the Midwest region. Maddie, let me float you the first 4 game, Virginia, Colorado State. I just want to get a quick, do you have an opinion? Because Virginia had a lot of people up in arms that they're in, kind of myself included. I don't want to watch them play basketball. It's like a anemic version, even on the scale of Virginia teams. Yeah. But can either of them pull off what Kai was discussing and win a game or two straight through from the first 4 and get to the Sweet 16? That would be against Texas and Tennessee.
Yeah, I think so. Just because, well, I'm going to isolate Colorado State. I'm kind of writing off Virginia entirely. I think that this is another one where it's dangerous. The entire world thinks Virginia stinks. They shouldn't be here. That they're going to lose. And it's sort of one of those things where Tony Bennett wins 2 or 3 out of nowhere with, Reese Beekman goes for 30 or something. But my gut tells me Colorado State wins this first one. And I think just Nico Medved in a short turnaround could be tough for those matchups you mentioned, Jim. But I don't know. Neither of the playing games this one especially, I just don't think there's a ton of long, deep runway potential. I just don't see it here.
I feel like we always kind of get that sense, though, and then one team that you're just like, wait.
One team breaks through.
Like when UCLA went to the Final Four, they had lost 5 games in a row. And it's like, they're playing terrible. Why would they go on a run? And suddenly they're, in the final
USC
weekend.
Did it. Yeah, it's always teams that you don't expect. That's fair. Some random Pac-12 team.
I will almost certainly be on Virginia in that game. Virginia.
I think I am too. The no fun bowl, and it's a Mountain West team again for me. I am going to be consistent with that, guys. I think I'll go at worst 4-2 betting against the Mountain West teams. That's where I land. This is the year they go 0-6. But I will say, since 2006, the conference is 23-46 against the spread in the NCAA tournament. That is 33%. That is terrible. And that includes like a 4-1 run, 5-1 last year from San Diego State against the spread. So you take that one run out from a team that's not at elevation, and it gets even uglier for the Mountain West. So I will continue to fade them. Kai, what do you think about Tennessee? Rick Barnes, not a good tournament coach either. 9-21 against the spread. St. Peter's, the darling 15 seed. Can they continue that magic that they had from a few years ago, or does even somebody like Texas get them in the second round?
Yeah, I mean, I guess people are going to take St. Peter's against the spread because they remember the magic run. This is not the same St. Peter's team. They're not even close to that level. They have a bit of the same identity with Bashir Mason, right? They scrap, they hit the boards. The caliber of player outside of Corey Washington is not the same for this team. And I think Tennessee is so different this year, man, with Dalton Connect. You've heard it being said a million times by now. He changes their offense. In the past, they haven't had great offensive teams. This year they do, and it's mainly because of Dalton Connect. So I don't think Tennessee is going to have much trouble with St. Peter's. Will there be enough possessions for them to extend this game past 18, 19, 20 points? It's a good question. Once they get past that, I do expect them to get past Texas, and then past that, Jim, I'm kind of unsure. My first draft, I had Creighton going to the Elite Eight. I might change that because I'm getting a little Akron feelings in my plums that I might have to readjust for.
I need you to not ignore your plums, Kai. Acknowledge your plums.
I don't want to ignore my plums.
We call them plumes on this program. We call them plumes.
One of us does.
That is a Matt bit. That's all. All right. Let's see. What else we want to look at here before we go Final Four picks? Kai, if we get a Purdue versus Gonzaga rematch from Maui, can the Zags take them down? And I'll ask you this as well. McNeese was the team I think a lot of people wanted to bet in the first round, and they got a very difficult matchup. Couldn't Gonzaga even get out of that matchup to even get to Purdue?
From an analytic standpoint, from a power rating standpoint, Gonzaga is the best 5 seed in the tournament. So yes, McNeese got a horrible draw. Gonzaga, I'm shocked, got a 5 just from the resume. Again, that's the predictive analytics doing the work. The committee definitely leaned into that, as they're supposed to do. But still, I think many would have had Gonzaga as a 6 or even a 7. I think Gonzaga gets by McNeese. As much as I like McNeese, I think Gonzaga probably beats Kansas too. I'm really liking this team lately. They're studs. Obviously, they beat Kentucky at Kentucky. They can win big games. And Kansas, I think they're going to get past Stanford. I do think they're a little bit vulnerable, though, past that.
Yeah, Kansas is a vibe to me of a team that's better, that has not gotten better from early in the year, whereas Gonzaga has taken off and clearly become a better version of themselves. Yeah, sorry, man, not to cut you off, but yeah, I wanted to step in with that.
No, I think that's the Kansas, Bill Self talking about how he thought this week was such an important reset time for them. You could see them coming out and just shredding Samford's press. Now, the thing with Samford in that tournament, they had to play a lot of slow teams, though they won some kind of slower possession, grinded out types of game. I like seeing Samford be a little more chameleon-y than I thought they were, right? More of a one-trick pony, can only win their way. But Bucky's ball has some 1-3-1 zone traps in there. They got some 2-2-1 delay. There's a lot of different curveballs they can throw at Kansas. It's not just we're going to come out and trap you and pressure you, which if they just had that in their back pocket, we all know KU, if there's one thing they can do, can't shoot, they can pass. Their bigs can pass. They can just go ping pong and shred that press in a second. So I was back and forth in that game. I think Samford has grown on me as a giant killer potential, but I don't love the matchup, especially if KU comes out healthier, as it sounds like they will.
Yeah, that's the ball handling is that's like the biggest strength of that KU team with Harris and McCullough can pass over the top. You can let Adams break pressure. I don't like that matchup at all for Buckyball. That's an issue. We do have a big announcement per the Overlord, Mr. Robbie Doster. Fellas, this is the most watched stream in Field of 68 history. Woo! Not just us. I think it's the whole Selection Sunday special.
Just us.
Yeah. It's because of us. I mean, we obviously put it over the top. The late night hangs with the chat here. People are having a great time. There are 4 figures worth of people watching right now, Kai. Wow. So make sure those takes are cooking. Wow. Really, shout out to the
turn it up a notch.
We appreciate it. We appreciate everybody tuning in. We're having a blast talking ball here on the Field of 68 presented by BetMGM. All right, guys, next up, well, I guess we could do Final Four picks. We'll do that real quick. We'll recap them all at the end to make sure people don't miss anything. But in the Midwest, Matthias, going to you first. Again, this is the Maui Invitational region. Who are you taking here?
I almost went Oregon, but I'm not that crazy, Jim.
Wow.
Not yet. It's only 10:45, maybe 2 hours. I'll be officially penciling in Oregon, but Gonzaga was actually where I was going with this. I haven't officially made my V1 current pencil edition, number 2 pencil, has Gonzaga knocking off Purdue. Mr. McKeon, your thoughts on that? This is a tough one, though. What did John Rothstein call this region? The region of tension.
I don't know.
So yeah, I'm very tense trying to parse.
What's the difference between that and the region of drama? I don't know.
Of drama. I don't know. The region of gladiators, though, the East. We got to spend like 20 minutes on that one again. That's good. Kai, sorry, your thoughts.
You know what? I have to stick with my guns here, fellas. I took Purdue at the beginning of the season. I'm taking Purdue all the way once again. Not to give away the Final Four pick, but Purdue's going to pull Virginia. They're going to lose to 16 seed. They're going to win the national championship. That's going to be the formula for success. When UNC loses to Howard this year, UNC will win it the following year. That and it's just going to keep going like that, and so on and so forth. So yeah, I'll take Purdue. And Jim, I'm usually a one bracket guy. I have a bracket in front of me. I filled out. I'm scrapping it. I'm doing a couple changes here. I'm not a one bracket guy anymore. So I gotta think about who I'm going to have Purdue playing in the Elite Eight. I know you're on pins and needles.
They call him Kai polygamy right there. He just can't stick to one. He is a poly bracket guy now. We've lost
my
him.
wife.
He's converted from that world. You know? Hey, all right. I can't wait to meet the second and third one. First one's great. All right, I'm going with Purdue as well. I do think they get there. I think they win the second Maui Invitational. They won the first time, and really the team that gave them the most trouble at that Maui Invitational was Marquette, and they're not in this region. I liked the jump shooting Jays a lot in the preseason, Matthias, but I think that's really tough to sustain over 4 highly competitive games. And if we're listening to Kai's plumes, they could be in trouble in the first round. So Purdue for me I will say Purdue over Oregon. So I'll go with that.
Yeah, you guys can miss.
All right, moving on to
I'll look closer. Accurate. I'm with you there. I'm with the zippity doodads. Plus 13.
They're a gnat. They're a gnat. You got to swat them away. They're just going to hang around the whole time. All right. Over to the West. Again, I don't remember what John Rothstein called this region, Matt, so feel free to tip me off on that one.
The region of drama, Jim. This is sort of the sister region of the Midwest, if we're calling the drama and tension regions cousins of sorts. Yeah.
Good.
So,
okay.
Good.
So, yeah, led by North Carolina, the 1 seed at the top. I know there was tension of whether Iowa State would get there. Nope. North Carolina is the final 1 seed. Arizona, the Tommy Lloyd tournament foibles aside, down there at the 2 seed. You got Baylor, Alabama, 2 very heavy offensive teams. Kai, what jumped out to you here in the first round? I know we already kind of hinted at a potential you guys liking New Mexico over Clemson that I resist, but is that the game you want to highlight, or is there anything else that you are zeroing in on?
No, while I like them, Jim, I'm not sure I love them at like -2. Like I said, with Utah State, they have not played a Power 6 team all season. That worries me. However, I like them because they have 3 guards that can create and do whatever they want on a basketball court. Dent, Mashburn, House. You have one guy like that in March. We all know the heroes that are sung every single year in the tournament. You're great. You're in great shape. This team has 3. I think New Mexico's in a great shape to make a huge run. I would not be surprised if they did a surprise Elite 8 run. I think they can beat Clemson. They're going to be favored, obviously. By the way, the committee, horrible job if the 11 seed is favored over the 6 seed. It doesn't make any sense. The committee needs to have a little bit more perspective than that. In predictive analytics, New Mexico should have been a 9 at the very least. It's crazy. But Jim, favorite bet in this region? This region is the one I don't love the most. I'll probably go with Dayton. And my Flyers are getting doubted by everybody. I've seen the hate. I still really like Dayton. I think Deron Holmes is a matchup nightmare for just about anybody that hasn't seen him, that hasn't played against him. And I think they can get it done against Nevada and give Arizona quite the scare.
Matt, I have a trivia question for you.
I hate trivia. No, go. Let's go.
No, it kind of answers itself. But what do Purdue, Illinois, James Madison, and New Mexico all have in common?
Stumped. Enlighten me.
They are undefeated on neutral floors this season. New Mexico 8-0 on neutral courts this season. Would seem to bode well, Kai, because I think they play these on neutral floors. These NCAA tournament games. That's how it works. So, Matt, are you backing Mr. McEwen and the Lobos, despite them being an elevation team, not playing at elevation?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the couple teams actually from the Mountain West that have performed pretty well outside of home. Like, we've talked about how important home court advantage has been in that conference. We've also opined that that's what makes them largely inflated in their value, and they come into the tournament and they have letdowns, as we've seen multiple years. I think New Mexico is one of those teams that's proven they can win away from their home gym. Yeah, their home gym's awesome, but the neutral thing you mentioned, Jim, and they didn't play any Power Six. They played a lot of really good mid majors, and they beat a lot of really good majors by handily. And Clemson just doesn't scare me. Honestly, all of their resume weight is baked in like the non-conference when they caught teams at the right time. I just think there is such a massive speed discrepancy from the backcourts in this game. Now Clemson's going to have to pack it in, and you're going to have to make New Mexico make shots from the top in this one, Kai. I still think the talent wins out. I like my Lobos. I think they're hot right now. Their defense, they're guarding. Strong foundation backbone there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Jim, I forgot I had a total in here. You probably agree with this. Alabama Charleston over. I don't care what the total is. I see it's 168. It's going to be 80 possessions. It's going to be an over bet for me.
Yeah, I'm with you on that too.
Yeah. There's going to be
the Ken Palm projection is 74
attempted.
possessions. Yeah, it's going over 74 possessions. There's no way it's only 74. That would stun me if it's not 80. I think it's going to go way up there. Charleston just played that neutral site tournament that slowed down in the muck in the CAA, and now it's like, oh, you get to play Alabama that wants to shoot in the first 8 seconds, and you're going to get to play zippity doo-dah with them. I think that has a big-time snowball effect in the pace, and we know the Alabama defense is not good. So, yeah, Kai, very much aligned on that total with you on that over. Let's see, what else do I like in that region? Guys, I like Baylor. I just think they eventually overwhelm Colgate. Matt, you hinted at it when we talked Vermont, potentially not as good of a version of Colgate. Their whole angle this year is dominance in the paint with two big guys, Keegan Records and Jeff Woodward. They come at you in waves inside. I think Baylor can handle that with Yves Misi and Josh Ojenwuna. They're going to be all right with that size. And the backcourt, the wings of Colgate, just not the same pop. They don't have the same three-point shooting to keep up with teams. I think Baylor can kind of overwhelm them there despite laying double digits. Kai, what about Dayton, Nevada? This is another Mountain West team that I was looking to fade before the tournament. Steve Alford is 6-11 against the spread in NCAA tournament games. But Dayton's kind of been a tough egg to crack, a tough nut to crack down the stretch here. Javon Bennett had his thumb injury but returned. Are you going to fly with the Flyers against the Wolfpack?
Yeah. I like the Flyers, man. I like the way they defend. They don't foul. Nevada takes advantage of that. They get to the free throw line. It's one of the main ways they score. Am I a little bit worried that Nevada might have a semblance of a matchup for Deron Holmes in that they have so many wings and big guys that can kind of throw at him a little bit? But I think Holmes is kind of matchup proof. He is an advantage on in every matchup. Doesn't matter who he plays. I love the Dayton guards, the experience. I really think they are cohesive, and you've already proven it with your what you said about them on a neutral floor this year. They've been fantastic. You talked about New Mexico 8-0. Dayton, I remember their games against LSU, St. John's, even Houston. I was impressed earlier on in the season. I think they can beat Nevada. I will be taking them against the spread.
Yeah,
kind of a tough spot.
Matt, fade them. Fade the Mountain West with us. Come on.
Hey, but this game's at altitude.
There's no spots here.
What?
This is valid. This is valid.
Kai, Mountain West, why are we saying they're fadeable? Because they play all their home games and they get inflated because they played altitude. Well, this game is in altitude at Salt Lake City. Kind of a tough spot for Dayton, I think, travel-wise. And that doesn't mean like it's worth a point.
The fans will travel, though. It's a great fan base.
Fans will great, one of the best fan bases there is. But even Steve Alford said, like, yeah, we love the draw. Like, we'll have a huge showing there. It's easy to get to for them. And, yeah, they're kind of in that comfy altitude. No, it's not like it's 7,000 or 8,000 feet, but it's still, I think that does matter. Funny, Dayton was supposed to play in Vegas to the UNLV game that was canceled, I believe, right? So there's a chance they could have at least gotten some experience flying out west and playing in the desert, but that never came to pass, obviously. But I like Nevada. I've been kind of out in the pack all year, Jim. I just think they win this game.
Yeah, I do think it matters that it is at elevation. So that's a valid point, Matthew. Kai, whatever you want to, you can.
Yeah, I'm biased. I have a future on Dayton that I took too early. So, okay, I'm a little bit biased. But, Jim, I wanted to say, I've been thinking about this. I've been staring at the spreads. I'm going to probably be on Long Beach State. I think 20 is a lot. I can kind of see Arizona playing with their food a little bit in round one. And I think Long Beach State with the Dan Monson angle, right? He's fired, technically mutual parting ways. I don't know. They got some juice. And Jim, you watched the game against Irvine. They're pretty talented, man. I mean, this team we expected to compete in the Big West in the preseason. I think 20 points is a lot, even though it is Arizona, a team that I like a lot and expect to go to the Final Four from this region.
Here's the problem with the Beach, Jim, is we watch the Beach play. We watch the Beach play UCLA every year, and UCLA runs them out of the. Like, they try and play the super fast-paced stuff against the big boys, and that tends to just blow up in their face. And obviously, there's no worse team to employ that against than Arizona.
Maybe. They played a fast game with USC this year and lost in overtime. So potentially, and that was when Collier and Boogie Ellis were still healthy.
They beat them.
They faded down the stretch. They lost their last 5 games of the regular season, which is what got Munson fired. But then I think there was the rallying cry within the locker room of like, wait, we're better than this. Let's not let him go out on this sour of a note. And yeah, Kai, I watched the Irvine game. It's like, yeah, they have athletes like both Traores, who are not related, but are both very, very good. And the one key here is Sahonis' health. He had a little groin thing late in that game, and he couldn't really get the one-on-one creation that he needed. But yeah, the way to beat Arizona is what Princeton did last year. Force them into the half court, make them execute, take away their transition buckets. That's not really what the Beach wants to do, but I regardless still think 20 is a little high. And Tommy Lloyd has yet to cover an NCAA tournament game. He is 0-4 at this point in his career. So I'm not in a rush to back him and get to the window and side with him. Matt, anything further down the line in this bracket? Do you think your Gales can go far from where they're at coming out of the WCC? Are you going to side with the 1 seed eventually? Or are you going to be like me and you're going to have Baylor go pretty far? Because I think that's the team I'm warming up to in this region.
I agree. I think Baylor's going to be my Elite 8 rep, maybe Final 4 rep. I need to think about that. Still. I
thought you liked New Mexico over Baylor. Phase. You Benedict Arnold?
No. Did I say that? Oh. We'll check the tape. I'm still deliberating. But point is, I'm with Jim on the Baylor love. However, I look at the St. Mary's Grand Canyon matchup. That's one where I wasn't a huge Grand Canyon guy coming in. I just felt like they had some offensive hiccups that bother me. Like they get kind of stagnant sometimes. I know their guards are good, but they're not overly dynamic. They feel reliant on Ty and Grant Foster to go off to really lift that offense to a new level. And so you get caught in an execution type war with St. Mary's. That's not a good matchup for them. And then Charleston feels like kind of same versus same, matchup, which doesn't necessarily bode well for Charleston. But Jim talked about how bad Alabama's been defensively. I think Charleston's probably not getting the same love as they were last year. They're not like the darling pick that they were last year at San Diego State. I think people are actually sleeping on them because they're so afraid of Alabama's offense. The reality is Alabama hasn't guarded anything the last few weeks. Like, go look at all their scores. They haven't guarded anything. So I think Charleston, tough matchup, first half might come out and punch Bama in the mouth. We'll see if they can keep up for 40 minutes. But I'm looking at a first half Charlie wager. That's sort of where I landed, Jim, as a late edition.
Yeah, it's not just like the defense for Alabama. It's everything. Like they're dead last in Haslametrics momentum statistic. Like all of their worst games are the last 2 weeks. It's been kind of a bummer to see. I don't know where the life has gone with that team. They got Wrightsell back playing more minutes. I thought that would be the boost and hasn't really lifted them. That's Kai. I've had a tough time with the Final Four team from this region. Do I have to come back to North Carolina? Do we get that's what I'm expecting is the rematch Carolina Baylor from that nice 1 versus 8 seed game when Carolina ended up going to the title game. It was like a 20-point lead, and then Brady Manick got booted, and Baylor came all the way back to force OT. I guess let's just go straight to that, Kai. Final 4 picks from this region with your Elite 8 matchup.
First of all, I expect Alabama to bounce back in this tournament. I expect them to beat Charleston pretty handily. Look at their results this year against teams that aren't their caliber. It's pretty shocking. I mean, they've just blown teams out. They have that gear. I think they're going to get it back. The problem is I don't see St. Mary's being able to beat them. And I love St. Mary's, and it's going to be kind of a sexy pick to have them over Alabama. I just can't see it with Jefferson out. St. Mary's just doesn't have that next gear. Alabama, I'm taking the Elite Eight, Jim, but I'm taking Arizona to the Final Four. Again, I'm biased. I have a future on Arizona. Please get there, Tommy Lloyd. I am a little bit nervous about Caleb Love, but there's a solution to that. All Arizona has to do is lead by 15 to 20 the entire game. If they do that, the Caleb Love thing doesn't come into play, and Arizona is going to win every single game. It's awesome. If they're close or behind, they're screwed. Caleb Love will shoot them out of the game, and they will lose. So live betting opportunities galore in the Wildcats games.
Oh, yeah. All right, Matthew, what about you?
I'm going Baylor. I feel like the winner of Baylor, New Mexico, should that matchup come to pass, can give Arizona fits. Obviously, Baylor is just better, probably, top to bottom. Some of their zone stuff can maybe throw a wrench in what Arizona's offense brings to. But I just think New Mexico's guards are just deeper and more trustworthy at this point. I know they've been kind of Jekyll and Hyde, but the way they played the last weekend, I'm just pretty loco for Lobo. So I'm staring at. I'm gonna go Baylor, Jim, officially for my for on the record here. But I think New Mexico has a chance to bounce to the Elite Eight there and scare even whoever comes out of that top portion with UNC or Bama.
You are ridiculously loco for your Lobos, and I'm gonna punch you in the mouth with Clemson in the opening round. Me and Brad Brownell are gonna take you out.
Ooh,
my pick is Baylor
over.
Yeah, that's right, baby. The athleticism of Joe G. Baylor over North Carolina is my pick in that region. Fellas, we are now going to recap all of our Final Four picks. These are presented by Vaulted, the Vaulted app. So, Kai, I hope you don't have any continuity errors between your individual region picks and what you have, what you're going to say here in the summary. I will say mine first to allow you to gather your thoughts. I have Illinois, Houston, Purdue, and Baylor in the Final Four. So it's the Big 10, Big 12 Invitational. That is, as Matt said, version 1.0. It is only 5 hours after the selection show. I have a lot more research to do. Could potentially change, but that's where I'm at right now. Again, Final Four picks presented by Vaulted. Kai, what do you got?
All right, Auburn, Arizona, Houston, Purdue. So we got a 4 seed, a 2 seed, and 2 1 seeds, Jim. There you go.
Beautiful. Matthew?
Illinois, I'm with you on that one, Jim. Baylor, Kentucky, ? And I said Gonzaga. I am going to stick with Gonzaga in the Midwest. I'm going to do it. I like Gonzaga as more of a Cinderella-y, even though they're a 5 seed. It's funny because there's a month ago we're like, oh, hey, Gonzaga's a 10 seed. Now they're all the way up to a 5 seed. Now they're kind of back in that front runner favorite spot that I was hoping they'd be more in the Blake Stepp, cute, fun underdog role. But now they got expectations. But they have a good draw though. That's the key. They have a favorable draw, unless Purdue, of course, meets up with them in the suites.
I love the idea that we've the whole talk most of the year has been 3 teams have separated from the field, and Matt's just throwing them all out. He's dumping them out into the trash. None of those 3 teams are making the Final Four, says Matthew.
Replaceable.
Cox. Final, yeah, replaceable, exactly. Fellas, that's it. That's our hour here on
I don't
the
like
Field
this
of
kind
68.
Sorry, I don't like this connotation from Sheep in the chat that we're sleeping on UConn. They're the number 1 team in the country. Sheep, relax. We're not sleeping on UConn. We're wide awake. We're wide awake on UConn. FAU.
Yeah,
FAU.
Go listen to any show I've done in the last 2 months. I have said UConn is the best team. They're mostly impervious to matchups. They don't have the Achilles heel that some of the other elite teams do, but these fellas love the Owls. I think Auburn's a really tough draw as their 4 seed, especially with how well Auburn's playing right now. So that's where we landed. If you want to hear UConn get picked to the Final Four, you can find plenty of places that will do that. I promise you. I assure you. So feel free to check out any other bracket show. But that's it for us, guys. We are the 3-man weave here on the Field of 68 Selection Sunday Marathon. It was a pleasure to drop in and be back a part of the network. Thank you to all of the wonderful sponsors. Thanks to Robin, Jeff, and Dagan and Trevor for letting us come back. For Matt Cox, for Kai McEwen, I'm Jim Root. Enjoy your bracketing. We'll see you soon.